Formed by David Thorpe. Prologue. A darkness returning. In a distant place, a shadow stirred. It twisted, creating a full circle around a raging centre, then found its focus. It continued to turn, gaining momentum, pulsing steadily, a ponderous beat, soundless in a vacuum. At first a quiver, then a quake, it became more frequent, until suddenly it expanded, then contracted, as if a massive exhalation of soundless fury had sent vibrations out in every direction. Echoes of warning sped across the multiverse and awoke those attuned to such mystic energies. Beings of power found their attentions diverted, turning to look first this way, then that, to seek out the odd tickling at the edge of their awareness. Magnus woke. He sat fully upright and took a deep breath. He let a moment pass in order to reach the necessary level of alertness as he grappled with what had awakened him. A feeling of foreboding and a dark thought of something oddly familiar were draining away, as if a dream was fleeing and would never be remembered. He shook his head slightly and tilted it as if listening. But now all was still, save for the faint sounds of the night passing and the dawn approaching. A distant bird call, the sigh of a passing breeze, and the faint sound of leaves rustling in the garden outside. He stood and quickly donned his usual black robe, stepped into his sandals and reached for his oaken staff, taking a moment to let the weight and balance of it settle into his palm, as familiar a feeling as his own arm, and opened the door. Leaving his quarters, he moved past a large garden at the centre of the building. It was a garden that had been tended with care after years of neglect, and a place where he had been content to sit quietly and reflect on life. As he exited Villa Bieta through one of its many large portals, he felt an urge to sit and ponder near a fountain at the garden's centre. But that desire was overridden by the need to find the source of the disquiet that had awakened him. The villa was ancient and had been expanded several times, but Magnus lived in the quarters once occupied by his parents, a massive square of several rooms surrounding the garden. His sleeping quarters were attached to a large personal library he had inherited from his father. Other buildings sprawled around this one, and over the hill to the east lay even larger buildings, halls, libraries, as well as kitchens and workshops. Though once it had been home to many, his father had allowed the villa to lie in ruin, for it was here where Magnus's mother and brother had died during a horrific battle. It had taken Magnus years after his father's death to begin repairing all that was lost. Now, he glanced eastwards and could see the sky above the hills begin to lighten. The hint of the coming day, a time of stillness and anticipation, followed swiftly by the false dawn, first light, then the sunrise. It was his favourite time of day. A trembling held breath, a calm, quiet space before the dawn unleashed the day's concerns and problems. Magnus took a deep breath and savoured the hint of sea salt on the morning air. Then he began to walk to the western rise, a spot where he often watched the sunsets. The darkness of night slowly retreated, and Magnus closed his eyes and sent his mystic senses questing out, trying to isolate and identify the source of his early awakening. He found nothing. Something was sweeping towards them, Magnus knew. The morning brightened behind him as he peered into the retreating night's gloom. Something hovered just beyond his ability fully to perceive it, and it was threatening. He opened his eyes and scanned the distant horizon. Nothing appeared to be out of the ordinary, and nothing echoed the foreboding that had awakened him. It seemed an otherwise normal morning on Sorcerer's Isle. Hearing the scuff of sandals on the trail behind him, a familiar shuffling tread, he knew who approached. "Good morning, Philip." Magnus was the only one to call him by his given name. The man everyone else called Pug approached and replied, "Good morning, Magnus. You rose early." "As did you." Magnus turned to look at his former apprentice and asked, "Did you feel it?" Pug's expression revealed that he understood the question. "Yes." "Something is coming." Pug just nodded. "It's faint and distant," said Magnus, "but it is coming." There's something familiar about what woke me. It felt chill, then like a dream barely remembered after sleep. Magnus cocked his head, weighing what Pug said. He studied his former student's face and recognized an expression from years before he had met the boy Philip. These subtle reminders of his father contrasted with Philip's appearance. Taller by a few inches, a little thinner, hair a bit darker and less curly. Clean-shaven, where Magnus's father had always worn a beard, but it suited him. Philip's skin tanned less rapidly, and the sound of his voice was different, though the speech patterns were identical. Most vivid, though, were his eyes. The dark eyes were identical to his father's, as was the cocking of his head when deep in thought. Conflicting feelings lingered within Magnus, even after all these years together. With absolute certainty, Magnus knew that the essence of his father lived again within this man. Even so, he hesitated to fully embrace the idea that Philip was his father reborn. He felt that if the gods had chosen to return Pug without the memories of his previous life, they had done that for a good reason. Whatever sacrifice his father had made to end the final attack by the forces of the void at Magician's End, the gods were not done with him. Not by any measure. Of that, Magnus was sure. As their faith avowed, once dead, a soul was judged and returned to the wheel of life, owning the rewards or punishments they had earned during life. But this curious rebirth was alien to every tenet proclaimed by any of the major faiths of Midkemia. Even those who followed Lim's Kragma, the death goddess, rejected the possibility that Pug could have returned with any prior knowledge from his previous existence. One prelate of that order had even suggested that the returning Pug had earned a far higher level of consciousness than that of a mere human. So, Magnus had kept that faith and denied Philip any hint of his previous life. He had wrestled with this dilemma since the day he had first encountered Philip on a beach near Criddy, Pug's original birthplace, and no matter how many times he returned to the question, he found no easy answers. He glanced again at Philip and saw him also contemplating the retreating night. Magnus forced his thoughts away from the imponderable and considered the man before him. Apart from that lingering conflict, Magnus had grown fond of Philip, had come to appreciate a unique mind and sharp wit that was different to his father's. This was why Magnus never used the name Pug, to maintain as clear a delineation between his memory of his father and this man who now stood at his side. It just made things simpler. After decades as Philip's instructor and now as his colleague, Magnus had grown comfortable with the duality of the man who stood next to him. Most of the time, Magnus focused on what he could deal with, what was before him in that moment, ignoring that complex nature. Whether it was the god's cruel jest or a second chance, Magnus still did not know. Either way, it could occasionally still be haunting. After a long silence, Pug said, "We'll know soon enough." Magnus looked questioningly at him. Pug said, "Too soon." It's coming this way. His tone was certain. Magnus stared at him, and Pug turned to look at the white-haired magician. For a moment they stayed motionless, holding each other's gaze. Then Pug added, "I just know."
"How?"
"It's like a forgotten memory, hovering beyond reach until it fades completely." Pug gave a slight shrug, then added, "I don't know how else to put it, but I do know it is evil, and that it is coming."
"On that we agree,"
Magnus said.
"The days of a vast cadre of magicians working on behalf of the Conclave are long behind us. Still, we are not without resources, and we have learned from harsh lessons."
Pug could only nod.
"I'll send word to those far away from here, and to our allies at Stardock to remain alert,"
Magnus said.
"And also to those few priests still willing to speak with us. I'll ask them to let us know of anything troubling, no matter how trivial it may seem at the moment."
"No surprises," said Pug.
"No surprises,"
agreed Magnus. "I'm curious. You often come here at sunset, but this is the first time I've seen you here at dawn."
"Is that a question?"
Pug laughed. "I'm curious as to what you hope to see in the fading darkness."
"Nothing really,"
answered Magnus.
"I just sense sometimes that something is out there."
Pug looked over his shoulder. "The sun will rise soon, and we need to attend to the newcomers."
"Yes,"
agreed Magnus. They turned and walked back towards the villa. "That fellow Hattusharli," Pug said at last. "What do you make of him?"
"We had barely an hour last night to chat, and most of what I sensed about those powers of his Rufio spoke of, well..."
Magnus looked at Pug and gave a quick shrug.
"They are not clear to me."
"If what Rufio told us is accurate, this fellow is a completely new sort of magic user."
"He's not a sorcerer, nor a magician of any path. He just seems to do things without using a focus, like a lesser path, or spells, like a greater path. He just does things."
Magnus sounded baffled. Pug chuckled. "There is no magic, correct?" Magnus almost stumbled. Pug's gaze was trained resolutely forward. Magnus moved to catch him up.
"Where did you hear that?"
Pug stopped for a brief second, glanced over at Magnus, then kept on walking. "I don't remember." Magnus fell silent, and nothing further was said, as they returned to a community that was rising with the morning sun. Chapter 1. Aftermath and Preparation. Declan watched closely as a group of journeymen and apprentice smiths broke apart the clay around a steel blank, the first step in fashioning a sword. He glanced at Edvald, who gave a slight nod. A large group had gathered at the main forge of the newly finished foundry built by the King's Order next to the armoury at Castle Marquinet. It was large enough to accommodate a dozen teams of smiths forging swords and armour. Here worked the best smiths in the kingdom, those trusted with the secret of King's steel, making the finest blades for the coming war. The journeyman who had laboured to fashion the clay furnace had been tending it for 3 days, and Declan could see that he was losing focus. Making this quality of steel was demanding, but a master smith needed to stay alert even when on the verge of exhaustion. Declan took down a large water bag which had been hung on a spike in a supporting timber and handed it to the journeyman. "Here, drink," he said. The well-muscled man looked at Declan, and for a moment it appeared as if he couldn't focus on the newly anointed Prince of Marquensis. Then he took the cap off the bag's nipple and drank deeply. loud enough for everyone in the room to hear, Declan said,
"If you fail from the heat, fail from not caring for yourself first, you fail in this task."
He pointed to the crumbling furnace and the glowing hunk of metal now revealed within it, took a huge pair of tongs from an apprentice, and, to the weary journeyman, said,
"I'll begin."
Then, in a tone that was clearly a warning, he added,
"And you'll finish."
The exhausted smith nodded, took another long swallow from the water sling, then went over to a water barrel that was used to temper the metal and stuck his head in for a moment, coming up spewing water. Edvald came to stand beside Declan for a moment and softly said,
"You think he can do this?"
"If he doesn't, then it's wagon rims and farm tools somewhere far from Marquarnet for the rest of his life."
"It's as much the heart of the man as any other measure,"
said Edvald, clapping his former apprentice on the shoulder, then stepping away.
"Still, wagon rims and farm tools put a roof over your head for years,"
he added with a chuckle. Declan's mood shifted and he relaxed a little.
"More than true."
He reflected for a moment on the years he had been raised by the old smith and his wife in the Covenant village of Oncon, then added softly,
"But we need weapons makers and armourers right now."
Being a village smith had been a far simpler life, Declan admitted to himself. Never easy, but often pleasant. A page entered and came to stand before him. "His Majesty requires you to attend the council, Highness." Declan glanced at Edvald, who was struggling to hold back laughter.
"I'll be along in a moment,"
he sighed. Once the page was gone, Edvald took a deep breath and said,
"One day I'll get used to that."
"Probably not," said Declan, turning his back on his former master, the man closer to being his father than any other. As he left the foundry, he added quietly,
"I may never either."
Declan followed the page and experienced another moment of annoyance. He did not need an escort to the king's meeting room, and certainly not a boy barely 12 years old in a palace surrounded by an army. Reaching the door off the throne room that opened onto what used to be Daelon's private study, which had been enlarged by knocking out a wall so he could hold council there, Declan was greeted by 3 older pages. One held a wash basin, another a clean tunic, and the third a washing cloth hung over one arm and a dry towel over the other.
"Balvin,"
muttered Declan as he peeled off his dirty tunic, which was damp from perspiration and the water he had been splashing on his face to withstand the heat in the forge. When he finished, he noticed a great deal of soot had come away on the towel and judged that Balvin had indeed fully grasped the task at hand of turning an uneducated, somewhat rude blacksmith into the future king of Marquensis. Declan knocked on the door and it was opened almost immediately. Upon entering, Declan noticed the recently drawn map of this newly declared kingdom had been pinned to a large wooden board on the wall. He made his way to the chair that had been left empty for him at King Daelon Dumarch's right hand. Balvin stood at his usual place, immediately behind and to the left of the king. As he sat down, Declan saw everyone he had expected to see. Colin, the king's master-at-arms, General Baldassar, and the former sea captain Keen, who was acting as the supervisor of the king's new fleet. The only person he was surprised to see was Bernardo del Nozio, former episcopos of the Church of the One, now a fugitive receiving sanctuary from King Daelon. Declan glanced at Balvin, raising a questioning eyebrow, and his older half-brother gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head, indicating that questions should wait. King Daelon said,
"Now that you're here, we can begin."
"Sorry," Declan began, but an upraised hand from the king stopped him from saying more. "We are facing many problems," began Dalon. Holding up a finger, he said, "First, we have a huge army scattered around the city, and we can pay them, but feeding them and housing them is an ongoing problem." He looked at General Baldassar. The old soldier said,
"Starting tomorrow, we need to promote some of our better men and create a group of officers we can place in charge of companies and then send them off to start rebuilding our border garrisons."
"But we need to decide where our borders are," said the king. Declan looked at his eldest brother, and the king returned the questioning gaze, then said, "You came from the Covenant and lived in the far north of the barony. What do you think?" Declan was taken aback for a moment, then turned in his chair, stood up, and crossed to stand before the map. Quickly he surveyed the marks made by others, then pointed to the bottom of the map, the south coast of what had been the Kingdom of Ilcommon, and said, "Start here. To the east of Oncon, the village where I was raised, is a tapered peninsula opposite another on the north coast of Zindaros. It is the tightest passage in the narrow strait. We quickly build a tor with a supporting garrison on the coast above, equip it with a half-dozen ballistas, and no ship will be able to pass without permission, and a good-sized garrison that can thwart any force trying to pass on the coast road." Dalon's slight smile showed that he approved. Declan continued, "Once you have the south secured, then put small companies in the temporary border posts between Marquensis and current border with Ilcommon. Moving eastwards to pacify the western half of Ilcommon and extend the kingdom's border can wait. It's going to take a long time. Up in the north, Berens Hill was the logical place to build a garrison, and you already have that underway." There was something in his tone that suggested he had more to say on that topic, but at some other time. "Everything in between is porous. Right now, it's easy for small groups to slip back and forth, but as we have most of the mercenaries in North Tembria in our service, we only have to worry about bandit companies. Once we get the temporary fortifications situated, then even the bandits will have trouble crossing into Marquensis." "Until the church sends soldiers this way," inserted Bernardo. "Which is why we have to keep paying those mercenaries," said Balvin. "Or swear into service those who are able," added the king. "My preference is the latter, so we can turn fighters into soldiers. Raiding a village or storming a wall is fine for companies like the one—" He waved his hand and looked at Declan. "Bogartis," Declan supplied. "Yes, Bogartis," commanded, finished the king. "But patrols, defending positions, and long periods of inactivity are not conducive to mercenaries remaining loyal." "For my men," said Declan, referring to the company he took over from Bogartis, "loyalty is earned, not bought." Dalon was about to say something, but a pat on the shoulder from Balvin halted him. Dalon and Declan's half-brother said, "We understand that, Highness." Declan winced at the title. "We are now a new kingdom," said Dalon, obviously biting back some irritation at his youngest brother's comments. "But we are all that's left for people who do not wish to be ruled by the damned church." Again, Balvin put his hand on the king's shoulder, and again Dalon took his meaning. Lowering his voice, the king said, "Very well. We have anchored the north and southernmost corners of the kingdom. But what do we do in between?" Declan sensed that an argument about mercenaries was not the topic at hand. He studied the map and spoke. "As you said, Majesty, we must resupply and refurbish the old border garrisons. Then, He added, pointing at the middle of the map to the east of the old border. We start moving companies into Ilcommon and building new garrisons. King Daelon said, I'm of a mind that if we add 2, maybe 3 garrisons at key spots between our existing fortifications, we should have a fairly secure border. Declan nodded. 3, I think, should allow for good patrolling, as well as a quick response should any move veer to the centre. He tapped the marking denoting the massive forest to the east of the city. Here, in the dark wood. Build there first. The king nodded. I agree. Declan glanced at Balvin as he asked, I assume we're prepared should someone appear claiming to be the next king of Ilcommon. Balvin smiled, realising that Declan had been paying attention in some earlier meetings. Yes, we are prepared. The portion of Ilcommon we take will be a vassal province of Marquensis, whether some surviving third cousin of the former king likes it or not. He stared at the map, tapping his cheek with his right forefinger. Once we've dealt with any threats from the church, we can consider expanding eastwards in a few more years. Declan said, to that end, we should be planning on a major church force moving quickly to the dangerous passage or close to it on this side. The mountains become the border between what is now our kingdom and whatever the Church of the One is calling Sandura and Ithrace. How big an army is the church likely to deploy? Daelon asked Bernardo. I can only speculate, answered the disgraced cleric. There will be mercenaries, of course. All that are not already in your service will flock to the church, as they have deep coffers. They will also have a large force of common soldiers, mostly garrison troops from Inast. However, at the heart of their forces are the soldiers of the Church Adamant. This is an army of thousands. They are all true believers, men who have pledged their lives to the cause of the Church of the One. This is an army that spent almost a century conquering and pacifying the entire continent of Inast. Their presence on Northumbria has barely been 20 years. I spent 10 years in that army, said the grey-haired cleric. Declan could barely imagine this older man of faith as a hardened soldier, but he kept silent. Bernardo saw his reaction. 10 years, a dozen battles, and countless skirmishes. He paused and added, I'll doff my cassock and show you my scars, if you like. Daelon, Balvin, and the others also now had their gaze fixed on the shamed cleric. Bernardo said, If you're a soldier in the Church Adamant, there are only 3 ways out. Desertion, death, and taking holy orders. Desertion? Bernardo shrugged. That's rare. Inast is large, but it is completely under the control of the Church. There are spies everywhere and very few places to hide. Death is always a soldier's companion. But if promotion to a higher rank is not forthcoming, there are other ways to power. He paused, looking from face to face. I was a street boy, a thief, and I had to fight to eat. So I had a different type of strength to that of most of those serving in the army. I saw lesser priests content to rest in small churches in little towns, eating too much, drinking too much, and molesting youngsters. Others were devout and tried to be the spiritual leader of their communities. All were unimportant men. But I saw that their masters were mostly fat priests and slow-witted prelates in fine raiment, with servants and every need answered. Some gained station through family, and others with wealth. But some did it by being clever and ruthless. I judged if they could gain such authority. So could I. He leaned forward and pointed with a sweeping gesture at all in attendance. Every man here has some ambition in his soul, else he would not be here. Declan started to object, for he felt he had no ambition, but a quick hand movement from Balvin kept him from speaking. Every soldier fights for something. For wealth, for women, for a king, or for belief. He touched the emblem of the church on his cassock. But the soldiers at the core of the church adamant fight because they enjoy killing for the one. Now to the business at hand, he said, sitting back in his chair. Daylon took a long breath, then said to Declan, "You know the Covenant better than any man here. Anticipating much of what you've proposed, I've already dispatched a company of builders and guards to that peninsula." He gave Declan a wry smile and said, "It's pleasant to see how much we think alike. You're right. It's the logical site for a choke point in the Narrows. I want you to travel with another company and see to an adequate fortification as soon as possible." The king gave further instructions to the others and dismissed the meeting, but motioned for Declan to remain. When there were only the three brothers in the room, the king's voice showed he was near the end of his patience. "I need you here when I need you here, not down at the forge." Declan's eyes widened and he balled his fists. This argument had been going on since the return of Marquensis's army from the destruction of the Pride Lords. Declan's voice rose. "We need weapons. But we don't need you supervising everyone that's made," shouted the king. Declan's face flushed. Balvin moved to step between his brothers. "We don't need another round of the same old argument." Turning to face Declan, he said, "I know a forge is where you are most comfortable, most sure of yourself, and you feel the need to oversee every detail. But surely the man who taught you everything you know is fit to supervise?" Declan's expression revealed he had no answer to that question. Balvin turned to the king and said, "I know you wish our brother to rise to his place as the future king quickly, but you had a lifetime to learn how to rule. He's had less than 2 years, and most of it has been spent fighting and surviving, not sitting next to you, learning how to be a king." Balvin's voice had now risen as well, but it was not irate. Instead, it was more like a teacher scolding recalcitrant students in a cold, commanding tone. Daylon's face drained of anger as he realized his brother was correct. Balvin took a deep breath and said, "We simply cannot afford to waste time fighting our own." Daylon glanced at Declan, who after a long moment indicated his agreement. He turned back to Balvin with a sigh. "You are, again, right." Balvin nodded. "The defeat of the Pride Lords was unexpectedly easier than anticipated, which brought us several advantages. But as Bernardo pointed out, we are now the only obstacle between the Church of the One and effective world domination." "They're welcome to Nitani for all I care," said Declan. "Bodai's last message said it's total chaos there now that the Pride Lords have been overthrown." The king's expression showed he understood Declan's feeling, for both men had lost their wives, and Daylon had also lost his children after the Pride Lords had unleashed a massive attack on the western coast of North Tembria. Balvin looked from brother to brother, then said,
"And that would only give them a source for an even larger army to put in the field against us eventually."
Declan sighed, a visible and noisy admission that Balvin spoke of the inevitable. Daelon said,
"You two review what's already been done. But I want you," he pointed at Declan, "on your way to that point above the Narrows as the sun rises tomorrow. Take remounts so you don't kill your horses rushing there. Take 4 days, 5 if you must. The church may not be moving against us anytime soon, but they will eventually, and I want our defences in place. When you get there, make an assessment with the engineers already there and send a messenger detailing what more needs to be sent." Balvin added, "We need to be able to stop and search ships from the east to ferret out spies as well as contraband."
"Do we care about contraband?" asked Declan seriously.
"No," Balvin answered. "The more goods to trade here, the better, for soldiers need to spend their gold. But it gives us a grand excuse to search for spies."
Declan gave him a pained smile. "So much to learn," he muttered. Balvin put his hand on his younger brother's shoulder.
"You'll learn, and your instincts are good. You didn't need to study with our father to understand where we need to fortify."
Daelon nodded agreement. "Better that you puzzled it out yourself than we showed you, and you were entirely correct."
"Now come along and let's see what sort of disaster of a mission we've contrived for you," Balvin said. "Before you know it, it will be tomorrow."
As they left, Daelon turned and gazed out of the window of his conference room, overlooking the marshalling yard behind the keep. Horses were grazing in a corralled pasture, and new recruits were being instructed in the fundamentals of riding and caring for a mount. He sighed. He understood Declan's love of the forge, for he would give anything to be down there with the horses and young riders, rather than being tasked with reviewing reports of food shortages, bandit raids, and every other hazard a king faced daily. Declan signalled a halt. Sixto turned and regarded the 20 riders in their company who were coming to rest in orderly fashion. He gave them an approving glance and turned back to see what Declan was looking at. Ahead lay their destination, an encampment of soldiers protecting a company of surveyors. As the king had instructed, Declan had taken a full 5 days to reach the site, and the mounts were all fresh. He knew that a galloper with remounts in tow could make the trip in just under 3 days if the need arose. He signalled for them to move forward. As Declan came into sight, the lookout shouted, and instantly the camp was abuzz with activity as 20 soldiers fell into line to salute the Prince of Marquensis. This was the part that Declan swore he would never get used to, but he understood the necessity of keeping up the leadership role that Balvin had almost had to beat into him with a club. At least there were no drummers or trumpeters tooting a fanfare, he thought thankfully. Still, Daelon put up with court foolery as a necessary part of the show, a point which Balvin reminded him of constantly. So Declan waited until he reached the end of the line before dismounting. Looking at the men, he shouted, "Back to work!" From behind, he heard Sixto's laugh, and that triggered a laugh in return from Declan. Looking back towards his companion, now captain of his personal guard, he shook his head, and they exchanged a silent look of shared ironic humour.
"Let's get to this," said Declan, as the soldier approached to take his mount.
The newly minted Prince of Marquensis had finally got used to others tending his horses, even a company farrier tending their hooves, which was difficult for a skilled blacksmith. So he handed over the reins as his guards led their mounts away. With a wave to Sixto, he communicated that he would consult with those building the emplacements, while his captain would oversee the unloading of fresh supplies and billeting the newly arrived company. Reaching the top of the trail, Declan regarded the vista. The new fortification commanded the narrow strait below and the road from the east equally. A garrison barracks was marked out to be constructed downhill towards the road, while a small plateau atop the peninsula, slightly below this hillock, would be a perfect site for ballistas capable of disabling a ship trying to sail past. Declan was greeted by the King's master engineer, a man named Kendrick. He was old enough to be Declan's grandfather, but had an echo of young power still in him, strength earned from years of masonry, carpentry, digging trenches, every task involved in building fortifications. Kendrick's face was like lined, tanned leather, starkly contrasting with hair, brows and beard that were almost silver white. In many ways, Declan thought he was much like Edvald, and that earned him a great deal of instant respect from the prince.
"Got a good location, Highness,"
said Kendrick. Declan ignored the honorific and said, "Show me." Kendrick pointed down to the area where other engineers were driving stakes into the ground and pulling rolls of heavy twine from post to post.
"That spot is a ledge of hard stone. I think it goes back to there,"
he said as he turned and indicated where Sixto and the men were tending the horses. Declan knew little about fortifications, but his time with Bogartis had gained him a military way of looking at things. That perspective was now part of him, and after a moment's study he asked, "How much digging?"
"With 100 able men a month, maybe less, but we have a lot of hill to clear away."
Declan knelt to get a different view and then turned slowly to study the approach from all angles. After another thoughtful moment, he asked, "Where do we put all that earth?" Quickly, the discussion turned to repurposing the earth to build up breastworks in a semicircle along which other defensive features would be possible, providing protection against assault from the road. In less than an hour, Kendrick created a picture in Declan's imagination of a stout battlement featuring a sheltered emplacement of stone topped by a platform large enough to mount 3 large ballistas. He pointed out the lines of rope indicating the barracks. He planned a kitchen and storage and whatever else he could wedge into the space. "So, if someone brought in siege equipment along the road, the sloping ground here would protect the emplacements?"
"Good eye,"
said Kendrick in an approving tone.
"Ballista shafts would bury themselves in 10, 12 feet of soil, perhaps more, and it will be a solid embankment once we sod it to hold the earth firm. Get some tall grass, which will make climbing the slope that much more difficult. It's slippery stuff, but has a deep root structure, so it binds the ground hard, so most catapult stones will bounce back or over into the narrows. Stays wet in this climate too, so no one can fire it to burn us out."
"Good design," said Declan, and he stood and looked down at a large table before a tent where 2 younger engineers worked on paper. "What are they about?"
"Mathematics," said Kendrick. "They will give us numbers on where we need to build things and how far we can throw boulders and the rest. When I was their age, we did this by guesswork, but the king learned from the king of Ithrace that guessing is not good enough. Give those boys enough time, and they could put a boulder into an ale mug half a mile away."
"Impressive," said Declan. "I'll see to my men, then we'll get you what you need to do the work."
"I have a list of things I'll go over with you later, Highness."
Declan nodded and started walking towards his men. Reaching Sixto's side, he saw the horses were now picketed with nosebags and men were fetching water from a creek they had crossed a quarter-mile down the road. A few were grooming their mounts, and all the saddles and blankets were spread in the late day's sun to dry out. "Everything looks in order," Declan said. "What now?" asked Sixto. "Set up a camp. The masons are coming up with plans, and as soon as they know what we need here, they'll give me a list and we'll send a rider back to the king and—" "Wait,"
said Sixto with a smile. Well, we all could use a bit of rest, but in a day or two we should have some deliveries, the basic equipment, so there will be ample work for us all.
Sixto kept a straight face and asked,
Even the prince?
Declan threw a playful blow at his friend's shoulder.
Especially this prince. I can't sit around doing nothing. I almost went mad recovering from that injury I had when we first met.
Almost? Sixto asked, and then quickly dodged back to avoid another punch on the arm.
Declan laughed. I better get my tent up.
Sixto turned to walk with him as they moved down the narrow road to where the men were setting up camp. Declan paused for a moment when he saw that his own tent had been erected first and that it was about 4 times the size of the others, which had mats for 2 men per tent. He looked at Sixto and blurted out, "What?"
"Balven," said Sixto, "I'm instructed to let the men do things for you because, well, you are the prince."
Declan was silent for a long moment, then said,
"I may never get used to this."
With an exhalation that was almost a snort of derision, he resumed walking to his tent.
"What's next?"
he muttered.
"A private mess kitchen."
Sixto laughed.
"No, just a camp kit, and 2 of the lads will cook, but Balvin did say that you might start dining in private."
"Dining?"
Declan echoed, with his eyes wide and eyebrows raised. "We've eaten monkey stew with our fingers, remember?"
Sixto slowly shook his head.
"Oh, could I ever forget?"
Reaching what Declan could only think of as a pavilion, rather than a mere tent, Sixto went ahead and pulled aside a large flap, allowing Declan to step through first. A sturdy wooden pallet with a thick mattress and blankets rested against the far wall, with a compact brazier near it, should the night turn cold. Next to it sat a small writing table with paper, quill, and inkpot. A pair of lanterns hung from hooks at opposite corners. Declan regarded the bed with a sceptical look. He was used to sleeping on the ground, or, over the years, a bed fashioned from a narrow wooden cot, a thin mattress, and whatever blankets might be about.
"Want me to light those?" asked Sixto.
"No."
"But what is all this?"
Declan pointed to the table.
"I think this means Lord Balvin expects you to send him reports."
"My writing is a dog's breakfast," said Declan.
"I can see if one of the lads has skills, or we can send to the city for a scribe."
Declan shook his head and said,
"Nothing learned if not practiced, right?"
"Right," said Sixto, as Declan sat behind the desk on a small camp chair.
"I'll send a note telling Balvin we've arrived without trouble."
Sixto smiled.
"Eat after?"
"Yes," said Declan.
"Whatever's in the pot will do."
Before Sixto could ask, Declan said,
"I'll come to the mess tent. Not here."
Sixto said,
"I'll meet you there."
As he pushed aside the tent flap, he turned and said,
"Smart. Sending that note to Balvin?"
"Why?"
Declan asked.
"If he can't read it, he'll send a scribe without you asking." He laughed and ducked out quickly before Declan could throw something at him. Declan sat back with a slight grunt, which quickly turned into a chuckle as he realised Sixto was correct. Half an hour later, Declan entered the mess tent, which was almost twice the size of his pavilion, with 2 long tables with enough space between the ends for a man to walk between, and long benches on each side. Sixto was at the end of the farthest table, and Declan moved to sit across from him. A boy no older than 10 or 11 years of age, known to the soldiers as lick fingers and to the sailors as a galley swab, approached and said, "Highness?" Declan forced himself not to wince, as he knew he had to get used to formal address from all but his closest friends.
"What's for the late meal?" he asked.
"A fish stew, Highness. It should be ready soon."
"Bring me an ale,"
he said, glancing at Sixto's mug, and added,
"And him another."
"Finish the report?" asked Sixto.
"Yes, so what now?" We have messengers ready at any time, so send it. Then what? You're the prince. Be in command, said Sixto. Then, in a dry tone, he added, Highness. Declan closed his eyes. Is there any reason I can't have you flogged? None that I can think of, said Sixto, as the boy returned with the 2 filled mugs. Stew will be ready soon, Highness. We have some fresh bread too. Bring some, said Declan, suddenly aware he hadn't had decent food since leaving Marquinet. Butter? Asked the boy. Declan's eyes widened. We have butter. A fresh tub. A dairy farmer came by yesterday on the way to the city, and Master Kendrick bought it from him. By all means, bring us a pot. Quickly, the boy returned with a wooden platter bearing a hot loaf of bread and a small pot of butter, along with a couple of knives. Declan ripped off a hunk of bread and picked up a knife, slathered the bread, and bit off a mouthful. He chewed for a moment and swallowed. Slowly, said Sixto with a chuckle. I don't want to have to write to your brother and tell him you choked to death in the mess. Declan pointed the knife at Sixto and said, Tell me you wouldn't have killed for this loaf when we were trapped down in the wound. Sixto finished his first bite, then said, Well, Oscar, maybe? Declan laughed. Of the men who had escaped from Garn's wound with Declan and Sixto, Oscar was always complaining about something, no matter what. I actually got used to the drone of his grumbles. Perhaps, conceded Sixto. We did leave some good men behind us. That we did, agreed Declan, tearing off another hunk of bread. As he chewed, he found himself thinking of when he had returned to North Tembria and discovered his brother had assumed the title of king and the preparations for the attack on the Pride Lords. Sixto said, You must have butter at the king's table. Declan nodded, his mouth full. He swallowed and said, Honey as well for the morning meal. But eating at the king's table sours me, so this tastes like the first real butter I've had since we got back. Sixto's chuckle was a mix of humour and concern. Like it or not, one day that's where you'll always be eating. Declan rolled his eyes. He thought about all the changes in his life since he had left Oncon, and what rebuilding Marquensis entailed, and of the people still alive after the war. His expression became wistful. What? Asked Sixto, noting the change. Just remembering things, then Hava crossed my mind. She and Hatsu changed greatly from when I first knew them. The innkeeper and his wife? Said Sixto. I think that's an act, said Declan. From what I've learned of them since we got back, before they left, I think they're far more than they seemed. When I first met them, they were, as you said, an innkeeper and his wife. She became the best raider captain on the ocean by all reports, and he paused. I'm not sure, but there are times I could feel Hatu, even when he was not around. It's a mystery, but they are definitely more than they seem. That friend of theirs, Dante, he was quite the joker, Sixto said. All very odd, them leaving with those strangers through that glowing thing. The rift, supplied Declan. A breach into another world, said Sixto. If I hadn't seen them vanish through it, I'd count the tale a fable. Declan was silent for a moment as the boy returned with 2 bowls of fish chowder and large spoons. After he set them down and departed, he said, I wonder what that other world is like. I wonder how they are doing there. Chapter 2. Unexpected. Pug tapped Magnus on the shoulder. They had been enjoying another sunrise together. It was becoming a habit when they wished to discuss something alone.
Magnus turned and saw the three newcomers were approaching from the bottom of the bluff, accompanied by Rufio. Pug said, "They seem to be dealing with this change well." Magnus smiled ruefully.
"We'll see. They were a bit overwhelmed. It was late when they arrived, and they were exhausted after our chat, and that Dante fellow was obviously intoxicated. For the last few days, they've been dealing with the real shock to their view of how things are."
Pug nodded. "That must have been amusing."
"Not,"
said Magnus, with a hint of disapproval.
"This world is different enough from theirs that we had no idea of how they'd react. There are no other natural sentient beings on Garn, just humans, for one example. For another, there's never been a single verified interaction with a god or other celestial being, demon, or any other being from another realm. I know you've been busy since they arrived, but you should spend time with them. They are remarkable young people, especially Hattusili. He's why they're here. The one thing both worlds have in common is the thing in the pit."
Pug turned to look at his former teacher. Magnus was tall, a dignified-looking man with white hair flowing to his shoulders. The years had left little evidence of their passing. Pug knew Magnus to be centuries old, yet he appeared to be a man of early middle years, perhaps 40 or so. Pug had learned years before that the powers they shared also prolonged life. Pug had been Magnus's pupil for more than 50 years, yet he did not even look 50 years old. Over that half-century, Pug had come to think of Magnus as more than his master. There was a bond between them Pug didn't fully understand, a level of trust coloured by a sense of the familiar that had existed from the first moment they met. Pug had been gathering shellfish on the rock-strewn beach near the town of Criddy when he was a boy. Magnus had been a passing stranger, yet in an instant, Pug had known implicitly that he was someone to trust. Pug shrugged off that moment of reverie and turned his attention to the matter at hand. Hava, Hattusili, Dante and Rufio reached the top of the knoll. Hava wore a blue tunic long enough to serve as a dress and simple sandals. Pug decided the colours suited her. Hattusili and Dante wore tunics, trousers and boots. They all smiled in greeting.
"You are rested, I trust?"
asked Magnus. "Nice bed," said Hava, smiling at Hattusili. Dante laughed. "These buildings are unfamiliar to me, but very nice. Rufio has been a good minder." The last was said with a hint of irony. "He gave us some history and explained how you rebuilt all this." He gestured back towards the villa. Magnus said,
"They fell on hard times years ago, and—"
He paused, then added,
"That story can wait for another time. Suffice it to say, one of our goals is to rebuild everything that was once lost and add more."
"You leave a lot of very nice things lying around," Dante opined. Hattu shot him a dark glance, knowing Dante's proclivities towards appropriating whatever took his fancy. He then looked at Magnus and Pug. "I'm a little confused." Nathan... Hattu stopped. He was still trying to absorb how Nathan, his previous teacher, had simply turned into glowing particles and vanished before his eyes. He began again. "Nathan said I needed to come here to master my powers, and I'm obviously willing, or I wouldn't be here. But while the villa seems like a nice enough place..."
"You expected more,"
finished Magnus. As dilapidated as the library at the sanctuary was before we started cleaning it up, it was a massive library compared with that little room of books you have at the villa. Pug laughed. "We have other buildings." With a slight lift of his chin, he said, "You haven't seen them all. On the other side of the big hill behind the villa, we have a library too, and a few other buildings." Dante said, "I saw them. I took a stroll the second night we were here, before I went to sleep, over that rise and past the other buildings. I enjoyed it, so I did it again last night and went farther. On the other side of the island, I saw that castle up on the point with those weird blue lights. What's that? Again, Pug laughed. I'll show you soon. It's abandoned now, but the blue lights keep raiders, pirates, and treasure seekers away. There's a long story about that. Speaking of pirates, said Haver, I told Rufio and Zarkara I'm going to need a ship if I'm going to hunt pirates down. Your people have been kind and we've talked about a lot, but nothing about ships. Do I have to steal one? This time, Magnus laughed.
No, I think not. We have many resources. Perhaps after supper tonight we can discuss what sailing the bitter sea is like and what sort of business you might consider.
He looked from face to face.
All in good time, my friends. For the time being, consider this your home.
To Hatu he added,
Now that you've acclimatized yourselves, we can start serious work. This is where you will be studying, training, and even teaching. For how long, we shall see. The short of it is, we have never encountered anyone with your abilities. Trust me when I say, after many years of encountering magic users of every description, you are unique.
Hatishali said, I don't understand. Magnus took a breath and said,
We want the same thing, Hatu.
He put his hand on Hatu's shoulder.
We want to understand what you're capable of, how to help you master your skills, and keep you from harming yourself or others.
Hatu looked puzzled. That's what Nathan kept saying. Pug moved to stand next to Magnus. From one of Nathan's tales, you burned a ship down to the waterline without meaning to? Something like that, Hatu admitted. It was the event that changed my mind about a lot of things. I can tell you the story.
Later, said Magnus. First, there is something we must show you.
He looked at Haver and Dante.
Alone, I'm sorry to say.
Dante's expression was a mask of indifference, but Haver's brow furrowed. I don't keep secrets from my wife, Hatu said.
Very well, Magnus said. If you wanted to share what we'll show you next, we have no way of stopping it.
He glanced at Dante, then asked Hatu,
How about your friend?
Hatu laughed. Him? I need to keep a lot of secrets from him. Dante looked caught halfway between amusement and annoyance, then finally just shrugged broadly and grinned. Yeah, probably a good idea. Rufio said,
I'll show Dante the castle then.
Dante smiled, looking amenable to that.
Follow us, please,
said Magnus, turning and walking farther down the hill. Pug fell into step with him, and Haver and Hatu followed. They turned off the path leading back to the villa and, after a short walk, approached a lovely lake. Magnus led Haver and Hatu along the right-hand shore towards a rising bluff. When they reached the face of the bluff, they saw a cave was hidden by a twist of the rock face, making it difficult to see the concealing crease in the rocks. Magnus took a large torch out of an iron sconce bolted to the stone wall at the entrance. As Pug began to incant, Hatu flicked a finger at the torch and flames began to dance along the surface, causing Magnus to flinch as he thrust the torch away. Pug's eyes widened and he laughed. Magnus also began to chuckle and said,
Surprising, but thank you.
Sorry, said Hatu. I didn't mean to startle you. Show off, said Haver, playfully elbowing Hatu in the ribs. They entered a short tunnel which then widened into a cave. Benches had been carved out of the stone walls in a circle with a second and third ring above. A good 24 people could sit easily here without crowding. Hattusili judged.
We rarely fill the seats, but events happened long ago that made us enlarge this meeting place, and what caused that meeting bears upon why you are here today,"
said Magnus. With a wave of his hand, he indicated they should sit down. Hava and Hattu sat down, Pug taking a seat next to Hattu. Magnus faced them and said,
"We are more than willing, eager even, to help you explore your abilities and learn to control them, Hattusili. In turn, we hope by aiding your mastery of your talents to learn more about the arts we practice. So consider our willingness and hospitality as somewhat self-serving, so you don't mistakenly credit us with too much altruism. You learn from us, and we learn from you."
Hattu smiled, and Hava's expression held a slight hint of humour and a bit of doubt. "I've been meaning to ask you something," Hava said.
"Yes?"
replied Magnus. "How is it we understand each other?" she asked. "On Garn, there's a trading tongue, but each nation has its own language." Hattu said, "They used a trick." Pug laughed. "I had a friend once who said there is no magic, only tricks." Magnus cast a sharp look at his former apprentice, then said,
"It's as your husband said. We have what we call a spell that allows us to understand one another. More, it also teaches you the language you're hearing, so that eventually you will be able to understand without any tricks."
Hava inclined her head. "Very useful." "We think so," offered Pug. "We have a common trading language from the far coast to the distant kingdom of Roldham, which we call the Common Tongue, or simply Common. But even after centuries, there are a lot of local languages from—" Magnus held up his hand, cutting him off. "History lessons can wait." Pug's brow furrowed, and he fell silent, but his expression darkened. "What I have to say is relatively simple at first, but it requires some thought," Magnus said. "Which is?" asked Hattu. "We will do what we can to help you master your powers and skills, but there will be a point you can anticipate from what you saw on your home world in—" He glanced at Pug. "In Garn's wound," supplied Pug. "Your training will go to a certain point, but beyond that point, you must either agree to certain conditions or end your training." "What are those conditions?" Hava asked before Hattu could speak. "This island is many things," said Magnus. "From what I have heard, in some ways, it's a bit like your sanctuary back on Garn. We have a community here which is small but productive, as over the years we've had to become more self-reliant. There's a small cluster of houses on the northwest shore where a group of fishing families provide catches for the island regularly, and an area on the northeast hills given over to terraced vegetable farming. There's a small grove of fruit trees, as well as berry bushes scattered around. Near the fishing village we have a small harbour, well hidden by our arts from passers-by, where our traders arrive with goods we buy from various neighbours, mostly with the free cities and then the kingdom." "What kingdom?" asked Hattu. Pug laughed. "The kingdom of the Isles," said Magnus. "Most people just call it the kingdom." Hava seemed on the verge of a question, but Magnus held up his hand. "As I said, history can wait, and you'll have ample time to ask more questions and learn. I need to focus on one thing, and then you'll be free to roam the island, ask questions, and discuss what I am about to tell you." Hava and Hattu exchanged a quick glance, then nodded. With a wave of his hand, Magnus said, "We who meet here
are called the Conclave of Shadows. How we came to be is another part of history that can wait, but what we do is fundamental to the choice that awaits you soon. Rufio and Zarkara have spoken to me about your ability for far-seeing, and you witnessing an entity, let's say, in a pit on your world, and your ability to manipulate the strands of time that confine it. He paused and then added, a prodigious feat by any measure.
Pug smiled. That is an understatement. I doubt there's anyone on Midkemia capable of such an act. Hatu threw Pug a questioning look, but said nothing. Hava began to look impatient, but before she could speak, Magnus continued.
There will be a point in your training when we will be exploring issues that bear upon the work of the Conclave. At which point, you are free to leave, but should you remain, you have to join us. To serve—
He'll join, interrupted Hava. Both Hatu and Magnus looked at her in surprise, while Pug seemed delighted by her. What? Asked Hatu. Why? Before he could continue, she glanced at Magnus, then at her husband and said, You know how you are. You become impossible if you know there is something out there you need to know but can't. You were horrible as a child when the masters or preceptors wouldn't answer your questions. She looked at Magnus. You have no idea. The tantrums, the fights, just ridiculous. He'll do it, as long as there are things he wants to learn. Hatu was rendered speechless by Hava's interruption, but after a silent moment he looked at Magnus and said, She's right. Pug looked amused.
Well, let's agree to give you tonight to talk it over, and if you feel ready to commit to the Conclave tomorrow, we'll accept that as a provisional agreement.
Magnus's expression turned a bit more serious.
Your potential is unprecedented, Hatu. You will be welcomed into our ranks. As the name suggests, this is more a meeting place than a true organization, but we are like-minded and committed to saving the world.
2 worlds. Pug added quietly. Who's in charge? Asked Hava. Pug began to laugh, but a dark glance from Magnus cut that short, though it looked as if he was struggling to keep his hilarity under control.
In charge?
Asked Magnus. Hava shook her head as if she was talking to an idiot. Every time something has to be decided, you don't get everyone in this conclave together and argue, right? Magnus could only nod. So, who's in charge of the everyday things? At last, Magnus said,
When you put it that way, I guess I am.
Good, said Hava. Now we're getting somewhere. So, if Hatu says he's going to stay and you agree, then it's decided. Magnus looked at Hatu, whose eyes widened. He held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. Rufio reached the meeting area and paused for a moment. Magnus looked at him and said, Lose your guest?
He's in the kitchen,
Rufio answered.
He said the trek up to the castle and back made him hungry.
He's always hungry, said Hatu. Why he's not fat is anyone's guess, said Hava. Magnus slowly shook his head, as if conceding this meeting was at an end.
I'll give you two tonight to talk it over more. Then, if tomorrow you still feel the same way...
He left that hanging. After taking a breath, he said,
Look, you might do well to go exploring a little. Pug, start with the library, and if you lose Hattusali there, escort Hava down to the landing and talk ships.
Pug nodded with a broad smile and motioned for them to follow. When he neared the cave mouth, he said, Excuse me for a moment, I forgot something. Pug returned to where Magnus and Rufio were still talking and finally couldn't restrain himself and burst out laughing. Both men looked at him and Magnus said, What? I'm sorry, said Pug, but I have to say, she reminds me so much of your mother. It's painfully funny. He took a moment to let his mirth subside, then turned and departed. Magnus stood silently, his face an expressionless mask. Finally, Rufio said, "Your mother died before Philip was born," said Magnus quietly. "How?"
"He is starting to remember."
Hava looked down upon the village from a bluff. Hatu was ensconced in the massive library with Magnus, while Pug was escorting her around the island. She studied the buildings below and asked Pug, "How many families?" "About 30, maybe a few more," answered the magician. He indicated a series of net-drying racks and a long quay with a large field of stones for the backfill. "You built that for the fishermen?" she said, indicating the long structure. "Not personally," said Pug. "It started before I was born. There was a very big, war, I guess you could say. Anyway, the conflict changed just about everything in this part of the world and a lot beyond, so this island had to become more self-sufficient and less dependent on trade." Hava said, "Where are the ships?" "On the other side of this bluff," Pug replied, pointing to a headland to their right. He led her across the small promontory, stopping above a narrow pathway to another cove. There was a small set of buildings overlooking a bay. A long pier jutted straight out of a large dock for smaller boats. Hava recognised what the configuration meant. "You don't get a lot of trade here." It wasn't a question. Pug regarded her for a moment and said, "You're right. When I first arrived here, I was told that ships were kept away on purpose, to keep our existence secret from the outside world, from long before I was born, in fact." Hava nodded, thinking of her home nation Koltachin, the Kingdom of the Night, and how an elaborate fantasy had been concocted to keep the true location and identity of the Council of Masters shrouded. "I understand completely." Pug said, "No doubt you do. Can I ask one thing? Were you serious about being a pirate?" She chuckled. "In a way. It's probably more correct to say I was a raider." As they walked slowly across the broad meadow atop the cliff, she explained briefly about the war with the Pride Lords, how she had freed herself and the other captives. "When I got the Queen of Storms, I started hitting the Pride Lord's shipping to free other slaves and to get back as much stolen booty as I could. So, to the Pride Lords, I was a pirate." "Are you looking to be a pirate hunter now?" Hava stopped, crossed her arms, and stared out at the ocean. "I love two things, my husband and captaining a ship. Coming here has made me wonder if I must give up one for the other. I would prefer to keep both." Pug considered a moment, then smiled. "I think that is something we can arrange. We may not need a pirate, but someone who can knock them back a little would be welcome. So, pirate hunter it is." There's an undeclared war of sorts going on with different powers in the Bitter Sea, and while we try to stay out of those struggles, Sorcerer's Isle does a lot of trade with the Free Cities and the Kingdom of the Isles. We need certain things we can't grow or build here. So, we do lose ships to raiders from Queg, Durbin, and elsewhere. Our magic can protect our shipments, but if we are to remain undiscovered, we hesitate to intervene anywhere not close to our shore. So, having an agent who can fend off the raiders and protect our shipping would be welcome. Hava smiled, looking a bit more reassured. "Come," said Pug, "and we'll go down to see about ships, so when you chat with Magnus, you'll have a better notion of what we can do for you." He indicated a track that arched around the bluff. As they walked, he continued, Others can describe how it was before the cataclysm that changed everything, but the population of this island was smaller and the influence of those who lived here farther-reaching. After the cataclysm— What was that cataclysm? Interrupted Heather. Pug was silent for a few moments, then said, I think you'll need to speak with Ruffio, Magnus, or one of the older magicians who lived through it to fully appreciate what a history-changing event it was. What I know is there was an evil so powerful that defeating it changed the face of this world. An unprecedented alliance of warriors from all nations, as well as most magicians and priests, came together to fight that battle. Half the magic users on Midkemia, magicians of every type, sorcerers, powerful priests of every order, half of them perished in the fight, and of those remaining, half were rendered powerless, crippled for life, or mad. Countless warriors met a bloody end. Sounds horrible beyond belief. Our war with the Pride Lords left us devastated, but what you describe— Haver let the thought fall away. I've heard stories all my life, said Pug, and occasionally I've even imagined what it was like. Vivid images, almost as if I was there. But still. He also let his thought go unfinished, then added, An entire range of mountains sank into the ground, creating a vast valley. Rivers changed their courses. A massive forest sprang into existence between the kingdom and the empire of Great Kesh. And more. Haver said, I lived through the ravaging of a large town and city, but the scale you describe, I can't imagine it. History lessons, said Pug, his smile returning. Time for that later. Haver said, Yes, I will have to hear more, but for the time being, I need to find a ship. She smiled and pointed to where the trail ended at the far end of the bluff above the cove and a long trail started down towards the beach below. And that looks like a long hike. Pug stopped and said, I know a quicker way down. Haver halted, turned, and half laughing said, What, jump? Pug smiled and said, Not quite. He reached out to put his hand on Haver's arm, and suddenly they stood upon the sand facing the warehouses behind the long quay. Haver blinked, her eyes widening. What? She exclaimed. It's a trick I learned a while ago, he said. Releasing her arm, he added, I can transport myself to any place I can see or remember clearly. Taking a deep breath and composing herself, Haver asked, Can all you magicians do that? Some can and some can't, he replied. It's something we've studied. Haver appeared to do a bit of self-inventory, shifting her weight slightly between left and right feet, and after another second she looked around, took a breath and said, Next time, no surprise, please? Pug laughed. Easier to show you than try to explain. As we are both undamaged, I concede you are correct. But again, next time, a brief warning? Come along, he said. Let's see about ships. Haver fell in beside him, still slightly shaken. Hearing about magic and experiencing it were two different things. Moving between two warehouses, she discovered a relatively quiet waterfront. Used as she was to the thriving ports in the islands surrounding Koltachin, as well as the bigger ports in Northumbria, this small landing site was positively comatose. Two workers carried a couple of bags from a warehouse to a waiting cart pulled by a single mule, but otherwise it was a still tableau. The boatyard is down there, said Pug, pointing to the northern edge of the cove. As they walked, Haver surveyed the docks and asked, Are there any other ports on this island? None suitable for a ship with a deep keel, if that's what you need, he replied. Not cargo carrier deep, but a swift below-the-waterline craft needs a fairly deep keel as she'll carry a lot of sail, so Not shallow draft either. Pug nodded that he understood. There are a couple of relatively shallow coves not too far from here where small boats can beach, but this is where we offload cargo. The southern coast is mostly cliffs and rocks, with only a single anchorage near the old castle. She caught sight of a boat cradle in the distance, with a couple of men apparently working on a longboat held within it. Why don't you just magic up what you need? Pug laughed. Transporting you or a crate of equal weight is something some of us can manage easily, but we'd rather spend our time on other matters. We keep this small port hidden from passing ships. To a strange vessel, this place looks like a rock cliff, and we like to keep those who sell to us in the dark about who is buying. Haver gave him a questioning look. Someone got the idea ages ago that magicians all have mountains of gold secreted away, he said, half-jokingly. Haver laughed. I have a few stories from when I was a girl about thieves who came to a messy end looking for treasure troves. Tried to rob a dragon, said Pug with a chuckle. Not quite. There are no such things as dragons. I'm talking about rich merchants. Pug interrupted. Here, dragons are real. Haver stopped, wide-eyed. She grabbed Pug's arm and said, You're joking, right? Not joking, he replied. Magnus mentioned there were some important differences between this world and yours. I'll say, she said quietly. Dragons? She left the word hanging. You'll have many questions, and we'll attempt to answer them as best we can. But for now, let's see what we can do about a ship for you. Haver was still trying to grasp the significance of dragons being real here when they reached the northwest end of the dock and found 4 men working on a new longboat. Haver instantly recognised this was a fine example of the boat builder's craft and nodded in appreciation. Zoilus! Pug said loudly enough to be heard above the hammering. The oldest man of the 4 turned and smiled. He had very dark skin, which caused his smile at seeing Pug to look brighter than most. His face was lined by years of hard work, and his dark hair was cropped close to his head and spotted with grey. Otherwise, he was a powerful-looking individual who moved with the fluidity of a much younger man.
Pug,
he said, as he came to stand before the magician and Haver.
I haven't seen you for a while.
Off doing this and that, said Pug, cheerfully. I want you to meet Haver.
Ah,
said Zoilus, extending his hand. Haver took it and endured a strong grip that pumped her arm vigorously for a moment.
Another otherworlder. At least you fetched the pretty one.
Pug laughed. Haver ignored the flattery and stepped past the boat builder to inspect the vessel. The 3 workers halted hammering, and Zoilus shouted,
Did anyone tell you to stop?
The 3 men immediately got back to tapping hard on the wood with big wooden mallets. Haver leaned over and inspected the inside of the boat. Tongue and groove frame? She asked.
Yes, lapstrake hull planks,
Zoilus replied, his expression revealing a little surprise.
Nails get rusty. You know boats?
As well as some. Better than most, she responded. Zoilus grinned broadly.
Cuts down the time to swell the wood for fitting. Once the wood swells, you need a sledge to dislocate the fittings. It's almost like a single frame, and that cuts down on the time needed to make more adjustments.
Haver looked at Pug and said, He's building this to last.
Need a boat?
Asked the master builder. A ship. I need a ship, she replied.
I'm no shipbuilder,
Zoilus said.
But I knew a few before landing here.
Who's the best? Asked Haver. Without hesitation, he said,
Samuel Benoit in Port Vicor. When he's not overseeing ships for the kingdom, he's building the best rough-water freighters on the bitter sea.
He studied Haver's reaction, then said,
But his ships cost a fortune. What type do you need?
My last ship was a nimble raider, 2 masts, jib and spanker, tightest turns for length I've ever seen, faster than any other in a following wind and able to sail close to a headwind. I want something like her. Zoilus laughed without restraint.
A raider, he finally said, ignoring Haver's scowl. What for? Piracy?
That used to be my trade, Haver said flatly, and Zoilus's laughter faded. She turned to Pug. Your friend Zakara said something before I came here, that you have too damn many pirates around here.
That's the truth,
said Zoilus, before Pug could reply.
I had to wait 2 years for the timber for this one boat, and 2 others like it, just because my first 2 shipments got taken by raiders. We have Quegan privateers from that miserable little empire of an island. Some freebooters working for various trading companies out of the free cities, with letters of marque signed by this or that magistrate, and nests of the worst sort sailing out of Durban, Ranham and Plymouth, down along the coast south of here.
She looked at Pug. He waited 2 years. Yes, you need a pirate hunter. Who better to catch pirates than a pirate? She asked seriously. She glanced at Zoilus. Zoilus was silent a long moment and then said,
I'm too old and seen too many things to doubt that. So I'll simply say you'll need a good ship. And Samuel builds the best, but the prices will be dear.
She glanced at Pug, who gave a slight shrug, as if saying that wasn't an issue. So, I need to get to this Port Vicor? She looked again at Pug, this time with a questioning expression. I can get you there.
But it will take a year or more to build a swift ship, said Zoilus.
Haver considered that, then said, I can keep busy while I wait. So, where is the best place to go steal a pirate ship? Her expression was only half serious. Pug suggested they return to the villa. After they were out of the workers' hearing, he said, It's clear that Hattusili is vitally needed to help us understand many things. His magic is unique, and he has experiences with things that are alarmingly familiar to us on Midkemia. But you are just as important to him and to us. So if you really need a ship, we will arrange to get you one. She continued walking in silence for a few minutes as she considered this. Finally, she said, I can wait a year if I must, but I may have to borrow a boat just to get out on the water. As I said, my husband and the sea, not my husband or the sea. I think I understand, Pug replied. He appeared lost in reflection for a moment. Good, she replied. If we can somehow keep things in balance, that benefits everyone. Now, again, I want to know, where's the best place to steal a pirate ship? Pug broke stride and stumbled, then looked at her and saw that she was grinning broadly. He laughed. Chapter 3. Skirmishes. The soldier shouted. Declan turned around and peered up the road towards where the lookout pointed. In a few moments, the smudge in the distance resolved itself into a wagon lumbering towards them. Sixto came to stand next to Declan, then glanced back at the encampment and saw the company was already turning out, adjusting armour and weapons, some saddling horses. Let's go down and see what the fuss is about, said Declan, glad his guards were well trained and hoping being battle-ready was unnecessary. As the wagons drew near, Declan saw it was a 5-wagon caravan with half a dozen guards. Dust-covered and riding horses close to exhaustion, they slowed as they approached the first squad of Marquence's soldiers. After a moment, Declan shouted, "Stand down!" He turned to Sixto. "It's Ratigan and Roz." Sixto smiled. He had met the pair briefly while Declan was recovering from his near death after the sacking of Berrens Hill, and from some gossip had gleaned that Declan and Roz had once been lovers. As the first 2 wagons began to slow, Ratigan holding one arm aloft as a signal to those behind, Sixto turned his attention to the second wagon. Roz was covered in road dust, her hair mostly grey instead of the flaming red of her youth, but she was still an impressive-looking woman. Sixto could understand why Declan had been hers for a time. As the wagons finally came to a halt, the guards between Declan and the first set of horses relaxed. Ratigan, Rosalie, and their crew of teamsters were familiar faces to them.
"Declan!"
shouted Ratigan as he climbed down. As he came to stand before his old friend, he said,
"Or is it Highness?"
"Only in court," said Declan, as the 2 men shook hands. Rosalie reached them and laughed. "I suppose giving you a hug and grabbing your arse is out of the question." Declan laughed and stepped forward, throwing his arms around his former lover. "Hugs never, but the other maybe later?" The last was clearly a jest, and both chuckled. Rosalie had shared his bed every time she'd passed through the village of Oncon for a few years. While sex might be a thing of the past between them, the deep affection remained. "What are you hearing from the east?" Declan asked. Ratigan shrugged.
"Lots of things. None of them good. We've had to quit ill common. No king, no king's men. Thieves, bandits and raiders abound, so we can't run a proper business there."
He shook his head slowly.
"Far worse to the east. People fleeing the church. Bloody work all around. They're killing more savagely than those pride lords, slaughtering anyone who doesn't surrender, and some who do anyway. I heard tales I can scarcely believe, Declan. Mothers and babies left bleeding in the streets. Old men clubbed to death for just not moving along quickly enough. Public executions, beheadings, burning at the stake, flaying alive."
He let out a sigh.
"I've seen a lot, especially during the last war. But from what people say, I'm glad I saw none of what the church is doing."
He pointed to Roz.
"We'll expand our business in Marquenette, and if Roz and I ever head back east, it'll be behind your army, I think."
He paused, then said,
"I need to rest the team, so is there a drink around here?"
Declan looked at Sixto. "The pavilion?" "I believe your Highness will find a selection of wine in a cabinet." Declan made a backhanded slap at his shoulder, which Sixto deftly avoided to the amusement of Roz and Ratigan. Narrowing his gaze, he said, "Tell you what, have your teamsters unhitch and care for the horses, clean up and take a meal at the mess tent. The day is more than half gone. Spend the night and leave at sunrise." Roz laughed and said, "Not that I'm shy, but where can I clean up?" "I've got a bath in that pavilion, haven't I?" Declan asked Sixto. Sixto nodded. Declan waved a guard over. "Heat up some water for a bath and fill the tub in my pavilion." The guard saluted and hurried off. "That'll take a bit of time," Declan said to Roz. "So there's a wash bowl in the mess tent and we can grab a drink and gossip, and when the tub is filled you can bathe."
"A real bath,"
Rosalie said, It's been a while since I've had that pleasure. I could kiss you. Then she said, oh wait, I already have. Colour rose in Declan's cheeks as Rattigan and Sixto chuckled. Ros slipped her arm through Declan's and squeezed. Prince or not, I can still embarrass you. That got Rattigan and Sixto openly laughing. Suddenly, Ros's eyes widened and her mood changed. She said, I'm sorry, Declan. I forgot. Your wife. Declan interrupted her. It's all right. The pain's still there, but it's no longer sharp. He said nothing more for a moment, but Ros knew him well enough to see his pain was hidden behind a wall. He was silent for another moment, then announced, Drinks! Everyone uttered noises of agreement, and they walked towards the mess tent, which was empty except for the commissary staff readying for the evening meal. Seeing Declan enter, they all turned to face him and bowed, a greeting he waved off. Get on with it, he said. Ros quipped, You really don't like the attention, do you? Declan just shook his head. Sixto said, Not for a moment, but Bowl finished training him up. Declan threw him a dark look, and Rattigan laughed as they reached a table and sat down. Rattigan said, I've only met him a few times, arranging freight for the King. He's a shrewd bargainer. More than you know, said Declan in agreement. A commissary porter hurried over and said, Your Highness, run over to my pavilion and fetch over here whatever wine or whiskey we have to drink. After the porter left, Declan said, The East? Little that makes sense, replied Rattigan. As you would expect, Marquensis is the only place still intact at all. Ithrace was already a bone-picker's yard, and now Sandura is under the thumb of the Church of the One. They hanged King Ludovico. I heard burned at the stake, Sixto interrupted. Well, neither of us was there, replied Rattigan, but either way he's still dead. Their nobles have fled or gone to ground, the ones not killed. It was butchery, and few were spared. The streets ran red with blood from the slaughter, I hear. Ilcommon was sacked. Zindaros and Metros had ports raided, nothing like up at Berens Hill or Copper Hills, but enough to visit chaos down there as well. They hit the South Tembria ports hard enough to keep their navvies close to home and savaged any merchant fleet they encountered. On the whole, no one, not even the Church of the One, knows what's going on between here and Sanjura. Lots of rumours, but nothing reliable. Villages burned, towns raided, and people claiming it's the church as often as bandits causing all the misery and bloodshed. All I know is that east of Marquensis there are no safe places. Declan considered what he had discussed so far with his brothers. What is likely, I've been told, is we'll see roving companies, not just mercenaries, but bandits and murderers, and maybe the church. Hence this new fortification. He sat back as several bottles were brought to the table along with drinking cups. Corks were quickly removed by the servants, and they turned to Declan. With a wave of his hand, he said, Bring them whatever they wish. I'll have one glass of that damned whiskey, then back to work. He waited until everyone was served, then took a sip of the bracing drink. I thought I'd choked to death the first time Gwen's dad gave me a drink of this, but after a while, you learn to love it. Not too much, added Sixto, unless you want to suffer the next day. Absolutely, said Declan. That's a lesson I'd learned. Painfully learned, said Sixto. More is not always the right choice, He laughed. The wine and whiskey flowed, and after an hour the teamsters began to drift in, and Declan said, "This has been wonderful, but I have some unfinished duties to attend to. Ros, the bath should be ready by the time you get to the pavilion. Sixto, host the drivers and Rattigan, and keep them from getting drunk enough to start a brawl. Find them quarters in the empty tents, and feed everyone so they don't wake up sick." Sixto acknowledged the instructions, and Declan trudged back to the promontory where the engineers continued preparing for the construction of defences that would prevent any further attacks from the Narrows. Near sunset, Declan ordered the engineering crew to stand down and eat. He waited until the last plans and calculations were gathered up and put away in the big drawer in the table atop the bluff, then followed the last man down. As he expected, Rattigan and the teamsters were halfway drunk. Declan sat next to Sixto, who was relatively sober, and nodded in approval. "Ros bathing?" "She left a while ago," Sixto replied. "I think she's enjoying His Highness's bathtub." "A bath does sound nice, but I think I'll wait. There's going to be a lot more dirt flying around here before we head back to the city." He motioned for Sixto to follow him as he walked to a wash table and rolled up his sleeves. Sixto took a large pitcher of water and poured it into the wash bowl, and Declan picked up a bar of soap. He quickly scrubbed up, then asked, "What's to eat?" Sixto laughed. "What else? Fish." Declan shrugged. "That'll do." They returned to a table apart from the teamsters, and Declan shot a narrow gaze at Rattigan, silently asking him not to let things get too rowdy. He found himself hungrier than he had imagined after one bite of fish. He had lived his entire youth in a fishing village, yet had no idea what it was he was eating. There were spices and herbs that masked the taste, which Declan assumed was probably strong, given the red colour of the flesh. White fish were more delicate, but some of the darker red fish were almost inedible. He also was surprised at how good the fresh bread was, and the ample supply of vegetables. One large flagon of ale on top of a long day's work, and he felt tired to his bones. He glanced out of the entrance to the tent and saw that dusk was upon them. He stood and looked at Sixto. "I'm bedding down early. Keep an eye on that lot, will you?" "They'll follow soon, I think," Sixto replied. "They have an early morning tending their horses before heading out." Declan nodded and left. He made his way past a few of his men who were still savouring the evening breeze, a familiar experience to Declan, who would watch the sunset after a hard day at Edvout's forge where he apprenticed. The cool, salt-tinged air was almost restorative. He entered the pavilion and saw that the tub still dominated the large tent, and, in the darker room, almost didn't notice Ros sleeping on his bed until he stood next to it. He reached down and gently touched her shoulder. She jerked awake and put up her hands defensively as Declan stepped back. "It's just me," he said. Blinking awake, she moved back on the cot and drew her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. She let out a long breath and said, "Too many rough nights on the road, Declan." "After what happened, I know," he interrupted. When the first sign of trouble in the Covenant had occurred, Ros had almost died at the hands of bandits working for the King of Sanjura, who had raped her and left her for dead. It had been Declan and Rattigan who had found her. Following her long recovery, she had once again taken control of her shipping company. After her husband died and she merged her company with Rattigan's, she had appeared, to the casual eye, much the same as before. But Declan had seen the difference. The brutality had changed her, and he knew that false bravado had replaced her previous true fearlessness. Now, She gave a slight shrug, almost girlish in the dim light, despite her years. Declan felt a fondness returning he hadn't felt in a long time, replacing the bitter emptiness that had lingered since Gwen died. Ros had been his lover for a while, and he had come to appreciate what a strong, resilient woman she was, qualities he had recognised in his wife Gwen too, when they first met.
"Stay where you are," he said. "I should probably bed down with my men anyway. This prince business."
She interrupted. "No, I'll go." She rose and put her hand on his shoulder. "It's not just foolishness, but a reminder to your soldiers you're more than a mere captain. Someday you will be king, and even when you're with them, you are always apart. Get used to it, Declan. Besides," she added, "if we're alone here too much longer, Ratigan will come looking for me, unless he's already too drunk to walk, which will make for an interesting drive tomorrow. Yes?" Declan's brow furrowed, and his head moved slightly back as he said, "Why?" Then his eyes opened wide. "Jealousy." She nodded. "You and Ratigan?" She patted his cheek. "Prince or not, you've always been a little simple at times." She nodded. "Ratigan's rough around the edges, but each of us lost a lot, people and property, in that bloody war. I've grown used to him, and he is surprisingly gentle with me. It doesn't heal the losses, Declan, but it eases the pain, and pain fades with time. That's something you need to think on." She gazed at him for a moment, then said, "Good night." She left his pavilion, and Declan sat on the still warm cot, wrestling with what she had just said. "Patrol coming in!" It took Declan only a moment to realise something significant was upon them. The dust from the road revealed the riders were galloping, and by the time Declan had his sword belted around him, he could clearly see the patrol riding hard towards the checkpoint on the road. He glanced at the sun and realised it was almost noon, so this would be the morning patrol coming in fast. Whoever was chasing them must have been camped less than 10 or 15 miles to the east. He hurried down towards the horses. Passing where the troops were garrisoned, he was pleased to see Sixto already had the horses being saddled, men donning armour, and a squad hurrying down the hillside to reinforce the checkpoint. He felt a moment of satisfaction that these former mercenaries and militia were acting exactly as trained. He had a good company of soldiers, not a gang of fighters. By the time he reached the checkpoint, the riders had reined in, and he found himself confronting 4 dusty, exhausted scouts sitting on mounts that were lathered and blowing so hard that their nostrils were flaring. As a former blacksmith, Declan realised these horses had run miles. "How far out?" was his first question. 10 miles, maybe less, my prince," answered the rider in front, a very young corporal. "They were camped, so we got away before they could start chasing us." "Who and how many?" "Can't say who, Highness, but a lot. We didn't stay around to count, but from the dust, I think at least 50, maybe a lot more." Before Declan could answer, Sixto shouted, "Positions!" The soldiers of Marquensis had been moving briskly, but Declan could see a sudden quickening of pace, and before he and Sixto could reach their own mounts, the entire company had taken up defensive positions. If 50 or more riders were approaching, Declan knew the 40 men under his command, not counting any engineer who might be able to fight, should be able to fend them off. The proposed fortress would make that a certainty, but until then, his forces still commanded a very defensible position. He had 20 riders and 20 on foot, deployed to resist any first assault and then counterattack swiftly. Sixto came and stood next to Declan. "Everyone's in position." Declan kept his eyes on a now visible cloud of dust. Good, that was timely done, and these fellows are in a hurry. Sixto said, No advance scout means they don't care who might be here. They're coming hard, said Declan, as he moved closer to where the archers waited behind a barrier of sandbags and piles of rocks. He surveyed the deployment. To Sixto he said, Get 4 riders on the north side of the road, make them our 4 best bowmen, and pull them back out of sight. If whoever's coming tries to skirt us to the north, I want the bowmen to harass them so we can close. If not, they can hit from behind. Sixto immediately hurried off, shouting to 4 archers to accompany him to where the horses waited. Declan reckoned they were as prepared as was possible. At least, he considered, if some spy had seen the work crew days ago and reported back, whoever was coming would find twice as many soldiers ready to fight than anticipated. 40 soldiers instead of 20 would be a surprise. For a moment, he wished Rattigan and his teamsters and guards hadn't left at first light, as that would have meant more than 50 experienced fighters. Still, as Edvald would often say, that's like wishing for dry clothing in a storm. To the soldiers crouching behind the barricades, he said, When we stop them and it gets dusty, drop your bows, draw your swords, and hit them from the side. Highness! The nearest soldier replied. The riders came into view, moving at an easy canter down the road from Ithrace. Either they had ridden a long way through treacherous country, then wended their way through the southernmost passes of the mountains dividing the continent, or they disembarked from a ship in the Narrows to the east. However they got there was beside the point, Declan conceded silently. The riders comprised a good-sized company of men in black, and Declan immediately recognised them as being from the order Bernardo had named the Church Adamant, the military order of the Church of the One. He saw the lead rider raise his right arm, fist balled, then gesture to the right, then left, finally ahead. Riders behind him fanned out on either side, and by the time the distance between the opposing forces had been halved, Declan estimated 50 or more trained cavalry were getting ready to attack. "Archers ready!" Declan shouted, and the bowmen crouching behind the barricade stood, drew arrows from hip quivers, nocked them, and raised their bows, ready to shoot. "Wait until they close, then loose!" He half ran, half slid down the pathway to where a horse waited, held by an obviously nervous young groom. "If you can fight, grab a sword," Declan told him. "If you can't, hide." He settled into the saddle the moment the attackers hit the defenders and turned to see arrows from both sides taking a pair of soldiers off their mounts. Declan circled around as the path from the construction site intercepted the road, dug his heels into the horse's flank, and felt the animal leap forward. He felt his perception changing, as it had before. Things around him seemed to slow, and he was better able to see where the most danger lay and how to avoid it. He hadn't experienced this since the battle that had taken Bogartis' life and left him in command of a company of mercenaries. He felt his own tension fade as he surveyed the struggle. Sword out, he headed for a knot of fighters to his left, where Sixto and the archers were riding and shooting, confronted by a larger group. Declan directed his horse towards the melee and came up behind an enemy rider. The attackers were, as he had suspected, clearly Church Adamant. All wore black tunics, trousers, gloves and boots, and black cuirasses with a white circle embossed on them. Their helms were uniform, close-fitting, open-faced, with a nose guard and a fine chain neck guard. The church horseman sensed another attack and was turning towards Declan when the prince cut downwards and almost severed the rider's leg above the knee. They might be fully armoured from the waist up, but these fighters had elected to wear heavy cloth trousers, better for a long ride, but offering little protection in battle. For this one at least, it was a fatal error. He shouted in pain as blood fountained and he fell out of the saddle. Declan wheeled his horse to engage another, to the relief of a rider who was being attacked. Sixto and his archers dropped their bows and pulled swords, and with Declan's aid, that side of the battle began to steady. Still, it was a close struggle. Declan's archers and defensive position had halted the advance, but the church forces had the advantage in numbers. Declan had no time to count. He just knew there were more black-clad riders than his company. He could see his men holding their own, but he realized the church riders were the best, most disciplined soldiers he had ever faced. Before, he had encountered mercenaries, bandits, and savages, but this was the very type of soldier Dalen was trying to train, like those in the king's personal guard. The midday heat was now upon them, and if the fight dragged on too long, men were more likely to die from fatigue slowing them than from the enemy's skills. It might come down to staying power. Declan's men were rested and fed, and the church forces had been on the trail for days, perhaps weeks, so he silently hoped that would tip the balance. Declan struck out to Ryder, turned his horse, and came in close to the man, getting a sword point inside his shield. His sword slid along the man's steel cuirass, but caught a leather strap on the shield arm and sliced through it. As the shield moved unexpectedly, the church swordsman was caught off guard for an instant, but that was all Declan needed to yank his blade upwards and slice into his shoulder joint. The quality of Declan's blade was now demonstrated in battle, as the rider cried out in agony and blood spurted from a severed artery. Declan leaned over and used his leg to move his horse to the right, barely avoiding a wild swing of the dying man's blade. Declan again circled his mount. He sensed more than saw that this was a close struggle. The few archers on the hillside had been rendered largely ineffective owing to the dust and confusion below them. They risked hitting their own men if they were careless. The arrows stopped flying, and Declan realized that his ability of slowing things in battle had misled him. Mere moments had passed, and his soldiers were following his orders, dropping their bows and attacking the invader's flank on foot. Declan laid about him, striking here and there, occasionally wounding a fighter, but mainly distracting attention from one of his own men for a moment, which often meant the difference between life over death. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw another group of riders, 6 horsemen in the colours of Marquensis, and they were riding hard to help. One held a banner bearing the king's emblem, which he tossed aside as he drew his own sword. The 6 horsemen swept in, and suddenly the balance of the fight shifted, and church riders were taken from their saddles, their blood spattering everyone nearby. Declan spun his exhausted horse, expecting to see the enemy turning to run, but instead they were throwing themselves at Declan's forces. He managed to catch Sixto's attention with a quick wave of his sword. Sixto dodged a blow from a church rider and nodded that he understood. He moved his mount away from the attacking rider, who pursued him. Looping around towards Declan, other men of Marquensis fell into place, and within a few moments, the remaining church riders were being surrounded. Declan tried to shout an offer of quarter, but before he could speak, a rider slammed his horse into Declan's mount, almost tossing him from the saddle. Declan held on to the reins and his horse's mane, twisting to avoid another blow and keep from losing his stirrups. Sisto struck the attacker's shield, and he turned away. Declan recovered and got his sword up to intercept another rider. He blocked a downward strike, slid his blade along his opponent's, then cut across his throat. Spinning his horse, he saw that not one church rider was surrendering, even though the now higher numbers of Marquensis soldiers had finally encircled the church horsemen and were cutting them down, as the soldiers on foot were swarming the riders and pulling them from their horses. Then it was over. Sixto rode over, perspiring profusely.
Not a single one surrendered.
Fanatics, Declan replied. Delnosio said as much. He signalled over one of his men, jumped down from the saddle, and threw the reins of his mount to the soldier. Inspecting the dead church horseman, he turned to Sixto and said, "Look at that armour." "Lacquered." Declan picked up a helm and nodded. "This is fine work. I know what Edvald would have charged to make a helm like this for a vain noble, and this is designed for warriors, not for fat men on parade." He looked around at the fallen church soldiers. 60 such, and matching cuirasses. Fine tunics. He tossed the helm to Sixto, who looked closely at it. Without waiting for word from Declan, he shouted, "Strip all the armour and weapons!" He pointed to a hillock on the far side of the road from the hill where the construction was underway and shouted, "Build a pyre and burn these bodies!" The exhausted soldiers hesitated, then began to obey Sixto's command. Declan nodded approval. He turned to the newly arrived soldiers and asked, "Who's in charge?" A soldier with the mark of a sergeant on his tunic stepped forward and said, "I am, Highness." Declan looked around, numbering his dead and wounded. At least 25 soldiers from Marquensis lay dead. He then returned his attention to the sergeant and said, "You arrived in timely fashion." The sergeant could only nod. "I was sent by the King's first advisor with a message for His Highness." Trying not to wince at the honorific, Declan said, "What message?" The sergeant reached inside his tunic and pulled out a rolled parchment, wrapped with a ribbon and a wax seal. Declan broke the seal as Sixto came to stand at his shoulder. He read the message, then closed his eyes and shook his head slightly for a moment. Sixto said, "What is it?" "From Balvin," said Declan. "The church is attacking." Sixto glanced around at the dead and wounded, then said, "I noticed." An exhausted Declan sat heavily in his chair in the king's meeting chamber. He had ridden hard for days, with 2 remounts in tow and caught short naps, but after 2.5 days, he'd reached Marquinet. Balvin said, "You going to live?" "Unfortunately," Declan responded as the servant placed a steaming mug of coffee before him. He blew across the top and took a sip, placing it down to let it cool a bit more. "I'll set off as soon as I got the message." King Daelon said, "You left 2 days ago? 2 nights?" "A little longer. I got the message after we were hit by 60 or so church cavalry. I left immediately." Daelon glanced at Delnosio with a questioning expression. The former prelate of the church nodded. "Given the distances, both companies must have left Sandura about the same time. It was as close to a coordinated attack as possible." "Both?" asked Declan. "We got word 2 days ago that another column of raiders struck Berens Hill. Luckily, most of the work on the fortifications was finished, and besides the 100 soldiers deployed there, we also had almost 100 workers, many of them more than willing to pick up an axe or hammer and start swinging," said Balvin. Daelon asked Delnosio, "What's next?" "These are patrols in force," answered the former episcopos. "Their mission is to probe, take a position if possible, then send for larger forces to advance. If no one returns after a certain time, they send a following patrol to see where the last one fell." "It's a bloody way to get information," said Declan. "Not one of them surrendered." "They won't," said Delnosio. "As I have said before, there are nothing but the faithful in the Church Adamant, to the point of fanaticism. The Church may use mercenary forces when it suits them, but people like myself leave the army only by dying or joining the priesthood. His voice hoarse with fatigue, Declan said, "A waste of some of the best fighters I've seen." Delnosio nodded. "I think you still haven't fully grasped the point, my prince. The Church has soldiers to waste. They completely control an entire continent. They conscript thousands of youngsters every year, weeding out those unfit for their purposes, and have convinced the population of Inast that serving the Church is the highest calling possible. They pacified the whole of Inast when your grandfather was a boy." He tilted his head and in a more sardonic tone added, "And that also serves to uphold their status in the eyes of the people. So even if only one boy out of 100 grows up to be a mindless believer, that means a vast army of those willing to kill and die without question." Declan took a long drink of coffee, savouring the pungency, and said, "I thought we had our fill of fanatics with those Ajanti on Naitani." King Daelon nodded. "We all wish that. But as Hava said, the Pride Lords were lavishly dressed criminals, not a true ruling nobility. They used that myth of monsters who ate people, claiming to have bested them to keep the population under their control." Balvin nodded. "Be that as it may, what do we expect next from the Church?" He asked Delnosio. "They'll attempt to create a foothold somewhere between your north and south fortifications." Delnosio stood and moved to the map Daelon had pinned to the wall. Pointing to what had been northern Ilcommon, he said, "With no Ilcommon patrols, somewhere between here and the southern wildlands, I suspect." He moved his finger westwards, "Or in that big forest to the east of here, Majesty. They could move in an engineering company and have a garrison camp built in a week or two. Once they have a staging point, they'll build up an invasion force, then hit the heart of your new kingdom, coming straight here. If Marquinet falls, Marquensis falls." "I've already ordered Baron's Hill and the southern fortification reinforced, so let's get more scouts between," said the king. "We've already been scouting," Balvin reminded his brother, "but we'll send a few more out there." He looked at the map and said, "The eastern forest has long been ignored except for foresters around the edges and a few charcoal burners who glean branches and fell small trunks. We don't know what's in there." "Time to find out," said Declan, rising. "I need sleep." He looked at the king, who nodded. "Tomorrow, if it pleases you, I'll ride to Baron's Hill and talk to whoever's settling in. While I trust our friend's estimation of things," he nodded at Delnosio, "I think we're also vulnerable to a thrust between there and Copper Hills." "Possible," said Bernardo, also standing, "but unlikely. A long battle is not the way of the Church Adamant. They simply hit hard and fast and try to overwhelm. Even if they overran the area to the point of taking Port Colossus, they'll announce their presence and provide us with time to prepare for an attack from the north." Declan glanced at Balvin and the king, noting Delnosio's use of the word us, and giving them both a slight nod. He said, "That does seem to be their style. It was a close-run thing down at the peninsula. Those 6 riders who came with your message gave us the day. It was tight. We had position, they were tired, and they didn't expect a stout defence. But as I said, it was close." The king rose and said, That will be all. He motioned for Declan to linger after Del Nocio and the attendants left. When only the three brothers remained, the king said, "Do I even want to know how close it was?" Declan slowly shook his head. "Probably not." "You'll return with a company at your back as soon as possible." Declan was too tired to argue, and he saw the wisdom of that. "Very well." Looking at Balvin, he said, "When you can, send along more builders and labourers if you can spare them. That southern fortification needs to be finished as quickly as possible." "Already done," replied Balvin. Declan sighed deeply from fatigue and tension. "What have I said?" he began. "About the Pride Lords being nothing but criminals." "Yes?" asked the king. "It makes me wish she was still here." "Why?" asked Dalan. "Because, sooner or later, the church will be bringing a fleet across from Inast, either up the Narrows or landing in Sandura. But either way, it would be nice to have our own fleet out there, sinking as many ships as possible before they made landfall."
"Indeed," said Balvin. "She is an impressive young woman."
Declan departed for his quarters and rest, and after he left, Balvin looked at his brother and said,
"Another world. I wonder what she's up to over there."
Chapter 4. Port Vicor. Dante's eyes widened. He let out a woof noise as the three of them, Dante, Haver, and Pug, appeared inside a large chamber. Haver disentangled herself from Pug's grip around her waist as Dante spun in place, trying to assess their new surroundings. A moment before, they had been standing in a small garden between the buildings of the villa, and now they were in a large room illuminated by candle sconces. A single door before them opened, and a young woman in a black robe stepped through. "Pug!" The young woman appeared delighted to see him. She was slender, with cropped brown hair and a deeply tanned complexion, which made her green eyes startling. "Who are your friends?" "Delin, this is Haver and Dante. Haver, Dante, this is Delin, one of my more difficult students." Pug's tone was affectionate. "Students?" said Haver, as she took Delin's outstretched hand and gave it a shake. Looking at Pug, she said, "You're a preceptor." Dante's expression revealed he wasn't happy with that revelation. "In a manner of speaking," Pug answered. "From what little I know of your education, nothing like you would expect. Here, our methods are less severe, though perhaps as demanding." "Where are we?" Dante asked. "Come," said Delin. She turned and motioned for them to follow her through the door. They entered a long hall with torch sconces and doors alternating. Haver glanced at Dante, who was watching Delin. Knowing her lifelong friend, Haver suppressed a chuckle. She was certain he was trying to decide if he found her attractive enough to make a fool out of himself. Usually, that required a good supply of ale, wine, or spirits, but even when sober, attractive women made Dante act like an idiot. The hallway came to an end, and Delin opened a door that revealed a long, curved balcony. Here, they found themselves overlooking a terrace and wide meadow which swept down to a distant beach, beyond which they could see water lazily rolling. Dark waves as the clouds above were hiding the sun. Haver shot a glance at Pug, silently echoing Dante's previous question, "Where are we?" "Welcome to Stardock," said Delin. Pug smiled and said, "This is home to the Academy of Magicians. We need to stop here for a bit before moving on to Port Vicor." "You have business in the kingdom?" Delin asked Pug. With a broad smile, Pug said, "Always with the questions, Delin." "None of my business, then," she replied, looking abashed. Pug laughed. "No, it's a good quality, having questions. It's just that a time and a place should be considered." Before she could respond, he added, "No, my friend Hava has business in Port Vicor. She requires a ship." "That's the place, then," said Delin with a nod. Pug looked at Hava and Dante and said, "There are a few things about visiting the kingdom you need to master, even to be able to approach a shipbuilder. We've enabled you to speak to anyone for a while, but many little things—" Hava interrupted. "Dante and I were trained from childhood how to observe a strange place and quickly blend in. We come from a nation of thieves, spies and assassins." "Well and good," said Pug. "That will make what we do go quickly. And there are things we don't know, so I need to put out a few inquiries, such as how much is a fair price for the type of ship you seek." "And how to dress so as not to attract undue attention," added Delin. Hava nodded and glanced at Dante, whose expression showed he also understood the logic. Their training was to fade into the background and not be noticed. But Hava was about to announce to strangers that she was a person with enough resources to commission a ship to be built. Hava said to Pug, "I need to look like a woman of means, someone with a story about why no one in—" She threw a questioning look at Pug. "Port Vicor," he supplied. "Why no one in Port Vicor has ever heard of me or anyone related to me. Being a mysterious woman only draws attention. If we were running a confidence game back home, Hatu or another would be the wealthy man and I would be the wife or mistress." "But she'll be in charge," added Dante. Pug and Delin exchanged glances and smiled. "Yes," said Pug. "You certainly understand what will be required. There is a lot of history involved." "But history can wait," said Hava with a chuckle. "Very well," agreed Pug. "Suffice to say we have a lot of different people around the Bitter Sea and the far coast. It comes from there being a number of invasions, wars, empires and kingdoms living cheek by jowl. So, for the moment, we'll have you two come from one of the trading consortiums in the Free Cities. We'll come up with some plausible stories." "In my experience," supplied Hava, "gold makes most stories plausible. You said I wouldn't have to pirate a ship." Pug's eyebrows raised and he looked a little bemused. "Magnus and I would rather not call attention to our island." Dante said, "Don't worry. She's very good at getting people to blame others. Just tell us who you want blamed for stealing a ship and that's that." Both Pug and Delin laughed. "I don't think that will be necessary. Come now." He and Delin led them across the terrace into an alcove with a circular stairway. They went down a floor and out of a door to a small courtyard. "We have quarters for guests here," he said. "How long do you think this will take?" asked Dante. With a shake of her head, Hava said, "He gets restless if he's not doing something." "We'll find ways to keep you busy," Delin said to Dante. "Before today, I would have said a week or two, but now perhaps 2-3 days, and you two will pass for a rich trading couple from Margrave's Port. It's one of the lesser communities in the Free Cities of Natal, and you're far less likely to run into someone who has actually been there than one of the larger cities. The Free Cities have lots of merchants and few shipbuilders, so they do a fair trade with the builders in Port Vicor." "Seems good," said Hava, as she and Dante were shown to their quarters. They were given adjacent rooms with separate doors that opened into tidy apartments. Each held a bed, a chest and a dresser. Hava was impressed by a surprisingly clear mirror hanging over the wash basin. Delin followed her inside and Hava said, "Where I come from, this mirror would be very expensive." Delin smiled. "I think You'll find many things here in Stardock that are costly elsewhere. One of the benefits of having both Greater Path magicians and Lesser Path magic artificers living together. Greater Path? Lesser? I don't understand. That will be part of your training for the next few days, answered Delin. There are many things about Midkemia that will seem incomprehensible to you, yet are taken for granted by people who live here. Like dragons? Said Haver, still doubting that claim. Delin nodded. Few ever see them, but all know they exist. Haver slowly looked around, then moved back through the door and saw that Dante was exiting his quarters. Nice room, he said. You tired? She asked. Not especially, he replied, but I am hungry. You're always hungry, she replied with a slight chuckle. True. Turning to Pug, he said, Is there something to eat? I was going to show you the dining hall later, but we can probably get you something now. Follow me and mark the way. We always mark the way, answered Haver, part of our training. I expected as much, replied Pug. I wonder what Hatter is up to, said Dante, as they fell in behind Delin and Pug. Haver smiled. Knowing my husband? He's up to his backside in books somewhere. Hatu sat on a well-padded stool with a large volume opened on the table before him, his eyes scanning the page. Magnus sat to his right, watching in fascination as Hatu quickly turned each page gently, for the book was ancient. Late afternoon sunlight streamed in through a high window, and Magnus had been with Hattusili all day. I don't understand, said Hatu after another moment.
What don't you understand?
Asked Magnus. He moved to an empty chair and sat down.
I thought you could read anything.
So far. At least I've not found anything written in a language I couldn't grasp. Some take longer than others. No, what I meant was, I understand what is written here, but it just doesn't make sense.
Can you explain?
Hatu looked at Magnus as if grasping for words, then said, This is a story, but I don't think it's real.
Like a fiction?
Fiction? Hatu echoed.
A story made up to entertain, to perhaps make a point?
Ah, said Hatu, nodding enthusiastically. The tales spun by storytellers, singers, minstrels, exactly, but why go to all the trouble of writing this down as if it's an important history? Vanity?
The author's vanity?
This is a great deal of work. He put his hand on the massive book, but the scribe work alone is months at least, if there was more than one scribe, years if the author wrote it alone. He pushed himself back from the table and took a breath.
What?
Asked Magnus. But it doesn't read like a tale. If it was something sung by a minstrel or told about in an inn on my world, the storyteller would be thrown out of the tavern. Magnus chuckled.
That bad?
Again, Hatu considered silently before answering. Not bad in one way. It's as if the writer is thinking, suggesting. Anyway, it's about travelling through time and no names or places are talked about, really. Magnus laughed.
I think I know your problem.
What? Said Hattusili, his features darkening slightly as if he anticipated a rebuke. Magnus held up a hand in a placating gesture.
I forget how different things must be where you come from. And whenever you speak of your school, it's a training centre for spies, assassins and killers, not a place of education as we might know here. You are reading what is known as theory. That is, a work that makes suppositions based on how much or little, in many cases, a writer knows on the subject. What does it say?
asked Magnus.
It doesn't matter, really.
This is all wrong. Magnus's brow furrowed slightly.
What do you mean?
The writer of this massive book doesn't know what he's writing about, assuming Jashtahara Simbawak is a man or even human. Time doesn't work the way he thinks.
What do you mean by that?
Asked Magnus eagerly. He describes time like... Hatu shrugged. I don't know if I can describe this.
Try. You can always change how you say things if you need to.
I need to eat, said Hatu, sounding fatigued. Magnus nodded as he stood up.
You've been at this all day. Come, let's go get some food, and you can ponder what you wish to say at your leisure. My father used to say, sleep on a thing, as a rested mind often sees a solution to a problem that seemed insurmountable the day before.
Sounds like a wise man, your father, Hatu responded, also rising.
Very,
said Magnus. He led Hatushali out of the massive library and class complex, which was cleverly hidden inside a hillside, outside to the path leading around the hill to the villa. The sun was low in the west, and Magnus said,
We were there longer than I imagined. What's that old saying? Time flies when things are interesting?
Hatu laughed. On Garn, it was when things are entertaining. Interesting and entertaining are often at cross purposes.
That is true,
Magnus agreed. Then Hatu stopped, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, Oh!
What?
Asked Magnus, turning to face him. That book. The one trying to explain time, I think. I'm almost... He shook his head and said, No, not quite yet. But I'm close to understanding why I think the writer is wrong.
Tell me over a meal, said Magnus with a smile. I've discovered I'm hungry too. We forgot lunch.
Hatu liked the white-haired man's smile. His view of Magnus was based on a lifetime of training in the kingdom of the night. How to assess a person, judging the best way to take advantage of them. Now he saw a complicated man, apparently with several lifetimes' worth of experience, yet in some ways unsure of his relationships and whom he could trust. It was a wariness that most people would not note, and of those Hatu knew, perhaps only Master Bodai and Hava would also recognize it. Magnus kept it so well hidden. Hatu considered he saw it only because of the close hours they had spent together in discovering what it was about Hatu's talents that made him unique in this strange land of magic and wonder. Reaching the dining hall, they found there was still more than a dozen young men and women at the tables, while another group was hurriedly bringing food and clearing tables. Hatu had seen the routine enough times to feel familiar with it. Students dividing up duties, different groups assuming different tasks. The way various groups within the population of Sorcerer's Isle were assigned tasks still perplexed him. There were no obvious servants or anyone of higher station, and the presence of several intelligent beings who were clearly not human still fascinated him. He pulled his attention away from a particularly striking individual who looked like a tall, thin human woman, but with deep blue skin and violet eyes with no white sclera and black hair so fine it appeared to float around her head as she moved. She was engaged in a lively conversation with a young man who seemed oblivious to her alien appearance. "Don't stare," Hatu muttered to himself. Magnus nodded thanks to the student who brought over a tray with 2 dishes full of stew, a loaf of bread, a pitcher brimming with ale, and 2 mugs. Discovering he was hungrier than he had thought, Hatu grabbed a bowl, then the bread, and started tearing off a hunk. Magnus laughed as he filled both mugs.
We did ignore a midday meal, didn't we?
Trying not to laugh with a mouthful of food, Hatu could only nod. Swallowing, he grabbed a mug and washed the food down with a slug of ale. Smacking his lips, he chuckled and said, "Yes, we did." After a moment, he added, "I never appreciated good beef stew until after the war at home."
"How's that?"
asked Magnus. "Well, the raiders not only burned crops, but slaughtered herds. So for the last year and more, it's been mostly fish chowder and vegetable stew, and even that was hard to come by. Many days we had nothing but coarse bread and a thin gruel if there was grain left over from the bread making. We found some scattered livestock, and a few sheep and cattle were butchered, but the majority were left for breeding." Magnus shrugged.
"At least you had food. I've travelled to places savaged by war where there was nothing at all to eat."
Hatu inclined his head in agreement. "I've been hungry, but never starving. You make a good point."
"That book which troubles you. Care to talk about it?"
Hatu shook his head. "I think I need to ponder further. There's something there I'm not seeing yet. Not in what was written, but rather in the belief it was built upon. I can't put it into words yet." Magnus indicated that he understood.
"Take your time."
Hatu tried hard not to laugh, since his mouth was half full. He swallowed and said, "It is all about time."
"In all my years of study and experience, time is perhaps the most elusive of all things to grasp, let alone master."
"Did you ever know anyone who mastered time?" Hatu was genuinely curious, his eyes fixed on Magnus over the brim of his mug.
"It's difficult for me to say. I've heard stories from reliable sources involving travelling through time and visiting places where time doesn't seem to exist, but I've never seen such things for myself."
Hatu nodded. "One can't see events through the eyes of another. It's something we had drilled into us when evaluating information that we came across and in relaying that information to our masters." He finished off his ale.
"Another?"
Magnus asked, indicating the now empty mug. "Please," said Hatu, lifting his spoon to his mouth. He watched Magnus pour, and abruptly the spoon stopped moving and his eyes widened. Magnus noticed his change in expression.
"What is it?"
"Stop pouring," said Hatu. He put down the spoon and reached out to take the mug. A quick series of swallows, and he drained the half-filled mug. He held it out, belched a little, and said, "Fill it slowly, please." He seemed fascinated as Magnus slowly poured out a trickle of ale. He fixed his gaze on the small stream of amber liquid falling into the mug. When it was full, Magnus stopped.
"Yes?"
he asked Hatu. "Not yet," he said. "But I think I'm closer to understanding what we were speaking of. Time." Magnus looked at the now full mug and said,
"History teaches us that some discoveries start in stranger places than an ale cup, though I don't recall too many of them."
Hatu said, "I believe you. I just still need to ponder, but an idea is forming."
"Then let us finish and be off for a good rest. Perhaps tomorrow your idea will have formed."
"Perhaps," agreed Hatushali. "Though my quarters are hardly inviting without Hava there. I do miss her." Magnus inclined his head.
"It's been a very long time since I felt that way about a woman, but I do remember. I expect Philip will have her back here soon."
"I hope you are right," said Hatu. Then he took another gulp of ale. The sudden transition from one location to another still caused Hava and Dante a moment of disorientation, but both quickly surveyed their surroundings. "Where are we?" asked Haver. She was wearing a simple but well-tailored dress that reached her ankles. Blue, with a high collar edged with white stitching, fastened in the front with buttons that she had to fumble with until Delin had assisted. She realised that the majority of her shirts were tunics, and that she preferred trousers and boots to dresses and shoes. Around her shoulders rested a light pale yellow shawl, purely decorative, as it offered scant warmth. "We are in a small storage building that we use when we wish to travel here without attracting attention." Pug now wore garb appropriate to a general factotum employed by a trading house, a simple but well-made blue shirt with pleated sleeves, a wide black belt with a dagger, for fashion rather than for defence, and tan trousers tucked into the top of good black boots. On his head perched a black beret with a small red feather set at a jaunty angle. Haver looked impressed. It was a dramatic change from his usual black robe and sandals. "By us, you mean you and Magnus?" Pug nodded. "And some others. Let me check outside to see if a coach we arranged is here." He went out through the door and closed it behind him. "Have I mentioned," she said, fussing with the dress's waist, "that I hate dresses?" "Many times," Dante replied. "I had to wear them constantly when I trained with the perfumed women." "You never talk about your time there." Haver shot Dante a sharp gaze. "Right." Dante repressed a chuckle. It was clear that this topic was closed. He asked, "How do I look?" He wore a black overjacket with elbow-length sleeves, a pale blue shirt, and plain grey trousers tucked into the top of mid-calf black boots. Not very fancy, but obviously nicely made and well polished. He held a walking stick with a lethal blade secreted inside the shaft. A fat purse of coins rested just inside the jacket, tied by a cord to his belt to foil any pickpockets he might encounter. Pug had explained the value of the coins, a very logical system in this Kingdom of the Isles. 10 copper coins equaled 1 silver, and 10 of those was equal to a gold. The difference in size made it easy to tell just from touch which coin was being pulled out of the purse. "Like a prosperous but not noticeably wealthy man of the Free Cities?" Haver looked approving. Pug returned to say, "The coach is here." "Donald of House Duran," said Dante, his accent changing slightly, raising the pitch of his voice. "We're in a trading consortium." Even his posture shifted enough to make his large frame appear less threatening as he moved towards Pug, extending his hand. "How are you, my fine fellow?" Pug looked impressed. "You're both quick studies." "When it suits him," said Haver. Dante's tone turned serious. "I've never dropped a con by misplaying a role." "That is true," she admitted. "Now that I think about it, I wondered why you weren't sent out on more confidence grifts." "Because I find them tedious and went out of my way to avoid them. I'm a brawler, not a confidence trickster," he said. He looked at Pug. "The sooner we get on with this, the sooner we're done, right?" "And the sooner you can run off looking for trouble, right?" said Haver. Dante grinned. "You know me too well, my dear," he replied in the character voice he developed. Pug said, "Let us go then." Outside there awaited a closed carriage with windows more ornate than those Haver had seen when leaving the perfumed women, riding with Mistress Mulray, their leader, and less lavish even than King Dalon's. She looked at Pug and gave him a slight nod. They boarded the carriage, Pug seating himself opposite Haver and Dante. The driver had been instructed on his destination and drove the team without Pug instructing him. Haver pulled aside the window curtain and looked out. A different world, yet it looks familiar. People look pretty much the same here. Pug inclined his head as if agreeing. So I've found travelling to other worlds. People are people. Different languages, customs and beliefs, but for the most part they want safety, they love their children, and they just want to be able to survive. His expression darkened, but the universe appears bent on denying many of those simple goals. Thinking of the destruction of Berrens Hill and the wholesale savagery visited on much of North Tembria, Haver said, "It does seem that way at times, doesn't it?" Pug looked thoughtfully off into the distance through the window. Quietly he said, "Sometimes it can be overwhelming to consider the struggles that came before. Yet, somehow, we're all still here." And look, his gaze dropped to the people in the streets, scurrying about their business, pushing carts or peering into shop windows. "Little bugger," Dante exclaimed quietly. Haver and Pug glanced to see him looking out of the window on the other side of their carriage. He turned to them. "Got thieves here, just like home?" Haver's eyes widened in a silent question. "Four-boy team, I think," he said, "but I only saw two, the stall and the cutter." He shook his head slowly. "Not very good, though. If the mark hadn't been distracted already haggling with a merchant, he might have noticed the lad lifting his purse." "You'll find out as soon as he tries to pay the merchant," Haver replied. Pug's confusion prompted a quick explanation of the art of team pickpocketing by gangs of urchins. Haver finished by saying, "It's the first part of street training back where we come from. If you survive a year or two of petty thievery in the markets, you get moved up in the ranks in whichever crew you are assigned to." Pug looked wryly amused. "I read a bit about your Kingdom of the Night from what Nathan told Magnus and what Rufio said after his time in the sanctuary. It was transcribed for us to read. Not the details of your upbringings, apparently." He regarded his two companions with new appreciation. "It's easy to see why you two are so quick in adapting to changing circumstance and playing these roles." "Adapt or die," Dante said, as if repeating a mantra. "If I heard Master Bodai say that once, I heard it 1,000 times." "That, my friend," said Pug, "is true of all living things." "Well, now we know this world is very much like ours," said Dante with a grin. "I thought I might warn you Port Vicor can be a rough place to travel, but I see you're more than capable of judging the risks." "No guards, constables or watchmen?" asked Haver. "Oh, this is a king's city. It's the most important kingdom port on the Bitter Sea. Krondor, the capital, is 2 days' travel up the coast and was once the biggest port, but it was nearly destroyed in a war centuries ago. This port was enlarged and used while Krondor was being rebuilt. That took almost 100 years. By the time Krondor was re-established, this city had become the accustomed port for most shipping and trade. Then came that terrible struggle Magnus and I mentioned, and the entire region of the Western Kingdom, the Free Cities and the north of the Empire of Kesh, was forever changed." He looked distracted for a moment, then said, "Sometimes the stories are so real." He shook his head. "In any event, Port Vicor is now the second largest city on this coast and the largest trading hub. That trade is a shadow of what it was before the Great Upheaval, but it's still brisk. But it's a corrupt place. Merchants bribe gangs, gangs bribe watchmen and constables, and the military is too busy guarding against raids from the wilds to the south of the border." Dante laughed. "Sounds like my kind of city." Haver elbowed him in the ribs, and it wasn't a humorous jab. "Behave, fool!" Pug's eyes widened. He looked to be caught halfway between surprise and laughter. Turning to him, Haver said, "My idiot friend has an appetite for trouble." At that point, Pug laughed. "I had a friend once." He cut himself off. I've heard stories of a friend of..." He winced as if in pain. "You all right?" Haver asked. Pug closed his eyes tightly for a moment, then took a deep breath. "I'm fine," he replied. "Just for a moment there was a memory." He chuckled. "No, it's just I've heard some stories so many times they're almost like memories. And a name popped into my head. Jimmy." "Jimmy? A legendary figure," said Pug. "According to all the lore, he was a street thief who befriended a prince, or rather, the prince befriended him, and he rose to high rank. A duke." "What's a duke?" asked Dante. "It's a noble rank, just below that of a king." "Like our barons," said Haver. Pug said, "We have barons too, but dukes are higher." Dante said, "Labels are nothing. We've seen a baron become a king. This Jimmy sounds like someone I'd like to meet." Pug sat back against the cushions. "I think I would too." After a while, he said to Haver, "If you're to purchase a ship, I think it serves to let you know how things are in the Bitter Sea." He went on to detail something of the relationships as they existed now, the closing off of the Empire of Kesh to all foreigners, the revolt of Kesh's former client nations, and the abandonment of their cities along the edge of the Jalpur Desert. He finished by saying, "The kingdom still trades with the Eastern Kingdoms and the Kingdom of Roldom, but that's the Eastern Realm. Sorcerer's Isle is concerned with the Western Realm, here and in Krondor and up to Yarbon. The island nation of Queg, the self-styled empire, has always been something of a rogue nation of pirates, and the free cities, where you pretend to be from, they usually keep neutral on all but the direst of conflicts." Haver smiled. "Sounds very rough and tumble." "Indeed," said Pug. "As I said, we can keep ships away from Sorcerer's Isle, but getting them close can be a problem at times." The carriage rolled to a stop, and Pug glanced out of the window. "We're here." They exited the carriage and entered a wooden building opposite the docks. Haver glanced around and saw that there were a half-dozen large dry docks in which ships were having barnacles scraped off their hulls, being repaired, or were under construction. One sat alone, and to Haver's eyes it looked finished. A heavy freighter from what she could tell. At a small writing table by a door leading back to the rear of the building sat a clerk, a small man with a fringe of hair, pudgy features and ink-stained fingers. He looked up and said, "Yes." Pug said, "We're here to see Samuel Benoit." "He's busy," came the reply. The clerk seemed to puff up with self-importance and added, "What do you want?" Before Pug could speak, Dante leaned forward to be eye-level with the clerk and said, "We're hit by a ship, you worm. Now go get your master before I lose my temper and we take my business elsewhere." The clerk sat back, so fast he almost fell over, and scrambled to get off his stool. He blinked in confusion for a moment, then regained his composure. As he retreated towards the rear door, he said, "I'll see if Mr. Benoit can see you." When the clerk had disappeared, Pug smiled and said, "Well done." Dante grinned. A few moments later, an older man with silver hair, broad shoulders and a barrel chest came through the door.
"You demanded to see me."
Pug stepped forward and said, "Honourable Sir, forgive my master's impatience. He seeks the finest shipbuilder in the kingdom. He has specific needs and will not abide an inferior builder." Samuel Benoit looked at them askance.
"Flattery is lost on me. I'm busy and need to attend to my trade. What do you want?"
Before Pug could reply, Haver said quietly, "My husband needs a ship, somewhat bigger than a cutter, 2 masts not one but nimble, fore and aft, with a square-rigged aft sail, a spanker, with a foredeck big enough for a ballista, cargo hold, and berths for 30 men.
"A warship? Not a freighter?"
Benoit asked. Improvising, Haver said, My husband has freight carriers aplenty, good sir, but he is plagued by pirates and needs guardians. Used freighters are plentiful. Escort ships are not. Lost cargo is his concern. Benoit was slightly taken aback that this woman was speaking and glanced at Dante, who feigned indifference and in his affected voice said, "I'm a merchant by birth and upbringing, but my lovely wife is the daughter of a sea captain from a long line of the same. She was climbing in the rigging as a child and knows more about ships than I care to contemplate, so I always stand by her good judgment in such matters. If she says we need such a ship, we need such a ship. Cost is of no concern. Name a price." Pug almost winced at the last. Benoit was quiet for a moment. Then he said,
"Let me show you something."
He led them out of the front door, across the street, and down a short access road to the dry docks they had spied earlier. Up close, Haver took note that the work was proceeding at a slow, steady pace, and that more men would get the jobs done faster. She assumed that no one was paying extra for a quick refitting and reckoned that meant she had an advantage if she were to offer a premium for quick work. She admired the construction of the dry docks. Massive wooden cradles held the ships in berths that were emptied of water by a clever mechanism of water troughs, lifted and poured back into the bay, and, when work was finished, the berth could be flooded by a simple lift gate in the larger barrier. Once floated, the ship could be towed out of the dock. Working this way was much faster than careening a ship on a beach or sending divers down while it was at anchor, both of which were time-consuming and the latter dangerous. The sun was out and the breeze was fresh, and Haver decided she liked this city. If time permitted, she'd like to return and spend a little time exploring. Turning to his right, Benoit led them to a work area at the end of the berths, a dry dock where a freshly laid keel waited, with the work on the hull timbers just underway.
She was going to be a coastal short-haul freighter. City runner up and down the coast from here to Yarbon. But the buyer died. I was going to finish her at leisure in case a buyer for such a vessel wandered in.
Haver moved past him to take a look at the work done so far. She said, 2 lower decks, yes? Benoit nodded as she looked back at him.
4 and aft orlop decks with room for ballast between, 2 freight decks and a forecastle for 12 men and quarters for 6 officers.
Galley? He shook his head.
She's a coaster, so it's open deck cooking or camping ashore. I can take some space off the first lower deck and put in a galley and food storage, but she'll still need provisioning every few weeks. You're talking the bitter sea, then, not open oceans from here to Navindus or Wynet.
Perfect, Haver said. Since we'll be shepherding freighters from the free cities to here, you said an 18-man crew? Benoit nodded. They planned on anchoring to shore most nights with a crew that small. Not in a hurry, were they? Benoit's expression as he turned to Pug and Dante made it clear how impressed he was with Haver's knowledge. Good, said Haver, her excitement growing. Extend the forecastle to house 20 and double the berths in the rear quarter, 2 bunks to a room except for the captain's. Where are the masts going to be? Benoit took her down a few more steps, and they began to discuss placing the masts back a few feet, allowing for a pair of ballistas on either side. Dante said to Benoit, "As you can see, my good wife has a firm understanding of what I need. I shall leave this in her capable hands." He pulled Pug aside and whispered, "Where's the nearest inn?" Pug glanced back at Benoit and Haver, then looked at Dante. He whispered back, "It's barely past midday." "I didn't ask what time it was. I wanted to know where the nearest inn is. It's been more than a year since I've been inside a proper inn and had a proper drink or a good brawl. I'll find my way back to your little building." "You can find it? I know how to mark my travels in a strange city." Pug remembered Haver's earlier remark about that. "I believe the nearest inn is in that direction." he said, pointing up the street past Benoit's workplace. Turn left at the first street, then right. Dante smiled and said, Thanks. He turned away and took a step. A moment later, Hava came up and said, Where's Dante off to? No good, no doubt, said Pug in dubious tones. You're learning, said Hava. No worries, he'll find his way back one way or another, and in his own time. Benoit finished speaking to one of the workers and approached.
Your husband?
He asked. Off to shop, I expect, Hava said. He's a clever man, but of ships he knows only the little he needs to. He'd rather be about other business.
Well, we have some work ahead. We can make the changes you requested and have it done in far less time than if we were starting from scratch. Now let us discuss a price.
Hava smiled. Yes, let's. Benoit moved back towards the office, and Pug and Hava fell in a step behind. Hava glanced over and saw Pug looked strained. Is everything all right? She whispered. Pug nodded. Just an unexpected pain. He pointed to the side of his head. It will pass. You get them often? No, he replied. They've only come on recently. If they persist, I shall visit a healer. Hava reached over and touched his arm lightly. Good. I think we're going to be friends, and I don't have that many left to lose. Dante was disappointed. The Stone Street Tavern was quiet. He hadn't expected it to be rowdy, stuffed with workers and sailors at midday, but there were only 3 other customers there. 2 merchants, by their appearances, and a man in the corner who appeared to be asleep. The tavern keeper was a dour man, portly, with a florid face and rheumy blue eyes. His hair was a tangled thatch of grey, with hints that it had once been ginger. Dante placed a silver coin on the bar. The tavern keeper said, If you're only having 1, do you have 2 coppers? If I break that silver down, I'll be short of change. Dante swiped back the silver, dropped it into the purse, and fetched out 3 coppers. For you, he said grandly. As he turned away, Dante thought he heard the man mutter something like thanks, but he couldn't be sure. Tipping might not be a common practice here, he thought. It wasn't everywhere on Garn, and certainly not in any of the island inns of Koltachin. Unless things were vastly different here, paying as you go would be the norm. He moved to the end of the bar so that he could see the entire common room and took a long draught from the mug of ale. The 2 men in conversation looked enough alike that Dante assumed they were brothers, and the sleeping fellow in the corner had his chair tipped back, his hat pulled down over his eyes, and didn't move. As inns went, this was a very disappointing place. Still, he savoured being in a common room, even if it was a poor one by his standards. But, he thought, there must be other inns and taverns, and the day was barely half over. He finished his ale and pushed aside the mug. Another? Asked the tavern keeper. Thanks, no, I have other places to be. Dante sauntered out of the inn, pausing to see if the sleeping man had been feigning slumber and scouting for an easy mark. Dante's current fashion would have marked him as an easy target in any number of cities on Garn where Dante had worked. He moved away from the docks, intuitively knowing that the landscape would change, not only physically, but also economically, in terms of who lived there, what sort of businesses and homes were nearby, and 100 other details drilled into him since boyhood. He rounded the first corner, leading him away from the dockside and towards what he assumed would be some sort of merchant's district. He spied a boy idling on the corner as if waiting for someone. The first merchant window he passed was not for display of goods, but to admit light. So Dante made a show of pausing and attempting to peer in, his hand shielding his eyes from light from above. He glanced behind him and saw the second boy. Resisting the urge to laugh, he recognised that he was being stalked. 2 or 3 other youngsters would be close at hand, and a quick surveillance of the street ahead gave him a good notion of where these children would attempt to pick his pockets or, if especially bold, rob him at knife point. An alley ahead seemed the most likely spot, and Dante forced himself to maintain his leisurely gait. He really wanted to pick up his pace and get to the next bit. He smiled. This was going to be fun. Chapter 5. Alarm. Declan squinted. Against the setting sun, he could barely make out the signal flag from the southwest, but the flashing light made it clear that a ship was approaching, and it was not one of Marquensis's burgeoning navy. Turning to a soldier standing behind him, he said, "Send word to my brothers. We have an unknown ship coming in." The soldier turned and hurried away. Glancing at Sixto, who had summoned Declan to the wall, he said, "I don't think one ship warrants turning out the garrison." "You're probably right, but it could be a very big ship," Sixto replied in a mock-serious tone. "It'll be after sundown before it reaches us," replied Declan, ignoring Sixto's humour. "I'll be with my brothers if it's anything we should hear about." "I'll wait," said Sixto. Declan smiled. "Yes, you will." Hurrying down from his vantage point atop a castle tower, Declan quickly left the waning sunlight and found himself deep in shadow. The sun was almost set, and the garrison was shifting from the hustle of day to the relative quiet of night. Troops that had been on duty or in training were now heading for the barracks and then off to the soldiers' mess. Grooms were tending to the horses, and the only major activity was in the kitchens, where they were making ready the evening meal. In the city below, the tempo was changing. Work gangs were leaving the canal project, which would connect the city to the sea, and the other improvements made by the king. Tradesmen were shuttering shops, and men would be stopping in their local taverns on their way home or to eat a meal after drinking. Declan left the stairs from the wall and crossed an open yard to a side entrance to the castle, where he was saluted by a guard stationed there. He returned the salute, knowing another guard would replace the man soon to stand the night watch. Declan hurried to his quarters, where a page had readied his wash basin and fresh clothes. A proper bath would have to wait, but Declan had come to appreciate sponging himself off and putting on clean clothes before a meal. Balvin's lessons were taking hold, he conceded to himself. He finished a quick clean-up, then made his way to the king's private dining room, a small space set aside for King Daelon's more intimate dining with his brothers, an occasional lady companion, or an important visitor. A much larger dining hall, the King's Hall, had now been completed, with a long head table and smaller tables so that as many as 100 guests could be entertained for state celebrations and festivals. It had been completed, but not fully decorated, for Daelon's coronation, and then only about 30 guests had attended. Now it was bedecked with historical tapestries, shields of long-dead ancestors, trophies, and many banners, most prominent among which was the recently created Kingdom Banner, a crossed sword and branch laden with orange blossom in gold and white on a field of light blue. Balvin was already in the private dining room. Declan greeted him, adding, "This day has gone quickly." "It goes by in a hurry when you're busy, and you've been at it since before sunup." They remained standing behind their chairs, waiting for the arrival of the king. Daelon appeared annoyed when only the 3 brothers were eating that they waited for him to sit first, but it was part of Balvin's insistence that they all started to observe protocol at all times, against a time when a social gaffe might undermine Daelon's authority. As Balvin had said to Declan more than once, and probably to anyone else who needed to hear it, it was theatre, but it was important theatre. King Daelon entered, and all 3 sat down as servants bustled around the table with food and wine. The king looked at his youngest brother and said,
I haven't seen much of you, Declan. How did your day go?
Declan laughed.
I know Balvin keeps you informed of everything.
Both men chuckled.
Still, said the king, your report then?
A messenger from the south says the fortification at the Narrows is now defensible and the ballistas are in place. The barracks are next, and there's still no sign of further encroachment by the church. Training is going well, though we're getting a little short of food again and probably need to attend to that sooner rather than later.
Balvin nodded. I sent a ship down to the sanctuary to see if we can find some grain and livestock down on Naitani. And I've got scouts up in the northern mountains looking to see if any flocks or herds are still roaming in those narrow valleys. There are a lot of them to the east of the Copper Hills.
Oh, and we should hear more about that approaching ship in a bit, Declan added.
We also need to discuss a coming visit, said Balvin.
Declan put his fork down and looked at Balvin. Visit?
A minor cousin to the late King of Ilcommon, Baron...
Daelon looked to Balvin.
Baron Gustaf of Millhaven.
Millhaven?
Asked Declan.
I've been to Millhaven, delivering farm equipment when I was apprenticed to Edvald. The old town would fit inside the walls of this castle. They have a baron?
Apparently, said Balvin. Our records of other kingdoms' nobles were hardly up to date, but there was a Baron of Millhaven listed. Gunter.
Probably his father, suggested the king.
Or grandfather, replied Balvin with a shrug.
And let me guess, said Declan. He has a daughter.
Actually, 2 of them,
replied Balvin.
Baron Gustaf probably doesn't have enough gold to get a proper suit tailored, let alone provide a dowry, but a marriage to any relative of the late King of Ilcommon will stem some criticism of our annexing a large portion of that former kingdom. More importantly, it will blunt the claims of any pretenders to that throne.
Stem some criticism and blunt claims, not prevent them, said Declan, clearly unhappy at the idea of shopping for a wife. His tone was cold, but his anger was poorly hidden. Both brothers knew Declan was still haunted by the death of his wife, as was the king by his own loss. But unlike the king, Declan was the future of the Dumarch line of kings. Daelon might be able to sire another son, but he had made it clear he had no intention of remarrying. Daelon could mourn as long as he needed, but Declan did not have that luxury. Declan thought Balvin would be a far better choice of ruler, but as he was publicly known to be illegitimate, his mother being a commoner, he could not inherit. Declan also knew Balvin didn't want the title. He preferred what he currently did, be the key advisor, what he called the last voice. He looked at Balvin with a question in his expression.
Politics is the art of the possible, said Balvin. All we can do is lessen the possibility of stupid people making things more difficult for us than they already are. We can never prevent it.
Daelon slowly nodded and sighed.
I'm the damned king and I can't stop it.
Declan looked displeased, but kept further remarks to himself. He'd had this fight with his brothers before and knew that it was futile. A few minutes later, a knock came from the door and King Daelon said, "Enter." A page peered into the room and said, "Captain Sixto and another man request to see you at once, Majesty."
"So much for a quiet supper," said Declan, as the king waved for the men to be admitted, though he knew Sixto wouldn't be here unless it was urgent.
Sixto entered, followed a step behind by Bodai, once a false master of Koltachin, the kingdom of the night. He was Hattusili's mentor, and now the leader of the Flame Guard, the once secret society dedicated to protecting the legendary Firemane line of kings. Without a word, Sixto motioned for Bodai to address the king.
Majesty,
he began.
I fear something impossible.
He took a breath and started again.
It appears there is no magic on Garn anymore.
All three brothers put down knives and forks and turned their full attention to Bodai, their expressions revealing utter confusion.
Explain,
said the king.
I can't,
said Bodai, then quickly added,
Your Majesty.
He took a breath and said,
If you remember Zakara, one of the two magicians from the world of Midkemir, he returned through one of those rift gates they use to travel between worlds.
He said this in a matter-of-fact tone, though it was still almost unbelievable to Declan and his brothers, despite all three of them having seen a rift.
He is that world's most knowledgeable person about the place atop the center of Naitani, that stone city, or whatever it is, containing those frozen creatures. I believe void children, or something like that was the term. From what I've learned, they are a terrible threat to this world and to his own. In any event, he appeared, closed the rift behind him, spoke for a while with me and a few others in the Flame Guard, and wished to investigate that location and see with his own eyes what had been reported.
The king pointed to a pair of chairs against the wall and motioned for Sixto to bring them to the table. He did so, and when he and Bodai were seated, Daelon gestured to Bodai to continue. The stout man took a deep breath and paused for a moment to organize his thoughts.
Let me see if I can make a bit of sense of this.
Please, said the king, sounding impatient. That would be welcomed.
Since Hattushali, Haver, and their friend Dante went through the rift to the world of Midkemia,
Bodai began,
we of the Flame Guard have been reordering our order's purpose. We trusted the magic users from Midkemia to explore further into Hattu's unique talents and powers, since it is far beyond our ability to help him to gain control of them. We went about our business rebuilding the sanctuary following the chaos that visited Naitani with the destruction of the Pride Lords, and helping where we could. Almost a month ago, a rift opened where it had before, on the island where you staged your assault on the Pride Lords. It seems there's likelihood of rifts reforming where they were before, and we still have a small community there. A boat was dispatched with the visitor, the man Zakara, who came to gather more information on those alien creatures frozen atop the mountains on Naitani. Apparently, that and the creature you found, he indicated Declan, in Garn's wound, are linked with a similar creature on Midkemia.
He stopped, almost out of breath. Balvin stood, went to a sideboard, grabbed a mug and filled it with wine. He handed it to Bodai and said,
You look like you could use this. Thank you,
said Bodai, and he took a long swallow.
What you may not know is how unique Hattu is.
He went on to give a brief description of what had been known before Hattushali's birth, that only women could employ magic of any sort as oracles, seers, healers, or to inflict harm with curses or disease, but that men were somehow the sources of magic. It had been an agent of the Flame Guard who had secreted Hattushali as a baby in the then Baron Daelon's tent, the night after the King of Ithrace had been killed and his family murdered. As the only surviving child of the Firemane line, Hattushali was considered to have a powerful link to all magic on Garn, a supposition which had been confirmed by many subsequent events.
It's a balance,
Bodai continued.
And until we encountered Hatu, we really had little understanding of how any of this truly worked. There was the legend of a curse of the fire mains, that should the line end, terrible consequences would occur. There were stories, fables if you will, that all magic flowed through that bloodline, which was marked by their copper hair, the long, healthy lives they lived, and their ease in creating beauty where they lived.
Both Daelon and Balvin knew bits and pieces of that lore, but remained silent as Bodai continued.
What seems to have happened, without our knowing it, is that when Hattusili went to Midkemia, he took all of the magic on Garn with him.
Declan, Daelon, and Balvin sat speechless, just staring at Bodai. After a long moment, King Daelon said, "I'm not sure I fully understand how that can be possible."
Zakara is a powerful user of magic on his world, and expected to be able to do as he had before, to open a rift, visit me to prepare for an investigation of the creatures frozen in the center of Naitani, then open another rift home, and leave. All went well, and we discussed what would be necessary to make that trek. I'll spare you those details, but when Zakara felt ready to return home, he could not conjure up a rift. He tried other magics, things he said would be easy, usually almost without thought for him to accomplish. But nothing worked. Nothing.
"Can you be certain that Hattusili's departure is the cause?" asked Balvin. "And where is this Zakara?" asked the king. Bodai looked at Daelon and said,
"He quickly returned to the site of the first rift, opened on the island where you marshalled your forces against the Pride Lords. He said it was the most likely place for a rift to form, should others seek him. He needed to be there to ensure they didn't close the rift and strand themselves here as well. He said he was desperate that if it was what he called a both ways passage, they could safely return home, find Hattusili, and return here.
To Balvin, he said,
"We could be wrong, but the inability of that magician to duplicate something he had previously been able to do easily, with the only obviously different thing being Hattusili's absence, leads to the only logical conclusion."
"Does that mean Hattusili, his wife and friend, are now stranded on Midkemia?" asked the king.
"I don't think so,"
Bodai replied.
"If the rift is reopened, Zakara believes there's a safe way between the two worlds. It's just that we have no way to send word to Midkemia and have to depend on them eventually sending someone to look for Zakara.
With all else that we face." The king let the thought go unfinished. "Still, no matter what horrors may sit atop the plateau on Naitani, we must prepare for what we know for certain is coming for us. The wake of carnage the Church Adamant is leaving behind clearly shows they are merciless and will not negotiate or respect sovereignty." His jaw tightened, and his mood was clearly one of suppressed anger. "I was an accomplice in serving these butchers when we betrayed King Steverin Langine. No man I admired more, and I'll not betray my honor again. We will be ready when they get here." Declan was still learning about his brothers, but at this moment he knew without uncertainty his eldest brother was resolved in his position. He would die before bending a knee to this evil church. Daelon pushed back his chair and stood up. Declan and Balvin stood as well because someone not in the family was there. This was becoming the way of life for the three brothers. Informality was allowed only when they were alone. "Obviously, nothing can be done tonight," said the king. He motioned towards Balvin and said, "Find Bodai a room." Balvin nodded and said to Bodai,
"We should talk more tomorrow."
He bowed to his brother and led Bodai and Sixto out of the room. Once they were gone, Daelon said, "What do you think of that?" "I don't know," Declan said slowly. "I wasn't thinking much about anything except getting ready for whenever the Church of the One attacks." He looked thoughtful for a moment, then added, "Still, if they have magic users somewhere among their forces, that might work to our advantage."
"Wishful thinking,"
replied the king as he moved towards the door to his private quarters. When he got there, he turned and said, "We have never had word of them having anyone with supernatural powers. So far, all we see is brute force and a corps of highly trained soldiers. I'd prefer to focus on what we know, not something only remotely possible. Now get some sleep, and tomorrow we'll discuss the coming visit of Baron Gustaf of Millhaven." Declan's expression revealed that he was not happy with this prospect, but he said nothing, bowed, and as the king exited through one door, left through the other. As he made his way to his quarters, Declan weighed which disturbed him most. Hattusili's apparent impact on magic, along with the slew of unanswered questions that created. The coming promise of war with the church, or meeting potential wives. He came to the conclusion that worrying about any of it was not a good way to gain a restful night's sleep. Zarkara sat as patiently as was possible despite his anxiety. He wore brown leather trousers tucked into mid-calf black boots and a homespun grey shirt. He had a jacket folded next to him on the grass, for the days here were warm. Never since late childhood had he been without his magic abilities. He could barely remember his childhood before his powers had begun to manifest, so he found himself constantly fighting against an almost juvenile feeling of vulnerability. He kept glancing at the spot where he had come through from Midkemia. The shadows were lengthening, and when he glanced westwards, he could see the day was fading. A small campsite had been arranged nearby, and a fire pit was ready to be ignited with the coming night. He had been provided with 2 camp stools, and an open, waterproofed canvas square was rigged up over a small table bearing his food, minimising the risk of insect pests getting to the food before he did. Though he had scant appetite since finding himself stranded on this world. Across from him sat Sabella, an adept of the Flame Guard, who was now the head librarian at the sanctuary. She wore a sleeveless blue dress with a bronze-buckled black belt. She had seemed to Bodai and Zarkara the most likely of Garn's magic users to be of aid in this vigil. Zarkara had come to realise after 3 days that she understood how vitally important this apparent loss of magic might be, beyond the simple loss of communication with Midkemia. She also clearly recognised his personal sense of alienation and loss, and fully grasped his distress. She would relieve him at sundown, that so he could eat and rest inside the tent. Another adept would take the watch sometime in the night, and Zarkara would resume his vigil in the morning. He was thankful for her company. She came early and they would talk. She was eager to learn about Midkemia, and while most of her life had been cloistered, her skills had provided her with a surprising knowledge of Garn. From Zarkara's perspective, she possessed an odd but impressive talent, the ability to sense magic in others from a distance. She was also curious about his abilities, as the manifestation of magic on this world was profoundly different to that on Midkemia. She had mentioned that she knew the instant he returned from Midkemia because his magic generated something like a specific mark, a signature, as it were, that she recognized from his first visit to the sanctuary. He welcomed such new knowledge and things to ponder beyond being stranded on an alien planet. It might be a long vigil, waiting for someone to come looking for him. He had said he'd be gone only a day, but he also knew that the others on Sorcerer's Isle might assume he'd become distracted by something of interest and had lingered here of his own free will. They would probably not become concerned about him for many days. It was a tedious and uneasy wait, so he found Sabella's presence a comfort. She had politely asked if he minded sharing information about his magic, and he had told her of his life. His father, Amarantha, he had told her, had monitored his maturation closely, and his mother, Sandrina, had had enough experience with magic to have been greatly instructive about what should and shouldn't be allowed. Dealing with demons was always a tricky proposition, which was beyond the ability of most, and those who had this ability were often people of dubious character.
My father was a man of evolving character,
said Zarkara to Sabella.
He found his way to our sanctuary, Sorcerer's Isle, because he was being hunted by one of my uncles.
Sabella smiled a slightly lopsided expression of inquiry. He liked her eager expression and her manner and wit, and thought her dark hair and eyes striking. "Hunted?" she asked. Zarkara returned the smile and nodded.
To say my father and brothers were bad men is too simple. My father was a confidence trickster, as well as a user of magic. Early on, he discovered this ability, the talent that earned him the title of warlock among his people, which also turned him into an outcast. My uncle Sidi was a practitioner of very dark magic, which I was told drove him mad. My eldest uncle, Belasco, was a profoundly evil man, serving a dark power, and he and my father were always at odds.
He looked caught between amusement and sadness.
From what I was told, my father's family was a mess.
His smile hinted regret.
My uncle Sidi murdered his mother for a powerful amulet. No one is sure what happened to him. My father avoided his brothers until Belasco found him and used his magic to try to kill my father.
His smile broadened.
I'm pleased to say he didn't, else I wouldn't be here chatting with you. Like my father and Uncle Belasco, I'm a warlock, a demon summoner.
Demons? Asked Sabella. You have mentioned them before, but I'm still unclear as to what they are.
They are creatures from a lower realm of existence, all chaotic and evil by our measure, though a few are relatively harmless, but none are benevolent. You probably have legends about such creatures with other names, but the difference between our worlds is there they are real, not myths.
Sabella hugged herself for a moment, then said, Most of my life I was raised and trained for one purpose, to find the Fire Main heir. And when that was over, all the girls of my calling were left without a purpose. I discovered mine in the library at the sanctuary, and found I had a desire to learn new things. She smiled broadly, even if many of the new things are difficult to understand or believe.
Tell me more about your magic, or whatever you call your ability.
She lifted her shoulders slightly. It's just there. On this world, only women can access powers, or at least that was the belief until Hattusali was born. But we were unable to use our powers unless we were somehow connected to a man who, I guess you could say, was a vessel of power. Her expression changed to a wistful memory of a younger purpose. We were taught to meditate, to remain still for hours. In that state, we let our minds wander, you might say, seeking a strong source of that power. We were trained to see is the wrong word, to sense, envision where that source was. For a very long time it was a punishing task, and over the years several girls succumbed to... She shrugged. I don't know how to explain it. But it was as if all their abilities just burned out like a candle reaching the end of the wick. Zakara nodded.
I understand. At Sorcerer's Isle, I've seen students reach their limit. To push farther invites a heavy price.
You were talking about your uncles? She prompted. Zakara took a small breath.
Well, as I was saying, the men in my family had the knack of dark magic. My father and uncles all hated each other, and to this day I'm still a little vague about why, save that my father said it had a lot to do with how they were raised. He doesn't like to talk about it. My father used to conjure fairly harmless demons, though they were daunting in appearance and frightened local populations for a day or so. Then he'd appear and vanquish them for a fee.
He was a criminal, Sabella said flatly.
More or less, agreed Zakara. But compared to his brothers, he was a petty amateur. They were monsters, by all accounts. Sidi trafficked with evil, turned good men bad, and tried to seize power through manipulation. He was a necromancer, employing death magic. It cost him his life. Belasco was a warlock like my father and me, but he employed demons as murderous servants. It was only with the help of others from Sorcerer's Isle that my father survived and finally defeated him.
Is that why you serve those on the isle you speak of?
I was born there,
Zakara said.
My parents were a very strange couple and had crossed paths several times before they wed. My mother, unlike my father, was a holy warrior of one of our temples, the temple of the goddess Dala, shield of the weak, and was by temperament and training as opposite to my father as one can imagine. Her name was Sandrina, and she's the reason I am the first warlock of my people not to summon demons for evil purposes, and when I find them, I hunt them down to banish or destroy them.
That's quite a story, she said, obviously impressed. Is your mother still with your father? Zakara's expression turned reflective, and he gently shook his head.
No. Unlike my father and me, she was not long-lived. Temple magic is different to the powers most magic users employ on my world. She died many years ago. It took a toll on my father, and he is slowly fading away.
His tone turned sorrowful.
I fear he may just choose to die.
She raised her eyebrows in a silent question. He held his hands out, palms up, in a gesture of surrender.
It's difficult to explain, but every person has to have a will to live. Most do, but some people just give up that will and they fade. My mother died before my father long ago, as he knew she would. She looked more like his mother than his wife, though he never stopped loving her or caring for her.
He let out a long sigh.
You expect to outlive your parents, but losing a lifetime partner is very painful, especially when you outlive them by decades.
That long ago? Zakara laughed ruefully.
I'm old enough to be your grandfather, Sibella.
He tilted his head and closed one eye in a playful expression.
Great-grandfather, probably,
he added in a joking tone. Her eyes opened very wide. Really?
And unless Garn magic somehow makes you long-lived, I may be here to meet your grandchildren.
She blushed. Softly, she said, Until Hattushali was found, we all assumed we'd live our lives in service to the Flame Guard. The idea of being wed, having children or grandchildren, was never considered. She took a breath. This is part of that unexpected change we who serve the Flame Guard now face. Zakara was about to speak when a rift manifested a few yards away. The magic user was on his feet a moment later and had just reached the edge of the rift when Rufio stumped through. Zakara shouted,
"Don't close the rift!"
A stunned-looking Rufio half-turned to look back as he was about to close the rift when Zakara ran up and grabbed his waist, spinning him around and almost knocking him over. As Zakara held Rufio upright, the magician from Midkemia shouted,
"What? Don't close the rift!"
Rufio took a small step backwards with his hands up and said,
"All right. Why?" "Because I couldn't open one when I finished speaking with Modai."
"Huh?" Rufio looked confused. Zakara quickly explained the problem he'd encountered, then asked,
"One way?"
Rufio nodded.
"Damn,"
said Zakara. He looked at Rufio.
"Apparently, when Hattu left, he took all of Garn's magic with him."
Rufio's eyes widened.
"What? The magic here is just gone."
Zakara looked over at the rift.
"Maybe some magic is coming through there. Let me try something."
The warlock muttered a chant, and another rift appeared beside the one Rufio had passed through, but smaller, about a third the size of the first.
"Odd,"
said Rufio, still looking confused.
"That should have been a full rift home,"
said Zakara. Sibella said, "It's big enough to fit through." Rufio suddenly noticed her and gave a slight wave of greeting. Zakara said,
"The problem is, if it failed to reach Midkemia, we have no idea where it terminates."
Rufio said,
"It could be inside a mountain, or out in empty space, or in another world entirely,"
added Zakara. "So, you can't return through that one?" Sibella asked, pointing at the larger rift.
"I'll spare you a long explanation," said Zakara. "Most rifts, like that one, only allow travel in one direction from where it's cast to where it ends. You travel somewhere, you close the rift after you. Two-way rifts are more difficult and require more energy and art, We only use them if we're traveling somewhere to pick something up or to escort someone without magic ability to where we started.
I think I understand.
What do you propose?
Asked Ruffio.
We keep the big one open.
Sarkara answered.
We see if we can contrive a way to turn it into a two-way rift.
Has that ever been done? Asked Ruffio.
I don't know,
said Sarkara.
Magnus never mentioned it when he trained me, and truthfully, I wasn't his best student with rifts. I think I only got the knack because the spells are a little like the gates I use to bring in demons.
Ruffio nodded as if this made sense.
There's the risk,
he said. Sarkara let out a low moan of frustration.
I know.
What risk? Asked Sabella.
I'm not entirely sure,
said Ruffio.
Neither am I,
added Sarkara.
Only when we were trained, it was made clear that a long-standing rift through the void tends to be a magnet of sorts for some very powerful and nasty things no one wants finding them.
Oh, she said, eyes wide. Chapter 6. Adaptation. Dante stood motionless. With his back flat against the wall, inches from the corner, he waited for the boy to turn after him. The intersection was in shadow owing to the afternoon sun being blocked by a tall building to the west. It was not dark, but just enough in shade for eyes to take a moment to adjust. If the pair had been trained well, the boy who had followed him on the other side of the street would loop around across to the far corner diagonal from Dante, while the lad trailing him from behind would wait for a signal that Dante had continued on his way. As soon as the boy rounded the corner, Dante grabbed him by the back of the neck and swung him around, face into the wall, just hard enough to shock him, but not do serious damage. The boy instantly tried to duck down, and Dante lifted him so that he had to stand on his toes. A small knife fell out of his hand, clattering on the stones. "Let me go!" the lad shouted. Dante regarded his captive. He was a thin child, perhaps 9 or 10 years of age, with an unruly thatch of dirty, sandy brown hair and, under the street dirt, a fair skin. Green eyes glared at Dante. "Maybe," answered Dante. "Where's your pal?" "I don't got no pal," came the reply, a hint of defiance undercut by a clearly fearful tone. From the way he turned his head, scanning as far as he was able, Dante assumed he was trying to see if his companion was near. "I expect your pal's run off," said Dante. "I got no pal, I told ya." Dante saw the boy's eyes begin to well up, even though he tried to keep up a brave front. "Listen, I'm not going to hurt you if you don't do anything stupid. I need information." He paused for effect, then added, "And I'll pay for it." Immediately, the boy ceased struggling, and a calculating look came over his face. "Pay me?" Dante lowered him so that he could stand more comfortably, but didn't let go of the knot of shirt he had wedged between the boy's neck and his hand. To emphasize still being in control, he squeezed slightly. "Ouch!" the boy cried theatrically. "You are a really bad alley rat." Whatever the magic used on Dante to enable him to speak and understand the king's tongue, it seemed to work perfectly with Koltachin slang. "I ain't no mugger!" he cried loudly. "Wall climber?" "No," the boy said, his volume lowering. He shook his head. "Too risky." Dante said, "Cutter then." The boy slumped, then nodded. "So you were going to stall and cut with your friend?" "What's the stall?" "I cut, toss it to him. You chase after the purse and I run the other way." Dante laughed. He pulled out his purse and drew out 2 coppers. He held them up, but didn't give them to the boy. Now, 2 of these for each true answer. If you lie, I'll know, and you'll get nothing. The boy nodded, and Dante gave him the first 2 coins. So, your friend ran away. You going to find some bullies to come get you loose of me? Bullies? The boy's eyes widened. You mean bashers? Yeah, they're bully lads. He shook his head. We don't have any bashers. Dante handed him another 2 coins. No bashers? What sort of crew are you? And what do I call you? Tommy. And we're no crew, if you mean a gang. It's just me and a couple of mates. He held out his hand, and when Dante put 2 more coppers in his palm, he said, That was 2 questions. Dante chuckled. You may not be a good pickpocket, but you've got smarts. He gave over another 2 coins. So, who runs the gangs in this city? Stranger, is it? Yes, said Dante, snatching back 2 coppers. Hey, said Tommy, his eyes narrowing. I answered your question honestly. Dante grinned. No one runs Port Vical yet, said Tommy. We got 2 rival gangs trying to take over, and it's deadly out there at night. Me and me mates try to scramble for what we can during the day, but it's rough. Dante nodded. He took a silver coin out of his purse, and Tommy's eyes widened. Enough of this one question at a time. Tell me about who was trying to take over the gangs here. Tommy could barely contain his avarice, and Dante could see his fingers flexing as he considered trying to grab the coin and run. Stifle your greed for a moment, and the coin is yours. Dante put it back in his purse and released Tommy. He wiggled his fingers a moment. You're a tough lad to hang on to. He glanced around to see if they were being watched, but it seemed that if anyone had passed them, they had simply ignored Dante and Tommy. OK, so there's a big city to the north, Crondor. They got a lot of gangs, but they all answer to this one guy, the Upright Man, he's called. The biggest gang is his, the Mockers. Some smaller gangs, like the Over-the-Wall Raiders and the Arborsiders, are working with smugglers and the Mockers, but this Upright Man keeps things in order. They've been there as long as anyone remembers. They say this Upright Man lives forever. Dante smiled and nodded. The masters of Koltachin had spent more than a century crafting legends and myths that worked to their advantage. Go on. So, the Mockers are trying to move down here. Seems they've tried a couple of times. I don't know, but Healer might. Who's that? Old man. Lived in the bottoms a long time. We can't go to a proper chirurgeon or healing priest, no money and no temple offering. He shrugged. So Healer patches up and we do him favours. Dante slowly nodded. Favours like nicking stuff he needs. That, and he's a big one for gossip and news. I think we should go and talk to this Healer. Tommy's eyes drifted to Dante's belt purse. Dante reached in and pulled out the silver coin. He handed it over to Tommy and said, You take me to meet Healer, and there's another one for you. Done, said Tommy, almost gleefully. Dante had no idea how long a boy like this would take to make a silver's worth of copper coins with his petty thievery, but it was obviously a long time. Dante motioned and Tommy took off at a quick pace, and Dante took 2 steps and grabbed him by the scruff again. Ow! Shouted the boy. First rule, said Dante into the boy's ear, almost but not quite pulling him off balance. Don't call attention to yourself by running. Walk beside me. Tell me if we need to turn a corner, understood? Tommy nodded and fell in beside Dante. Right at the next corner, he said. They made the turn, and Dante saw they were moving uphill towards an open market. then a left at the edge of the market, and down a steep hill that gave Dante a view of the city below. Port Vicor was like many cities Dante had visited on his home world of Garn. The wealthy lived up the hill, with the view of the bay, and upwind from the places that stank. He saw that a small river emptied into a low series of coastal pools before spilling into the bay. A pair of simple piers jutted out far enough for shallow draft boats to offload from, mostly fishing boats and the occasional smuggler, he reckoned. A quick glance skywards orientated him. He saw that the shore swooped northwest, but could see no headland or lighthouse. This bay was open-mouthed, he decided. He was no expert at seamanship like Haver, but he'd visited enough different ports to have an idea how things worked. He chuckled to himself. It was part of his training to know how best to get out of a place. Moving down the hill, he saw the quality of buildings change along with the quality of the air. Like other cities, this was where the working poor, the very poor, and a lot of criminals would be dwelling. Tanners, slaughterhouse workers, sausage makers, tenders of chicken and pig pens, all manner of noxious-smelling industries were shunted off where the stench wouldn't offend the sensibilities of those with wealth, all the way down to the wharf where the fishmongers would ready the morning catch to take to market. There was a lateral canal that drained from the docks to the west side of the bay, and once they crossed over it, they stood in what was clearly the most wretched quarter in Port Vicor. Dante asked, "What do you call this place?" "The Bottoms." Dante looked around. Makeshift hovels, a few remaining walls from empty buildings, and impromptu business stalls announced poverty and desperation everywhere he looked. It was the lowest parcel of dry land in Port Vicor, and it reeked of dead fish, sewage, and wet sand. "Aptly named," he said. By the time he had turned 12 years old, Dante had become acclimatized to such places. Still, the desperation that lingered was hard to ignore. Tommy said, "If you got nowhere else, here's a place you can get by. Most people leave you alone." "I understand," Dante replied. He put his hand on Tommy's shoulder for a moment, then said, "Lead on." Reaching an improvised street between two lines of tents and jerry-rigged hovels, Tommy said, "Right." Dante let the boy move ahead and followed him as they entered the narrow byway. It was wide enough for two to walk side by side, or a small cart might be pulled by a goat or small donkey, but no wagon would ever pass this way. Dante understood that this would be a handy place to dodge into if one were pursued, especially by mounted city watch, if such existed here. The horses would have to follow in single file, and enough of these buildings had overhangs and exposed buttresses that a rider would have to almost lie across the horse's neck. He committed this place to memory. About a dozen buildings down, several with rear doors emptying into the alley, they reached another alley heading off to the left towards the first big street. Tommy waved for Dante to follow and led him to an odd-looking jumble of random trash until Dante spied the entrance masked by it. Tommy pushed some rubbish aside and stepped down to a small opening covered by a hanging curtain. It was an outside entrance to a basement. The steps descended 4 more steps after the curtain, and there was a makeshift wooden door before them. Tommy knocked. "Enter," came a soft voice from inside, and Tommy pushed open the door, which creaked noticeably. Dante smiled. The entrance was haphazard in appearance, but at least that door wouldn't be opened quietly. He wagered there would be an escape hole somewhere on the other side of a second curtain dividing the room. It was dark, with just enough light coming through the open door to give Dante a moment to take in the surroundings. A pile of rubbish on one edge of the curtain hid what he was certain was a sword, as he was sure he could see a hilt poking out near the top. The ceiling was masked by a tapestry, probably to cut the chill from the stones above, though Dante suspected that if it were released, it would engulf an attacker, or perhaps even deposit something nasty on them. The curtain was pulled aside, and an old man stepped through. He was slight of frame, his body hidden by loose clothing, an oft-patched grey tunic and brown trousers. His hair was raggedly cut, almost universally silver in colour, with a patch here and there revealing it had once been dark. His face was lined with age, but his brown eyes were bright, and he glanced from the boy to Dante, then said,
"Tommy, my boy, who's your friend?"
Using a walking stick, he moved to sit on a stool. "My name is Dante. The lad says you're the man to talk to." The old man regarded Dante for a long moment, then said,
"Sir, my young friend often exaggerates, so I fear whatever it is you wish to talk of, I am unlikely to be the man, whoever that may be."
Dante remained silent as he surveyed the part of this hovel he could clearly see. There indeed was an art to the chaos of odd items. Then he knelt so that he could be at eye level with Healer. "I like the codger dodge, and the hovel is convincing." He smiled. "I reckon behind that drake there we'd find another cluttered crib, but somewhere I bet there's another room hard to find that's posh." Healer's eyes narrowed.
"I don't follow you, sir."
"Forget the sir, and don't let this rig fool you. I'm on a bit of a con myself." Healer glanced at Tommy, who nodded and said, "He's got silver." He held out his coin as proof. Instantly, Healer's posture shifted. He sat up straighter and lost the rounded shoulders of an elderly man. When he spoke, his voice was lower, without the quavering note it had had before. "All right, what is it?" "You run the local boys, then?" "I don't run anything. I tend their wounds and ills occasionally, and every so often they do me a favour. What do you need?" "Information. Tommy said this and that, but he mentioned you love gossip and rumours, and to me that's a tell. You're a rumour monger?" "No," said Healer. "I deal in many things, but I listen to rumours. I don't spread them." Dante nodded. "Not a snitch, I guess, else you'd have fallen out with someone already and be floating in the bay." He smiled. "I have a gold coin here that says you can explain everything about the two gangs trying to take over Port Vicor." "Everything?" said Healer with a smile. "As much as you know. Hold anything back and it won't go well. But be straight with me and I'll see you're compensated. And there's more to come down the road." "To what end?" asked Healer, now clearly amused. Dante laughed. "A gang war means chaos." He emitted a short, barking laugh, and without thought quoted a maxim taught by the Koltachin masters. "Chaos breeds opportunity." Healer's eyes widened, and his mouth started to open. Then he quickly closed it so as not to gape. Haver smiled. Pug asked, "You're pleased with the transaction?" They were walking from the docks to where the carriage waited to take them to the small building where they could transport themselves back to Sorcerer's Isle. Haver nodded and said, "Not ideal, but close. What I've lost in the design I had in mind, I've gained more in the speed of construction. If I understand your calendar, we should see this ship finished in less than half a year." "A practical woman. Maybe unique," Pug said. "Calendars are odd. Magnus and the older magicians have shared stories, and I've travelled to a few other worlds. It seems that for humanity to live on a world, it has to have certain similar conditions, but the oddest thing is calendars. With some exceptions, most humans divide a year into 12 months, which is mathematically elegant, as there are, by common calculation, 30 times that many degrees in... Hava held up her hand and said, "You must meet Bodai someday. You two would get along famously." Pug chuckled. "Sorry, I tend to the pedantic when I find something interesting." As Bodai began as a pedagogue, what we call a preceptor on my world, you two would have a wonderful time chatting. They reached the carriage, and it was a brief journey back to the nameless building. On the way, Hava asked questions, and Pug answered them, trying to improve her knowledge of Midkemia. "So, if I'm to be hunting down pirates, tell me more about those who are sailing the Bitter Sea," she said. Pug paused, then said, "It's complicated, as relations between neighbouring states often are. I'll spare you the ancient history, but suffice it to say that compared to today, those times seem positively tranquil, even with the wars, intrigue, plots, and all the other usual doings between nations. Today, we live in the dark shadow of what was a massive struggle against the Void, which literally changed the face of Midkemia." He took a breath. "Still, pretty much all of them are one step away from being pirates, and some of them are unabashedly raiding one another. Your task will simply be to protect Sorcerer's Isle, which may involve a great deal of conflict at sea. We most certainly could use someone who can shoo pirates away from our shipments." She smiled and said, "I think I can do that." Hattushali will continue to study. He's unique, and I feel he hasn't begun to grasp what he's capable of becoming. Hava said nothing but nodded. She had a feeling that if these people could give Hattushali what he needed, she would be staying here with her husband a long time. She ignored a nagging little itch at the corner of her soul that said she wanted to return to Garn. What she really wanted to do was to helm the Queen of Storms, no matter how much the prospect of a new ship and new sea to plunder appealed to her. She fought against the desire to return to the brief days of satisfaction and happiness in Berens Hill and the Sanctuary, where she had felt closest to Hattu. The carriage pulled up and they stepped out, finding a small boy with light brown hair and filthy clothing standing by the door to the building courtyard. He looked at them and said, "You have her?" She glanced at Pug with a roll of her eyes, then looked at the boy and said, "What's Dante's message?" As the carriage pulled away, the boy smiled. "He said you'd know what's what. Don't wait for him. He's found something to do, and if he needs to get back, he'll find a way." Then the boy ran off, leaving Pug staring at Hava. "He'll find a way back? To Sorcerer's Isle?" he said softly. Hava chuckled ruefully. Dante plays the buffoon artfully so well and so often that even Hattu and I occasionally forget that deep inside is as cunning a mind as one is likely to encounter. Determined as well. If he wants to return, he'll find a way. Pug considered for a moment, then opened the door to the small court between the street and the building. Once inside the otherwise empty building, he said, "I think I'll see about keeping an eye on Dante." Hava smiled and said, "That may prove difficult even for you magicians. Still, if you can somehow find a way to do so, it might be wise. I'll also set a ward here, so if he returns, someone at Sorcerer's Isle will be able to come quickly to fetch him back." Hava shook her head, and her expression was one of resignation. "Dante," she muttered with a sigh. Hattushali almost leapt off the chair when he saw Hava enter the room. He threw his arms around her and squeezed until she shouted, "Break a rib and I'll gut you." They both laughed, then kissed as if it had been ages since they had been together rather than days. "I admit to being caught up in all that is to learn here, but getting back to an empty room is unsettling," Hattu said. She grabbed his cheek and gave it a playful squeeze. Can't live without me? He kissed her again. Absolutely. Good, she replied, smiling. He looked around and said, Where's Dante? Off being Dante? Looking over at Pug, she said, Thank you for everything. I am in your debt. No debt, said Pug quickly. If you're happy, he's happy, which is important. So having you here is to our benefit more than yours. He laughed a little and said, Were I wed, I'm not sure I'd care to have a wife who sought out danger and took risks. Then his eyes lost focus, as if he was staring off into the distance. For a moment, it looked as if he might fall. Hatu took a step towards Pug, but the magician gave a shake of his head and took a breath and was apparently fine. He smiled and said, That was odd. For an instant, I felt like I was somewhere else. Perhaps too much jumping about. He smiled at Hava. Please enjoy some rest. He gave a bow and left. Hatu and Hava exchanged glances. A moment of silence was followed by a long kiss, and then Hatu said, So, a ship? Yes, she replied with a smile. Not the Queen of Storms, but a good design. If the builder is what they say he is, she will serve well. Got a name? Not yet. Something will come to me. Hungry? He asked. Yes. She put her arm around his waist and gave a squeeze, then released him and said, While we eat, tell me what wonders you've discovered here. He laughed. Too much for one meal, but I'll try. Arm in arm, they left their quarters and headed for the dining hall. Dante looked around the disused warehouse. He'd arranged for Tommy to round up as many urchins as he could, those known to him and Healer. Dante had spent a few hours in conversation with Healer while Tommy had spread the word of this meeting. The children ranged from barely able to feed themselves, 5 or 6 years old, to perhaps 13 or 14 years of age. The eldest were just young enough to avoid being pressured into joining the gangs from Krondor or Kesh, or coerced into joining the kingdom military. None of them would ever be apprenticed to an honest trade, so their future was bleak by any measure. My name is Dante. I've seen a little of what you can do. I'm here to set you right and get you in a better place. There was silence.
He's got an idea, said Healer.
Immediately the room came alive with the children all asking questions. Dante put up his hands, palms out, and said, I'll give you answers, but first let me ask you questions. I'll start with you. He pointed at the tallest boy, a youngster with very dark skin and large brown eyes, his head covered with a dark blue kerchief. You, he said, tell me of the gangs from Krondor and Kesh. The boy looked slightly surprised at being singled out, but he shrugged and in a surprisingly deep voice said, Mockers is from Krondor. They've been around as long as people can recall, but they never got in. Good. Dug in, you know? They came and went. Did some dust-ups with this gang or that. Sometimes the King's Crushers, thief catchers, you know. The Kesh gang's got no name, not one we know. But we call them ferrets because they slink in and out of tight places quick like, you know. Dante smiled. Yeah, I know. Some of the children laughed, and the tall boy looked confused. What's your name? Asked Dante. David, he answered. Dante nodded, fixing the name to the face. He rarely used the tools taught him by the masters and preceptors, mostly out of petty recalcitrance, but he remembered. He knew now he needed to learn the name of every child here. Before we go further, Dante said, from now on, what we say here stays here. Got it? Most of the children looked at Healer, who nodded. In turn, the children said yes or nodded agreement. It was David who said,
"We pretty much don't have anyone else to talk to anyway."
Dante gave a single nod of understanding, then said, "All right. None of you have any training, so we'll see to that. But first, you all look like you're starving to death." He pointed to a gangly boy with an unruly mop of dirty blonde hair and asked, "Name?" "Mark," he said. His face was a mask of grime, but startling blue eyes returned Dante's gaze. A girl a year or two younger stood close to him, and Dante said, "You?" She said, "Pere." Dante nodded. He turned to Healer. "I'm a stranger here, so what things cost is new to me. What's it take to feed this lot?"
"That silver piece you bandied about should cover a banquet."
Dante fetched a silver coin from his purse and tossed it to David. He pointed to Mark, David and Tommy. "You three, get out of here and go get bread, cheese, whatever passes for some fruit around here, and whatever else will start putting some meat on these scrawny bones. We have a lot to do, and starving people are useless." Dante saw David do a quick head count and nodded his approval. "Good, but not rich people food," he said. David grinned and led Mark and Tommy out of the door to the alley. After a moment, Dante said to Perry, "Now go tail them and see if they get it right." She smiled and jumped up to follow after. Dante said to Healer, "This place should serve for a bit, but it's too easy to find. We need a better hideout. Got an idea?"
"One place,"
Healer answered.
"Needs work and it's tricky to get to, but that's a good thing."
"Yes," said Dante, "a very good thing. Now, we also need a couple of more bullies." Healer looked confused. "Bruisers?" "Ah," Dante said, remembering his earlier discussion with Tommy. "You call them bashers." Healer nodded.
"Protection."
"Yes. Got to keep these boys and girls out of harm's way best we can. Are there any to be had?"
"All the good protection is either working for the mockers or the ferrets, the Keshians."
Healer was thoughtful for a moment, then said,
"I'll poke around. There may be one or two."
"Until you find them, we'd best be very cagey and keep out of the way." Healer said,
"Agreed."
One of the older boys with a tanned face under a mop of brown hair said, "Mister?" "Yes," replied Dante. "What are we doing this for?" "Good question." Dante stood and walked over to the boy towering over him. Remembering how he had felt as a child in his training, he went to one knee, put his hand lightly on the boy's shoulder and said, "We are going to turn this scruffy lot into a first-rate crew. We are going to put food in your bellies and find you a warm place to sleep, get you cleaned up so you're only filthy because it's part of a dodge, and then," he paused, "then we're going to train you up and put you to work." "Work?" said another boy. "Honest work?" Dante laughed loudly and with genuine humour. "Honest? Who said anything about honest?" He stood and returned to Healer. "I'm going to train you up to be the best crew in Port Vicor." "What about the mockers and the ferrets?" asked another child, as voices in the room began to rise. Dante held up his hands for silence. Then when the babble died down, he said, "Well, they want to fight each other, so we're going to help them out." He grinned. Chapter 7. Imbalance. Rufio shouted. It was a sound of pure aggravation and exhaustion. All night and into the morning, he and Zarkara had laboured to adjust the rift to Midkemia, energising it enough to reach the other world. A subtle pulsing had manifested, but after a few hours, both magic users determined the rift had indeed not reached its intended target. Sabella had remained and had been joined by 2 soldiers drawn to the site out of curiosity. Both were waiting for orders to be somewhere else, but until then, the novelty of watching the 2 men muttering, waving their hands in the air and stopping to discuss things completely beyond the soldiers' understanding broke the monotony. A full company remained, and the rumour was that the king had plans for this island. But, for the moment, there was little for the soldiers here to do besides eat, sleep, and train. Sabella had been sitting quietly, saying nothing for a few hours. At last, she stood up and said, "Can I try something?" The men exchanged glances and Zarkara said, "Please do." They stepped aside so she could get closer to the rift Rufio had used to travel from Midkemia. One of the soldiers motioned to his companion, who carried a water skin. He moved to offer it to Zarkara, who took a long drink, then handed it to Rufio. They both thanked the soldier and sank to the ground, obviously exhausted. All watched as Sabella moved as close to the rift as she could without touching it. She stood motionless, arms slightly out to the sides, legs spread, and her head tilted back. Zarkara saw that she had her eyes closed. He glanced at Rufio, who returned a questioning expression, and Zarkara shrugged to signal he had little idea of what was happening. A short time later, a sergeant approached and shooed the 2 guards off to some duty, and was about to speak when Zarkara held up his hand for silence. The sergeant nodded, pointed at himself, then at the tent used by the soldiers to indicate that was where he'd be if they needed him. Zarkara indicated he understood. Hours passed, and the sun began its descent towards the western horizon. Abruptly, Sabella took a faltering step back, slightly shaking her head, as if trying to retain her balance. Zarkara and Rufio were both on their feet immediately, steadying her against a fall. After a second, she took a deep breath, then looked from one to the other. "I think I may know how to fix this," she said. Declan was on the verge of awakening when a pounding sounded on his door. Half asleep, he said, "I'm coming." He rolled out of bed and quickly pulled on his tunic, trousers and boots. He opened the door and was a full step past a court page who said, "The king—" Declan cut him off. "I know." He rubbed his eyes and shook his head to force himself fully awake. Glancing out of a window, he saw that the sky outside was just starting to lighten. It was less than an hour before sunrise, and he would have been up soon anyway. As he reached the king's private conference room, a guard was already pulling open the door for him. Once inside, he saw his brothers sitting and a large pot of coffee between them. Balvin took the pot and poured a mug out, sliding it across the table as Daelon motioned for Declan to sit down. "One of our scouts just reported in," said the king. "There are signs of church forces moving through the wildlands into abandoned lands in Ilcommon, apparently coming this way." Declan wiped coffee from his mouth with the back of his hand, bringing a disapproving look from Balvin, who glanced at the cloth on the table before Declan folded nicely. Declan resisted rolling his eyes and asked, "Where?" "Somewhere in the centre, but close to our border," Balvin replied, then added, "or inside our border, if we claim the north of Ilcommon." The wildlands were well named, a stretch of forests, scrub, open grassland and rocky hills between the former kingdom of Lament and the Dividing Range, a largely impassable line of mountains that stretched from the Narrows in the south to the north coast of North Tembria. Only through the dangerous passage could a caravan or army move. Declan considered. "They're moving to the Dark Wood." Balvin glanced at the map on the wall and said, "I've never been there." King Daelon said, "I have. Father took me there when I started training. He shook his head slowly. It's a nasty place. The trees are so thick if you don't know the game trails you can find yourself completely blocked and are forced to retrace your steps to find another way through. Father thought of it as a natural barricade, since no force of any size could get through there. There was a small spring we watered the horses at, and I don't think we ever got more than 3 miles deep within it before we had to camp and turn around the next day. The trees are tall, and it's dark in there even at noon. Dalen looked at Declan and asked, "Why do you think there?" "Because if they can get a company of engineers and labourers in, they can start felling trees and clearing land. Then they build a redoubt. Small bands can trickle in and stores can be stockpiled. They wait until they have that position secured, then start felling trees to make a road out to attack," finished the king. "That would put them due east of us, so with a quick strike, they could be at the city walls before we could summon the troops we have down at the Narrows or up at Berrens Hill. And strewn around a dozen other locations," added Balvin. "What are we going to do about this?" said the king in a rhetorical tone, drumming his fingers on the table. He looked at Declan and said, "What would you do?" Not looking pleased at being asked the question, because he knew the answer, Declan let out a sigh. "I'd send me, with Sixto and the best company I could put together, to grind our way through the forest to find where the church staging post is. I'd kill or capture as many of those engineers and workers as possible. We know the soldiers will fight to the death. Then leave enough men there to welcome every church squad that turns up." Balvin added, "We could certainly use any stores they bring." Both Dalon and Declan looked to see if he was joking. "I mean it," he responded. "Right now, I'd trade a dozen of those special swords we're making for a flock of sheep. Bring us a score of beef cattle and I'll throw in a catapult." Dalon nodded his agreement. "It's going to be another 2 or 3 years before we're back to farming and herding enough to return to where we were before the Pride Lord invasion. The only reason we're not all starving is there are a lot fewer mouths to feed than there were before." The mood was sombre. "Well then," said Declan, standing up, "I'll gather the lads, we'll grab something to eat as we ride and head to where I think those church murderers slipped into the dark wood." He studied the map for a moment. There is no easy way in, but the east side of the forest is a bit thinner. To ride around and find a way in will take up to a week. He tapped the map. If we had a way in on the west side, it's only a 2-day ride. Did the scout speculate on the size of the party? King Dalon picked up a roll of parchment, pulled it open and said, "Tracks of maybe 20 mounted men, a donkey cart or perhaps 2, and an unknown number of footmen as the trail became muddy." He put down the roll. "What are you thinking?" Declan was silent for a moment, then he said, 30 men. The riders may be escorts, as they'll not get those horses far into the dark wood. So, we find where they entered, follow them, and end them." He sounded weary of spirit. Balvin said, "Why you? We can send your man Sixto, he's competent enough." "Because I've been there, and Sixto hasn't. Bogartis' company of mercenaries probably never got within a 10-day ride of that forest." He looked at his brother the king. 3 days in. I've been there 4 days, cutting timber for the forge and for sale as a journeyman smith to make bandsaws, heavy axes and the rest. Remembering his early life, he took a breath to cleanse himself of rising anger. "I have to go." The king's expression revealed an unhappy acceptance of that statement. "Don't die," was all he said, waving his hand in dismissal. Declan headed down to the main barracks and past them to where Sixto and the special unit, as he thought of them, resided. Several men from his escape from the raid on Abala and those he'd found in Garn's wound were among that company, supplemented by men Sixto had singled out during training. They were considered the primary core of the king's army. Declan felt kinship to these men and that they were his own, and he realised that someday, when he became king, they would indeed be his own. He entered the barracks to find Sixto fully dressed and turning the men out. "You heard?" Declan asked. "I heard scouts came in, horses all in a lather, so I assumed we'd likely be riding out today." Declan put a hand on Sixto's shoulder. "Could be a nasty one. Get food to eat on the road, then tack the horses up to ride. We need 2 pack horses and 2 engineers. I want young, big lads who know their way around axes and, speaking of axes, a dozen on the pack horses." "So we're cutting our way through woodlands, then?" Declan let go of his shoulder and nodded, then raised his voice. "Lewis!" "Sir!" came the response as a man moved through the press of soldiers dressing and came to stand before Declan. He was a hard-looking, broad-shouldered fellow with shoulder-length black hair, a narrow jaw and dark eyes. He was the best scout in Declan's company. "Highness?" Declan saw men starting to don tabards and said, "No tabards. This is no dress parade, and those light blue and gold beauties make for easy targets." "So it's a fight, then?" asked Sixto. "Almost certainly," Declan replied. To Lewis he said, "Scouts came in last night. As soon as you eat, ask them what they know and have them mark the map where we need to go." "Yes, Highness." Lewis saluted and left the barracks. "Sebastian!" Declan shouted. The man who responded quickly was one of those he'd met down in Abala, a member of the band of local mercenaries that had joined his company and survived the escape from Garn's wound. He was Declan's best tracker and horse archer. "I'm going to have you and Lewis breaking trail on this. When Lewis gets back with the map, we'll head out." "Sir," said the older fighter. His hair had gone completely grey, but he still had the look of a dangerous man Declan would rather have on his side than on the enemy's. Declan said, "I'm going back to get into something a little less dainty." He tugged at the light cotton tunic he wore. "As soon as we're ready, we head out." Sixto gave a casual salute and said, "Yes, Highness." There was no levity in his tone. It was likely they were riding straight towards a vicious enemy. Zakara walked up from the beach below the large tent left behind by King Daelon after launching his attack against the Pride Lords from this island, now referred to as Marshalling Island or King's Island. With him came 4 young women, all former seers who had once worked like Sabella in the search for the Firemane baby, Hattushali. Sabella waited at the entrance to the pavilion and greeted the others. Then she said, "Let's head up that hill." As they walked, Sabella said to Zakara, "Rufio seemed almost desperate that someone be by those rifts, but was unclear as to what I should do if something happened." Zakara inhaled a long breath, then said,
"Probably because no one knows exactly what might happen."
As they reached the rift, he said,
"Rufio, these are Zara, Daria, Aoife, and Beryl."
The 4 young women stepped forward and Rufio nodded a greeting. Rufio said,
"We, who are trained in rift magic, were warned not to leave rifts open. The obvious risk is someone blundering into one and discovering they were far from where they wished to be. But," Zara continued,
"there were other reasons given, but most of us came away with the feeling there was something far more dire, potentially, than what we were told. So, The solution is to fix this problem, get word back to Sorcerer's Isle, and close the damned rift before whatever terrible thing that might happen happens.
Sabella stepped forward. "This is what I think we can do." She waved for the other young women to come and stand beside her and told them, "Get close to that big, shining silver oval in the air, but don't touch it." "What happens if we do?" asked Beryl, a dark-skinned girl with black hair and big, expressive eyes.
"Nothing dangerous," answered Rufio. "It will tingle, but not harm you."
"It's that tingle which had me step away." Sabella stopped. "It's that feeling we get when the magic works." She held out upraised hands in a questioning gesture. "Please," she said to the other Flame Guard adepts. The adepts stepped closer and stood still. They all closed their eyes and their heads tilted back slightly. As they stood there, motionless, shoulders back, chin slightly forward, arms down and fingers spread. They stayed like this for long minutes. Then Daria, a short, stocky woman with light brown hair, stumbled a half-step backwards and turned wide-eyed towards Sabella with an expression of excitement. "I see it!" she exclaimed. "Yes?" asked Sabella. "Yes!" echoed Zara. "I see it too!"
"What do they see?"
Rufio asked. He and Zakara stared at the shimmering oval of silver that they had seen so many times that they took it for granted. Sabella turned to him. "We see a pulse of light? Something in that wavy pattern that we recognize."
"What?" asked Zakara.
"I think we can actually see shreds of magic along the edges of the waves rippling across that rift. I first felt it, and now—" Standing up, Zakara came to stand before the slight woman and asked,
"What does it mean?"
"As I told you, here men somehow hold the magic, and we women use it." With a gesture to the rift behind her, she continued, "That's what we feel when we use magic. That's what we fed on when we searched for Hattushali. It's flowing gently from your world to ours."
"Are you saying you can channel the magic from the rift as you did before Hattushali left?"
asked Rufio. "We can try," she answered.
"What then?"
asked Zakara. "Something we have never done before." Sabella smiled. "We will see if there's a way we can help you repair that rift to Midkemia." The Midkemian magic users looked at each other, and each saw their own expression of surprise mirrored on the other's face.
"You know, there is one good thing about this rain,"
Sixto almost shouted. The sound of rain was so heavy it almost deafened Declan to normal conversation.
"What is that?"
asked Declan, water streaming down his face and soaking through the oil-treated travel cloaks he and his men wore. The cloaks had kept everyone relatively dry for the first hour after the rain began, but now it was driving and the wind was picking up.
"They won't hear us coming until we ride over them,"
Sixto said. Declan failed to see the humour in this. Sebastian and Lewis had alternated as trailbreakers. Each morning one left at first light, then stopped where the horses would be rested. Then the other man rode the freshest mount again to the next break, with both camping with Declan's forces at night. For 3 days, Declan's company of 40 men had made good time over relatively easy land. Closer to the city were vegetable farms and fruit orchards, the almost legendary orange groves of Marquensis. But a day's ride brought them to the large grain farms and livestock meadows. Once busy enterprises, feeding not only Marquinet, but exporting grain and meat to the Five Kingdoms, were now mostly fields gone to tall grass and weeds. The groves had been picked clean the year before, and though the newly budding tree branches promised a harvest in a few months, even they looked forlorn, as rain had washed away the early blossoms.
"Is there anywhere near here we can shelter?"
Declan asked Lewis. Lewis pointed off to the left.
"There's an old farm, less than an hour's ride in that direction, Highness."
Declan glanced back west.
"Unless this gloom has me completely bewildered, we've got less than 3 hours of light left?"
"About right," Sixto said. Declan turned in the saddle and surveyed the column of soldiers behind. They rode without complaint, but he could see they were cold and miserable.
"If we have a fight ahead, and we likely do," began Declan, "it wouldn't help if half the men were down with ague."
Sixto said,
"The coughing alone would let the church soldiers know we were coming."
To Lewis, Declan said,
"Ride up to Sebastian, then the two of you join us at that farm. If there's any kindness in fate today, there will be at least a leaky barn we can hole up in and dry out a little."
Lewis's face brightened.
"Yes, Highness."
He urged his horse forward at a canter. Sixto signalled, and the column followed as he and Declan moved off. After an hour's miserable ride through rain getting colder as the day faded, they reached the abandoned farm Lewis had described. Sixto quickly signalled for a group of men to search the farmhouse and another barn, with a third riding a sweeping patrol around the perimeter to investigate the outbuildings or anywhere an enemy scout might secrete himself. From the size of the open meadow and limited fencing near the barn, Declan judged this was more properly a cattle farm rather than one for crops. The barn was small, with room for perhaps 4 horses, and the house was tidy. Declan suspected the building to the rear was for workers who tended the herd and drove it to Marquinet's market. He rode to the barn door and dismounted as 2 of his men came out and indicated it was empty. A quick survey of the interior showed there were a few tools for shoeing and saddle repair, but nothing significant. The tools had most likely been abandoned during the raid from the Pride Lords and left rusting to uselessness. A few minutes later, Declan stepped into a tidy family room with an open kitchen. Some old furniture had been broken up, and a fire had been started in the fireplace, which doubled as an oven, for it had a metal box instead of a stone hearth.
"Get a picket line up for the horses to be tethered," said Declan. "No corrals here. Get the pack horses and the saddles and blankets into that barn so maybe we can keep them a bit dry. I hope this rain will be gone by tomorrow." "So do we all," replied Sixto. He motioned to one of the soldiers who had started the fire and said, "Pass the word." The soldier ran off. Declan looked around and saw nothing else to sit on, so he squatted before the fireplace and looked at Sixto. "Set up watches, but have the men eat and rest, and pray for dry weather tomorrow." Sixto nodded and said, "I've been praying for that all day." A small table had been put up in the pavilion, surrounded by several chairs, so that the magicians and the former adepts from the sanctuary could rotate in their attempts to gain power from the rift and find a solution. Zarkara sat with Sabella, while Rufio was observing the women who were absorbing the energy coming through the rift. Sabella looked fatigued, yet she still had a happy expression and a wide smile. He was also exhausted from short sleep and concerns over the consequences of keeping the rift open so long. He said, "Do you feel more confident about finding a solution?"
"I have no idea. I just know I'm on the verge of something." She took a deep breath, as if she was expelling something she wanted out of her. "All my life, since I left my family, I have sat still,
listening.
She waved her hands in a way that Zarkara interpreted as meaning she had no other way to explain her search for Hattusali.
And the rest was eating bad food, bathing in cold water, having a few minutes here and there to talk to them.
She pointed to the other adepts, who were now standing rigid before the rift.
It was not a life.
There was anger in the tone. Zarkara reached over and put his hand on hers. She took a deep breath and added,
Something here is new, and I must know what it is.
I understand the feeling,
said Zarkara, patting her hand reassuringly.
But curiosity sometimes comes at a nasty price. Be cautious.
She nodded.
It occurs to me there may be two possible ways to fix that small rift. If we can take the energy we are drawing through it and give it to you.
Zarkara held up his hand.
How?
I don't quite know,
she said, her voice edged in frustration.
It's just an idea. The other idea would be for you to tell us how we can make the rift work.
His mouth dropped open.
I have no idea how to do that,
he admitted at last.
Maybe...
He let the thought go. Come with me, he said, standing up. His staff was leaning against the table, and he grabbed it out of habit. She followed him, and when he was closer to the rifts, Zarkara shouted,
Rufio!
The magician turned and walked a few yards downhill to meet them.
Sabella has an idea. Actually, two, and I need to know what you think.
She repeated her two thoughts, and Rufio's expression was less astonished than Zarkara's had been, but still he looked dubious.
Transferring that energy to one of us, maybe. Teaching the four of you to finish the second rift.
He shook his head.
Unlikely. Those of us who studied rift magic with Magnus were already somewhat well practiced in certain arts, and even then it was a long and difficult process. It's why we still keep those golden orbs around and working. There are many magic users who simply can never master rifts.
As the three stood silently contemplating what to do next, a sudden explosion of air almost knocked the adepts off their feet. Zarkara looked at the source of the noise and shouted,
Run!
It took no prompting for the adepts to race down the hillside towards the pavilion. A curious soldier saw them coming and what was behind and shouted,
To arms!
Zarkara looked at the thing that had emerged from the rift, recognizing it for what it was. Dark to the point of seeming to suck light out of the air, it shambled like a lumbering hound, but had a long snout ending in tusks. It was waist-high to a tall man and as broad across the shoulders as a large boar. Puffs of green hair grew seemingly at random on a mottled hide of grey and purple. Its 4 feet featured long black claws, which it raised as it sat back on its haunches. Zarkara didn't hesitate. He wielded his staff like a battle club, striking the creature as hard as he could. He knocked it backwards, and it rolled and came upright, shaking its head as if dazed. The first soldier reached Zarkara's side, and the warlock shouted,
Don't let it get a claw on you. There is no healing magic here that will save you from death. It hates cold steel, so use your sword to fend it off.
The soldier shrugged off his horror at the sight of the creature and extended his sword. The thing advanced slowly. 2 more soldiers arrived, with another 6 leaving the pavilion below. One unslung a bow and quickly fired an arrow at the creature. It stuck hard into its shoulder, and instantly the creature whirled in a frenzy, like a dog chasing its tail, trying to dislodge the steel-headed shaft. The wailing sound it emitted was painful, and those not holding weapons covered their ears. Aoife and a soldier both fell to their knees. The archer maintained his concentration despite the ear-splitting howl and shot another arrow into the creature. This time, it flipped over on its back, flopping like a fish on a boat's deck. A third arrow took it in the gullet, and after a few more moments of thrashing, the beast lay motionless. With silence, those nearby regained their senses, and Zakara put out an arm, barring the soldier next to him from approaching the monster.
"Do not touch it!"
he shouted to everyone nearby.
"What do we do with it then?"
asked a soldier.
"Get tent poles or oars from one of the boats, whatever you can use. Pick it up without touching it, then dump it somewhere away from here. It will be gone in a day or two. It will dissolve, I guess you could say, and the local scavengers, birds or insects, will not touch it."
A sergeant who had been hovering behind started barking out orders, and soldiers set quickly about doing what Zakara said. "What is that thing?" asked Sabella.
"That's a demon, and why we were trained that leaving rifts open was a bad idea."
Rufio said,
"Had we our magic, we would have made short work of it."
"At least we had the king's soldiers here," said Sabella.
"They risk death at the touch of that creature,"
said Zakara.
"It has a malignant touch that can kill. Only healing magic can stop it."
"Frightening," said Beryl, her dark hair all tangled. "I thought my head would split." Zakara said,
"Let's get back to working out how to repair that small rift. I think we should close the big one altogether."
Rufio said,
"We risk losing all contact with home."
"I know,"
answered the warlock.
"but Magnus and Pug both are adept enough to find their way here, and when we close it, they'll know something's amiss. It's best to close it."
Rufio nodded his agreement. Then, since he had opened the rift, he sought to close it. After a moment, he turned and said,
"I can't close it. I lack the power."
His laugh was bitter.
"No magic, remember?" "We are stuck then,"
said Zakara. He motioned for the sergeant, who had been quietly listening.
"Are you in command?"
he asked. The sergeant said, "All the officers have left."
"You'd best station men here, and, as I said, let no man touch any creature that may emerge. Not all are death to the touch, but none of you can tell the difference."
To the gathering soldiers he said,
"Set up guards now, and be ready for something like this. Whatever comes through, if it's anything like that, kill it as quickly as you can."
The sergeant said, "I understand, and those who saw this thing come through will pass along word to the others around the island that this is not a jest."
"Most certainly not,"
said Zakara. Pointing to where the dead creature lay as soldiers moved up the hill with poles to move it, he added,
"That was a little one."
Chapter 8. Planning. Hattusili yawned. He and Hava had finished supper and returned to their quarters. Hava was detailing her expedition to Port Vicor. They had eaten well and drunk some exceptionally good wine from somewhere called Yabon, and were now both feeling its effects. "You better not be getting bored with my company," Hava said in mock scolding tones. "Never," he replied with a chuckle. I've just been at my studies all day and could use a good night's sleep. Hava laughed. You're the only person I know who can get tired sitting all day. He feigned hurt. Concentration is hard. He grinned. And I drank too much wine. Hava smiled. So did I. They were lying side by side on the bed. After a pause, she said, I hope you're not too tired. A knock at the door interrupted their banter. Well, there goes that, said Hatu, getting off the bed and moving to the door. Magnus stood there.
Sorry to intrude on your evening, but I need to ask a question, if I may.
Hatu motioned for him to enter. Hava sat on the edge of the bed as Hatu pulled a chair from a small table next to the bed, then moved to sit next to his wife. Once seated, Magnus asked,
Is there anything you can think of on that marshalling island with the rift that might pose a serious danger to Zakara and Rufio?
Hatu straightened up a little, his expression turning serious. No, nothing immediately springs to mind. Why?
Zakara opened a rift to Garn to confer with your master Bodai and was scheduled to be back in a couple of days. Mostly to see if there was any new intelligence as to those creatures you found in the centre of Naitani. After 4 days, we began to be concerned. We thought perhaps he had been delayed or diverted, as that can happen with any of us on such a mission. But after a week, we sent Rufio to see if anything was amiss, and now he has not returned as expected. I'm holding off sending anyone else until I'm sure they won't be emerging into some sort of battle or into the arms of hostile agents. We don't know if Zakara popped into a battle on the King's Island or bumped into something worse. If the children of the void you spied atop that plateau have awakened, that is a threat to your entire world and to this one as well.
That's very odd, said Hatu. I see why you're worried. From what I've seen and heard, both are capable of dealing with common threats, even without the small garrison King Daelon left there. So if something forced them to go silent, it must be something bad.
I'm left with a conundrum. Rufio left the rift open, so anyone here can just step through.
Why is that a problem? Hava asked.
Open rifts tend to attract denizens of the void.
Wait, interrupted Hattusali. I thought the void was a thing, like a creature. He paused, then said, Pug and you have both told me bits about the war between the void and everything else. The void wanting to go back to some perfect moment that never changes? Magnus's expression turned even more concerned.
Trying to explain the inexplicable sums up what you have been told. We are limited in our perceptions, and what we know is probably only a fraction of what we should know. The problem is, we are dealing with things we can hardly understand, let alone explain. Those things you saw atop the plateau on Naitani, the dread, they are beings of sorts, but we do not grasp precisely what they are. I wish I could more clearly explain, but suffice it to say there are places within the void, that grey nothingness outside all the universes and realities, where we can venture, and some where we cannot. Some of us have travelled into the void and returned. Not many.
He took a deep breath.
Perhaps to clarify, we should return to calling the place between worlds rift space. That was also the term we used. The void, the inexplicable force we confront, think of it as a being for simplicity's sake.
Hatu sat silently for a long moment, then said, I think I understand a little. It's like me trying to describe what I see when I send my mind to deal with the energy lines from what Nathan called the Furies and Pug called nodes. It's impossible to describe, really. Then he brightened a little. But at least I can show people. Magnus said,
So I have been told. Zakara especially was impressed with the display you shared. Multicoloured lines like threads on a loom, he said.
I can show you sometime, Hatu offered.
Some other time. Right now, I need to weigh the risk of sending someone else through that rift.
Hatu stood up. I might be able to... He looked at Hava and then said, Something I did with the aid of Nathan back on Garn. I was able to find people I knew well. By sensing them. Their unique energy, you could say. I don't know if I could manage that across however far it is to Garn from here.
That's a problem, as we have no way to measure the difference between Midkemia and Garn.
Magnus paused, as if weighing his words.
Travel between worlds has been going on for a long time. Even longer than before the first incursion from Kelawan to Midkemia, the first Rift War.
He glanced at Hava and then said,
More history. That can wait until later. The point is that the universe is vast. More properly, all the universes. Distances beyond measure. States of existence we cannot even imagine. But we do have connections.
What connections? Asked Hatu.
Rifts, to begin with, said Magnus. There have always been myths and legends. The first rift between worlds we know of came about by accident. The Surani magicians from the world of Kelawan had discovered how to create rifts to move from place to place on their own world. A Surani Great One, what they called their Greater Path magicians, was on a ship carrying something precious to the warlord of the Empire, exactly what we do not know. And to save the ship from a terrible storm, he attempted to create a rift big enough to sail it to safe waters, some location known to him. But instead, by some fluke we cannot understand, he opened a rift to this world, on the far coast, near the town of Criddy.
Hatu could see this recounting was affecting Magnus, for his manner changed, as if the memory had personal meaning to him. He glanced at Hava, and she nodded slightly, indicating that she had noticed it as well. Magnus continued.
My father was a prisoner on Kelawan, but they prized magic above all else, and as soon as my father's powers were discovered, he was elevated to the ranks of their assembly of great ones. While there, he devoted himself to the study of rifts, and was the most adept magic user on 2 worlds in their use and control.
He shifted his weight forward, looking directly into Hatu's eyes.
He also came to understand their risks. I'll give you the full story some other time, but a rift acts like a lodestone, a magnet, for the very thing we seek to keep as far away from us as possible, the creatures of the void. He taught me everything he knew. It was decades of study, and I may have built on what he taught me a little. But as much as I know of rifts, there is much more that I don't know.
Hatu said, I understand. In the short time I've been here, I've learned there is so much to learn.
The first, and perhaps most important lesson, said Magnus. I have had reasons over the years to stay away from studying rifts.
The major reason is that risk I spoke of, which manifested most profoundly in what others often call the Great Upheaval, or the Cataclysm, or the Chaos War. Again, more history for another time. But what you need to know is that we faced the worst threat to this world, to the universe perhaps, as a consequence of a rift in what is now known as the Sunken Lands. There, wild magic twisted the very fabric of time and space, altering reality in ways no mortal could have imagined. What lingers there is a small world of wonders and horrors.
Magnus got to his feet.
In any event, I've taught Philip as much as I could of rifts. He's proven a remarkably adept student, as I knew he would be. He knows perhaps more than I ever did at this point.
The last pronouncement had a hint of irony to it.
If you would meet him tomorrow, at the opening to the rift, perhaps the two of you may arrive at a solution that has so far eluded us. Are you willing?
Certainly. Where is the rift located?
After you eat, Philip will find you and take you there.
Looking at Hava, Magnus said,
Again, sorry to interrupt your evening. Good night.
He let himself out. Hava said, What do you think? After a second, Hava laughed. I know that expression. You're going back to the library, aren't you? Hatu's expression had gone somewhat distant. There's something I read a few days ago. Go, she said, with a resigned laugh. As he moved off the bed, she said, You know what's odd? He stopped and looked at her. What? He always calls him Philip. Everyone else calls him Pug. Why is that, do you think? Hatu said, I never noticed. He shrugged. I expect there's a story there. He smiled at her. I'll be back soon. As the door closed behind him, she said, No, you won't. She started to fluff up a pillow, then just put it down and punched it. The children were restless. Dante shouted, Quiet! Instantly they fell silent. I've had time to get to know something about what's going on here in Port Vicor, and Healer has let me know something about you lot. So here's the deal. You do what I say, and you'll be fed. You don't do what I say, and it's out on the street with no friends. He let that sink in. Here's your first lesson, he went on. Most adults don't notice kids until the kids act up. Same with servants, but we'll save that for the older kids later. So, if you're in the street doing something that calls attention to yourself, you're failing. Got that? Blank looks were all he got. He turned to Healer and said, I forgot.
Forgot what?
I'm not at home. Where I was born, the youngest of these would have been a year in training already, and all would have shown potential. Healer shrugged, as if he didn't quite understand either. Dante took a deep breath and exhaled.
All right,
he began. We'll take it slow. You! He pointed at a little girl no older than 7. What's your name? Sarah, she replied, looking a little intimidated by being singled out. She had a tiny frame, suntanned skin with freckles, and a mop of brown hair. She stared at Dante with big blue eyes. When you're out in the streets, what do you do? She looked at Healer as if seeking guidance on an answer. He waved his hand slightly in a go-on gesture, indicating that she should answer. I hide a lot, she answered, but most of the time I pick. Dante looked at Healer and asked, Pick?
She's a gleaner, answered Healer. She picks through rubbish, trash piles, anywhere she might stumble across something worth keeping.
She brings whatever she finds to me. A loose coin, an old metal pot, anything that can be sold, traded, melted down, whatever might be useful.
Dante nodded his understanding. He looked at Sarah and said, "From now on, we have a different task for you. You're going to keep picking, but you're not there to find things. If you do, fine. Bring what you find to Healer and me." He waved his hand, indicating the empty building they occupied. "We'll do this place up, so it's warm and dry, and you'll have food when you come here. Now," he said, pointing at Sarah again, "what will you be doing while you're pretending to pick?" "I don't know," she said, her eyes wide. "You will listen. Healer and I will tell you where to go, maybe to a particular market or down by the docks, and we'll tell you what to listen for. Think you can do that?" She nodded dubiously. Dante tried not to show dissatisfaction with her reaction. He remembered all too well the beatings he used to get when he gave a wrong answer to his grandfather. He sat down on an empty crate and let out a long sigh. "Lots of work to be done here."
"Depends on what you want,"
said Healer. "I think right now I want a place I can start to train these little ones away from nosy bystanders. Can you think of somewhere?"
"Not yet, but I can check around." "How close to the city?"
"Close enough I can go from there to here and back in a day." Healer nodded.
"One of the upland villages, I think. Find a little farm, out of the way."
He stood up and asked,
"I'll meet you here?"
Dante nodded. "I'm not going anywhere. Not yet, anyway." Hava entered the massive library and saw Hatu alone at a large table, with a half-dozen volumes, some open, before him. He was staring intently at a book in his left hand while turning the page with his right. She stopped, as she had never seen him this focused on anything before. His head moved slightly up and down, as if he was scanning the pages, and he turned them at a remarkable rate. She stared at him silently, while he quickly read through the entire volume. As he closed it and put it on the table, he caught sight of her and said, "Hey, what are you doing out of bed?" She looked at him with a rueful expression. "It's morning? Time for breakfast? You've been reading all night." He looked genuinely surprised. "I have." "Did you learn anything useful?" I learned a great deal. How useful remains to be seen." "Get up," she ordered. "You need to eat." He complied, and as he stood up gave a slight groan. I think I sat in one position too long." He moved his arms a little, twisted his torso to the right then left, and exhaled loudly. "I just got lost in what I was reading." "Apparently," she said, motioning him to come with her. "I've never seen you read that fast before." Outside, they walked towards the dining hall next to the villa. Hatu saw the sun was still behind the hill that sheltered the library and judged it almost half an hour past sunrise. "I never have before," he replied. "I was in a hurry to see if I could learn something that might help with the problem Magnus shared last night." He looked a bit lost for a moment, then said, "So I kept reading faster and faster until I was able to scan many pages in the time it used to take me to read one." "Can you remember any of it at that speed?" she asked. He smiled a little lopsidedly. "That's the thing. I am now able to recall any written page I look at. If I read it, I understand it. If I understand it, I remember it. All of it." "A new ability?" He said, "Maybe I've had it all along, since my training began with Bodai and Nathan. I just never felt the need to hurry before." She gave out a soft chuckle, put her arm through his and said, "You're a constant source of wonder." He pulled her a little closer, leaned over to kiss her cheek and said,
"So are you."
They entered the hall and found Pug waiting for them, eating a large bowl containing a boiled grain of some sort and some bread with cheese. He gestured that they should join him after they fetched their own breakfast. Hava pushed Hatu towards him and said, "I'll bring you yours. Go sit and talk." "Magnus said you might be able to help with our problem," Pug said to Hatu as he sat down. "I think I can sort out a few things." Hatu replied, "Good." Pug continued to eat. While he waited for Hava, Hatu said, "I did some reading last night, and I think I understand most of the main properties of how rifts function." Pug's spoon stopped halfway between the bowl and his mouth. "You do?" "If I understand what I read last night, a rift bends the universe, I suppose you'd say, so that two places impossible distances apart now touch each other and create a doorway from one side to the other. The doorway part is widely known, but the bending the universe part is a new way to look at it." Hatu's expression became animated. "My first instinct was to think of it as a passage, perhaps a magic tunnel. But repeatedly I read that the transfer was instantaneous, like stepping through a doorway. I pondered how that could be if there was any distance between the 2 points. Even with a little distance, there would be some sense of time passing, wouldn't there?" Pug sat back and regarded the much younger man. "That's a reasonable assumption. So, I considered how one would achieve that bending of everything. That led me to consider some things Nathan said back on Garn, and what I read last night in the library on rifts." "What did you read?" asked Pug. "Everything I could find." Pug's eyes widened. "Everything? There must be 30 different volumes and scrolls." 37, actually," Hatu responded. "I've read all of them over the years. You read them all in one night?" Hava arrived with a tray and set it down between her chair and Hatu's. "He explained that to me. Seems he can read a page in seconds now." Her tone was matter-of-fact. Pug glanced back and forth between the two of them and then said, "Some of those are in alien languages." "I discovered I could read anything back when I was studying with Bodai at the sanctuary." Hatu gobbled a big spoon of the warm cereal. "I am amazed," said Pug. "It's been a long time since I've experienced that." Hatu shrugged off the remark. "I just did it." Hava slowly shook her head from side to side, then looked at Pug with an expression that communicated her own astonishment. "I also found a couple of works that touched on rifts but were mostly regarding time." Pug blinked and sat back. "Such as?" "It's from a discussion I had with Magnus, and I think I'll wait until you both can hear my theory." "That can be quickly arranged," said Pug. It was obvious he had finished eating, but he remained seated to wait for Hava and Hatu. When they were done, Hatu quickly loaded the tray with their dishes and Pug's, then carried it over to where whoever had kitchen duty that day would take the dishes to be washed. He turned to Pug and said, "Show me that rift." Pug led them out of the dining hall and across an open court to the old villa. He went through a larger open court, then up the pathway that led to the cave where Hava and Hatu were first introduced to the conclave of shadows. Instead of continuing past the villa, Pug halted before the last door in the northernmost building and opened it. He waved them inside, then followed. Instantly, Hatu sensed a powerful energy swirling throughout the room. He saw what at first he took to be a large oval mirror, then saw it wasn't reflecting light, but emitting it. Silver swirls in a big oval, large enough for a person to step through, were contained in a frame of either metal or painted wood. He couldn't tell which at this distance. A young adept sat on a chair reading. He looked up as Pug shut the door. The only other illumination in the room was a large wax candle on a small table to his left, providing reading light. He put the book down and stood up. "Pug," he said in greeting. He was slender, with dark hair and deeply tanned skin. "Jarali, this is Hava and Hattushali." The adept stepped forward and extended his hand. "I've heard much about you already," he said, as Hava first, then Hattu shook hands. "Jarali is here in case something happens to that rift," said Pug, pointing at the silver oval. Hattu nodded and stepped past Jarali, getting as close as he could to the rift without touching it. He could feel energies dancing across the undulating face of the silver light in a pattern. Pug started to speak, but Hattu held up his hand, signalling silence. Hattu stood motionless for a long time while the other three watched quietly. After a while, the door opened and Magnus entered. Pug held a finger to his lips, indicating silence. Magnus nodded. More time passed as Hattu stared into the seemingly random pattern of shimmering ripples across the rift. Then he turned and took a step towards them, almost stumbling. He shook his head to clear it as Hava moved to catch him if he fell. Hattu held up his hand in a reassuring gesture. "I'm all right. That was unique."
"What did you see?"
Magnus asked. "See is perhaps the wrong way of putting it," Hattu replied. "If you don't mind," he said, walking over to the chair and sitting down. "That took a lot of energy, and I didn't get any sleep last night." Pug said to Magnus, "He read 37 books last night." Magnus responded with raised eyebrows but said nothing. Hattu sat back and said, "When I first learned of the energy that stretches between what Nathan called positive and negative furies, in my mind I saw them as lines like threads in a loom. Different colours that I just knew represented different states of energy, like living things, fire, water moving." He waved his hand in the air. I don't know how I knew, I just did." He looked at Magnus. "I think I understand what you meant about explaining the inexplicable. I experience things by delving into that rift. I don't know if I can find the words to properly express." Hava scowled and said, "Just try. You never seem to be at a loss for words most of the time." Hattu laughed with a touch of exhaustion and gave her a look of surrender. "What I saw was a space between." He looked at Pug. "Remember how I said I thought rifts bent space so two distant locations touched each other?" Pug glanced at Magnus and said, "Over breakfast this morning." To Hattu he said, "Yes." "Well, I was wrong. Not by much. The two ends of the rift almost are in contact, but there is a tiny space, almost impossible to notice, if you just step through like we did when we came here from Garn. But I saw it, or rather felt it. A tiny crack, and I think I sensed what you call the void, or rift space, in that crack." Magnus looked impressed.
"That would clearly explain how things like the Dread and demons can find their way into the rifts and come out into our realm."
"And the Dragon Lords," said Pug. "How could any of us forget that battle at Sethanon?" Suddenly, he closed his eyes and dropped his ever-present staff. It clattered to the floor, and he reached up with both hands to grab his temples. A moment later, he fell to his knees with a groan that rapidly rose to a scream of pain. Hava and Magnus barely caught Pug as he keeled over and lay on the stone floor writhing. His eyes rolled up and he started to tremble. Magnus looked at Jarali and shouted, "Go! Get a healer!" Hattu jumped up out of his chair and came to stand over the trembling figure on the floor. "Is he having a seizure?" Magnus said,
I don't know. My knowledge of healing is slight, even after all these years. We have others here who are far better than I. Still, I will try to help.
He closed his eyes and rested his hand on Pug's trembling chest, and after a moment the trembling subsided. But it was clear that Pug was unconscious and in distress. His complexion was now pallid, and his breathing shallow. A few minutes later, the door opened, and a man in a brown robe and matching flat cloth cap entered, and without a word, knelt next to Pug.
"How long?"
he asked. "He keeled over in pain a few minutes ago," answered Haver. Hatu could see deep concern etched into Magnus's features. Jarrelli looked at the most senior magician on the island with a silent question on his face. Hatu saw that Magnus's attention was fixed on Pug and said to the younger adept,
"I think you can go now."
With a look of relief, Jarrelli quickly left the room. Hatu looked at the man in brown as his lips moved in a silent incantation, and he put both hands on Pug's temples. Hatu watched intently. Then, after a few minutes, he whispered, "I see." Haver came to stand next to him. "See what?" "I see what he's doing. The spell is different." Magnus stood up and told Hatu,
"This is Father Athanasios. He's a priest of Silban, the Earth Mother. We are fortunate that he is studying with us, as he is among the greatest healers on Midkemia."
Hatu's expression was one of wonder. Softly he said to Haver, "I've seen nothing like this." Haver looked worried. "Since we came here, you've said that almost every day." Minutes dragged by, and Hatu watched as the healer worked his magic on Pug. Finally, Father Athanasios rocked back on his heels and said,
"I have done all I can. I have calmed his heart and made sure he can easily breathe. But there is more going on that is beyond my understanding."
Abruptly, Hatu looked at Pug and softly said, "Damn!" "What?" asked Haver. "I see it."
"See what?"
asked Magnus. "I see in him." Hatu stood back. "Do you remember me telling you how I might be able to find Rufio and Zarkara by their energy? How each person's energy is different from everyone else's, and I can recognize people that way?" Magnus nodded. "Pug's energy is changing." Hatu saw Magnus go pale.
"Go on,"
Magnus said. "He's different to how he was this morning. Let me see if I can see." Hatu closed his eyes and stood still. After a moment, his eyes opened wide. "I don't know. There are two different..."
"Two different what?"
asked Magnus. Hatu slowly shook his head as if clearing it. "It's as if there are two different Pugs, both struggling within for control." Magnus almost stumbled as he stepped back and gripped his staff for support. Hatu looked at Father Athanasios and asked,
"Can you keep him alive?"
"At least for a while," answered the cleric. "I do not fully understand what you say, but whatever conflict resides within Pug is exacting a toll, and he cannot withstand that struggle for long." Hatu nodded and said, "I think I can help, but I need rest and food." Suddenly, he seemed to go weak, and Haver reflexively reached out to put an arm around her husband's waist to keep him steady. "I can come back as soon as I'm able, and I may be able to help with this."
"What can you do?"
asked Magnus. Hatu took a deep breath and said, "I think I need to enter his mind and observe the battle between the two minds. Perhaps I can even somehow calm it. Haver could see tears beginning to well up in Magnus's eyes. Chapter 9. Confrontations. Declan held up his hand. The company came to a halt and waited. He turned to Sixto and spoke softly. Dismount and use hand signals only. Sixto turned in his saddle and with a gesture signalled to dismount. Every member of that company knew the enemy might be within hearing range. It was less than 2 hours after sunrise, and the sky was still dark with clouds as the storm moved away. The night had been cold and wet, despite Declan bedding down closest to the hearth because of his rank, and the tack and saddles in the barn were still damp. Yet, the day held promise, as they were within minutes of reaching their destination, and Declan was eager to finish up this business and get back to Marquinet, a hot bath, and dry clothing. Since the destruction of the Pride Lords on Naitani, after so much bloodshed and death, his appetite for revenge had been waning, despite his lingering sorrow over Gwen's death. He saw this conflict with the Church as absolutely necessary. They were the authors of much of the carnage he'd experienced, and their ambitions made this coming war a clear act of survival. But even so, it was not a fight he welcomed. Declan signalled with an upraised fist, then one finger, then 3, and every third man took the reins of 3 mounts and led them away where they would be picketed in a pasture where they could crop grass. Sebastian had returned. He waited for them to secure the horses, then moved to stand before Declan. In a voice barely more than a whisper, he said,
4 guards, 12 horses. I don't know what sort of trail we'll find in all this mud, but at least we know where they entered the forest.
Declan nodded.
Good work.
He glanced skywards and added softly,
The clouds are thinning. This will be clear by noon. We'd best take the advantage while it's there. Church soldiers?
Sebastian nodded.
Church adamant from their tabards. So it's a fight. What's our best attack?
Declan asked. Sebastian motioned off to the left.
That way, to a copse just outside trees so close they form a wall. Then follow the edge and we'll be less than 30 yards from the pickets.
He glanced up at the sky and added,
They'll be awake, but with the time of day, dark weather and boredom, we may be able to hit them before they realise what's happening.
Good. Declan turned and motioned for his men to form up behind him and Sixto, and once the column was in line, he indicated for Sebastian to lead. Quickly, the squad moved out, each man following the one in front, all of them hurting from long hours in the saddle, but ignoring the aches and attending to stealth. With 10 men remaining behind to tend the horses, Declan still had a massive advantage of 30 men to take down the church guards. Declan realised a few seconds after moving out that his ragtag group of mercenaries, men who had accompanied him escaping Garn's wound, had become a highly disciplined unit. He found an unexpected satisfaction in that moment. They moved briskly past the copse to the main forest, then skirted the edge as they circled towards the church encampment. Declan heard a horse nicker and held up his hand. Everyone froze in place. The sentries might not hear his company approaching, but they'd start to be wary if the horses acted up. Declan judged that the wind was not in their favour or the church guards, as it was blowing across them both. He waited and heard the horses settle, then motioned for the men to follow. As they rounded the edge of the forest, Declan took a glance into the thick trees and, just as he remembered, 20 feet in was complete darkness. He hunched over and peered around a tree bole. Sebastian turned to face him, then pointed out a tiny clearing. Declan gave one brief nod. From that clearing led a narrow path that would get them to the enemy camp. He motioned for Sixto and the others to follow. It was a large enough pathway that the men could walk in single file, yet alternate a bit so that each could see over the shoulder of the man in front. Declan prayed nobody stepped on anything that would trip them or make a loud noise. As he neared the exit of the pathway, Declan smelled smoke from a campfire and looked around the edge of the trees. A dozen horses were picketed to a line while 4 men sat eating near the campfire. Declan calculated that by the time he and his men reached these 4, they would be on their feet and ready. Still, he had the advantage in numbers, and every one of his men knew these church soldiers would not yield, so it was a fight to the death. Declan slowly drew his sword and turned to see if those behind were ready. Sixto nodded, and Declan turned and ran out of the cover of the woods, keeping silent. The lack of a battle cry seemed to gain him a few seconds, as the church guards were slow to react to the sight of men racing out of the woods at them. They dropped their bowls and spoons, stood tossing their heavy cloaks over one shoulder, and started to draw their weapons. The first guard was barely ready when Declan fell upon him, Sixto 1 step behind. The church soldier parried a high blow from the prince, but Sixto came in under and stabbed at the man. His blade slid off a chain shirt, but the blow knocked the man backwards. Declan moved with the falling man and took him in the throat with the point of his blade. He turned quickly and found that the other 3 were surrounded. In moments, they lay dead on the ground. His men stood looking down at the dead church soldiers. "That was quick," said Sixto, with a note of satisfaction. "Anyone wounded?" Declan asked. A new recruit to the company named Jack said, "Got a nick to my arm, but it's nothing." Declan saw blood flowing from a gash and shook his head. That nothing could fester and cost Jax his arm or even kill him if not treated. He said, "Stay here with the horses and get to sewing and salting that wound." At the mention of salt, Jax visibly winced, but he simply said, "Yes, Highness." Glancing skywards, Declan saw the overcast was clearing. "Do you think the noise carried?" he asked Sixto. "I doubt it," answered Sixto. "Not through that many trees." Declan regarded the dark wood and knew it was likely that the engineers and guards were far away. He looked at the horses. They had tried to pull away from the violence, but were still firmly tied. "How many riders did that report say?" he asked Lewis as he came forward. "A dozen." "So, 8 left," Declan said. "They're likely on their way back to wherever the church has men ready to come here once things are underway with the redoubt." "Send men after them?" asked Sixto. Declan shook his head. "If no one returns, the church officers might get suspicious and send someone to see what's wrong." Sixto nodded agreement. "That reconnaissance force would not be welcome. What hit us at the south border? 40 men?" "Yes," said Declan. "So we'll let them go and report everything is going well." He considered, then said, "So, that leaves 8 riders on foot. But we don't know how many foot soldiers as well. Let's say a squad of 20. If they're dug in when we find them, that could get tricky." Declan said, "Make camp. We'll go at first light and hope they're not dug in like ticks on a dog. And I hope it stays dry." Sixto glanced skywards as more blue appeared between the clouds. "No joy there," Declan answered. As thick as those woods are, those paths will stay muddy for a few days. Well, answered Sixto, at least the worst of the dripping from the trees will be over. Declan couldn't help but laugh. It was a welcome release of tension. You do find the bright side of things, don't you? I try, said Sixto wryly. Send for our horses, Declan said. He saw that his men were already dragging the dead church soldiers away after stripping their weapons. We can use those 12 for remounts when we leave. How many men do we leave here? Asked Sixto. We need as many in the forest as we can have. The horses are not going anywhere, but they need to be moved so they have grass to crop. Leave Jax and 7 others. The rest of us will see what's in that forest. Nothing good, I'll wager, Sixto offered. Saying nothing, Declan nodded his agreement. Sabella looked ready to fall over from exhaustion. The other 4 young adepts had been resting, but she had insisted on staying with Zarkara and Rufio to discuss the possibilities of fixing the broken rift, as she called it. The 3 had spent the entire night discussing the possible ways she and the other women could somehow transfer their power to the men. It was as alien a concept to the women as it was to Zarkara and Rufio.
You look all out on your feet, said Zarkara to the young woman. Get some sleep, and Rufio and I will trade off watching the rift with the soldiers.
He glanced out of the opening of the pavilion and added,
It's a few hours to dawn, and maybe we'd all do well with some rest.
She nodded and stood up, accidentally slipping a little. As she grabbed at the table, she put her fist into a half-full pitcher of water. The stumble caused her to laugh, and she took her wet hand out and dried it on a cloth on the table. As she regarded her hand, her eyes widened.
What?
Asked Rufio. That rift you tried to create back to your world. Why does it have to be so large? She asked the warlock.
So that I can step through,
said Zarkara. We don't need a person to go through it, Sabella said. If I understand what you said, your home world is just on the other side of that rift, correct?
It's like stepping through a doorway, across a threshold, said Rufio.
Her mood brightened. You don't have to go. Just write a message and drop it through for your friends to read. Zarkara and Rufio exchanged looks, and it was Rufio who said,
But the rift doesn't reach Midkemia.
Zarkara said,
If these acolytes of the Flame Guard can somehow give me their power, I don't need to do more than have an opening that's just big enough to put my hand through.
And that might lengthen it enough to reach home, said Rufio, now excited at the possibility. He looked at Sabella and said,
You are a wonder. If we get this done and can get home, you must come and visit. I think you have the makings of a magic user.
She blushed. I have simple gifts. Zarkara said,
Here, there, perhaps a great deal more. I'll spare you a lecture. You get them enough from Bodai.
She laughed at that. Zarkara said,
Simply put, the amount of energy, what many people call anima, orenda, kangata, doko, mana, or other words, some in languages no human can pronounce, is a force. This energy that Hattushali can see, wield, and take with him, apparently, added Rufio darkly. It varies from world to world. Sometime, when you're in the mood for a long talk, I can tell you about the Hall of Worlds, which I suspect was how Nathan got here in the first place. There are worlds out there with no mana, no force to speak of, just the natural energy of all living things. But there are worlds like Midkemia, where the energy is so strong it manifests in ways that can only be legends here. But if I can get enough energy from you and your companions, just enough so I can manipulate the energy already trapped in that rift, then perhaps we can get a message home.
Sabella seemed eager despite her fatigue.
Get some rest, he said. We all need to be at our best to try this.
I still need to talk to the others about how we get the power to you. There are tales, from ancient times to now, about natural magics. Dance magic, singing magic, sex magic, blood magic, elemental magics that are dangerous, even deadly. So we have to contrive a way to do this without doing harm.
That would be welcome, said Rufio. Magic, by its very nature, is dangerous to the unpracticed. Sometimes even to the well-practiced.
Zakara added, with a wry smile.
Now, go and get some rest.
I shall. You as well.
She retired to a corner of the big pavilion that had been curtained off for the women's privacy.
Do you think we can do this?
Asked Rufio.
I have no idea, replied Zakara. But it's the first intelligent idea I've heard since we started looking at this problem.
Rufio nodded.
Leave it to a woman to see what we don't.
Zakara laughed.
My father would have said the exact same thing about my mother.
He rose and said,
I'll take the first watch. Get some sleep.
I will not argue,
said the magician, rising and moving to another corner of the pavilion where there was bedding on the ground. Zakara walked slowly to where two guards sat by the two rifts. As they heard him approach, they came to their feet and he said,
Sit down. You may not see anything for a very long time.
He thought it would not matter if they were on their feet should the wrong kind of demon come through. Sixto detailed those who were to remain, while Declan spoke with Sebastian and Lewis.
I've only been in this forest a short way, just to lord timber, but I've heard the stories.
Lewis said, As have I, Highness. I've been around the edges like some who live near here. There are stories of evil spirits, ghosts and the like. Men wandering lost until they starved to death.
Probably just to scare children into behaving,
said Sebastian. Whatever the truth, we'll soon be meeting death face on, at the hands of creatures, spirits, or soldiers of the church, so you two need to be most on your guard. You're the trailbreakers. Sebastian clapped his hand on Lewis's shoulder and said,
Then we best get to it.
To Declan he said,
We'll start along this path and see if it takes us to a stream bed or game trail. Whatever we find, one of us will return with word.
Get started, said Declan. Sebastian gave a casual salute and the two scouts turned and walked into the forest. Declan was surprised at how quickly they vanished from sight. The rest of the soldiers were organising their gear, enough food and water for a week's march. Given the density of these trees, Declan thought they'd be lucky to get half that progress. He and Sixto inspected the soldiers' kit. Cloth wraps were tied around sword hilts, and small buckler shields were slung over each man's back to prevent noise as they moved through the forest. Each archer carried his bow with a hip quiver, while the other soldiers carried easy-to-drop hip packs of food and water skins. As they were ready to enter the woods, Lewis returned at a quick half-run. He hurried to Declan and said,
Sebastian's holding a position, and we may be in luck.
Go on.
The church trailbreakers were heading as we are for a fork, just half a mile ahead where we found a charred tree.
Sixto nodded slowly.
They marked the way for the soldiers and engineers to follow.
He laughed softly.
By my ancestors, they may be evil bastards, but they're not stupid. They did what we planned on doing. Let's move, said Declan.
With a wave of his hand, he set Lewis off ahead and motioned for the column to fall in behind Sixto and him. Entering the forest, Declan was as surprised as the first time he had come into the Darkwood years ago with foresters to stock up on wood for Edvout's furnace, forge and hearth. Within 100 yards, the light from the sky was shaded by thousands of branches. It was a canopy so dense it might as well have been a roof. The gloom was close to the first light of dawn. Stepping ahead was not the problem, but a look to either side, and within half a dozen yards there was nothing to see but tree trunks and darkness. The other change Declan noticed was the smell. The open fields had held a scent of grass and occasionally flowers that were still in bloom. He had noticed that on first leaving Marquinet, the hint of spring orange blossoms and sea salt had faded, to be replaced with dust and grass. Now it was wet earth beneath the men's boots and a musty tang of moss and lichen. The rain had cleared the air, but the odours of the deep forest were quickly returning. To Declan, it added to his sense that they were not welcome here. Lewis was easy to see, but not much ahead beyond him was clear. Suddenly, Sebastian was ahead, holding up his hand. Declan signalled, and the men behind him came to a halt.
"What have you found?"
Declan asked.
"I've scouted ahead, and the way is clear for a few 100 yards. I think they were blind to the possibility someone could get past their sentries at the forest's edge and follow them in." "Well, we might as well be blind to anything off this path. So, did you hear anything?"
asked Declan.
"No, Highness,"
answered the old scout.
"No sounds of felling trees or hammers, so they must still be miles ahead."
Sixto stood at Declan's side and asked,
"How far do you think sounds like that might carry?"
Lewis held up his hand, one finger pointing upwards.
"Do you hear anything?"
Both men listened, and after a moment Declan said, "Nothing." Sebastian nodded emphatically.
"Yes. No bird or animal sounds. Everything with fur or feathers knows we're here. So the question we must ask is, will the church have guards on the perimeter, or just assume they're safe? If they're felling trees immediately, the birds have already fled, so no flocks rising to give us away."
Sixto almost laughed. "If the church engineers are sawing and hammering, they won't hear us coming." Declan smiled. "I think you're right." He turned to look at the men behind him and said,
"Try to keep silent, but we are going to a forced march."
He motioned to the two trailbreakers, and they set off at a loping jog. Declan signalled and started after them. They would find the enemy sooner rather than later, and Declan was pleased about that. He was not pleased about the bloodshed yet to come. Sabella said, "I think we have found a way." Zakara rolled over from the mat upon which he had been sleeping and blinked as he came awake.
"What?"
"I said, I think we have found a way to get the power to you to fix that rift." She squatted and looked him in the eye. "You need to wake up."
"Where's Rufio?"
he replied, coming to his feet. "He's at the rifts. Something came through, but it was little, and the guards killed it without issue."
"I need coffee,"
he said, still blinking. "Over there," she replied. He half stumbled towards the part of the pavilion set up for eating and found a tray with mugs and a large pot of coffee there. He poured himself a mug, tested it with a sip, then drank half of it down.
It's not cold, but it's on its way.
Sabella motioned to one of the soldiers standing duty as a steward and said, "More hot coffee, please." He nodded, took the pot, and headed back to where the kitchen had been set up. Zakara shook himself out of his half-awake state and asked,
"How long?"
"You have been asleep for 5 hours."
"Not nearly enough,"
he complained. "Come on, old man," she said in a teasing voice. "We need to do this now." By the time he reached the rift, he was fully alert. He saw the other 4 young women were there with Rufio, who was slowly shaking his head as if he wasn't believing what he was hearing.
"What?"
asked Zakara.
"If you are willing, they think there's a way for you to adjust that rift."
"Willing to do what?"
Rufio flipped his hand over and pointed at Sabella, who said, "We have considered all the lore we know about how power flows from men to women here. The best possible way to reverse that is to reverse our assumed roles. You must become passive, accepting. We will be the repositories of energy."
"I have no idea what you mean,"
said Zakara. He finished the coffee in the mug.
"I need more."
Sabella turned to a soldier and said, "There's someone with a pitcher of hot coffee down there. Please go and tell him to bring it here." The soldier seemed amused by the request, but nodded and ran off. Zakara said,
"Do we have a message?"
Rufio said,
"I penned one earlier."
"Let me see."
Zakara accepted a piece of heavy parchment with Rufio's writing on it. It read, "We are trapped, no magic. Send Hattusali now. Keep rift open both ways."
"That's to the point,"
Zakara said, handing it back to Rufio. Rufio put up his hands and said,
"You keep it. You're the better rift expert here, so if anyone can get it home, it's you."
Zakara took the parchment and said,
"What next?"
"More coffee," said Sabella as the soldier appeared with a full pot. Zakara took his empty mug and held it out so the soldier could fill it. He tested the heat, blew across the mug, and when he was ready, took a long swallow of the black, pungent drink. He blinked twice and handed the mug to Rufio.
"I'm as ready as I'll ever be."
"Stand still," said Sabella. "Do not move until we tell you." Zakara said nothing, but stood as motionless as he could. The 5 women surrounded him and moved as close as they could without touching him. Sabella said, "Close your eyes and just be willing to take what comes to you." Zakara said nothing, but let out a slow breath, took in a long one, and stood ready. The 5 women linked arms, forming a circle around him, and began to chant. He felt a chill come over him, as if a sudden cold breeze had struck him, and his skin reacted with raised gooseflesh. A raw energy ran up from his shoulders, causing his neck to tighten. Throughout his body, muscles tensed, and he felt strange ripples of power course through it. He felt his toes try to curl, almost cramping, and flex them. Then a wave of pleasure ran from his toes to his scalp, a tingling that caused him to suck in his breath and gasp in wonderment as his hair rose. He felt his entire body shudder, and then his flesh get rigid as he rose up on his toes. His muscles were taut, even his groin aroused, and suddenly he was floating a foot above the ground. His mind was open, and with eyes closed he saw the skies above. Beyond the clouds and flocking birds, his vision raced upwards to a darkened dome, dotted with stars. Suddenly, he was in pain and sucking in air to fight for his life, and then he saw the rift. He reached out with his mind and commanded the rift to contract and lengthen. He felt the circumference contract, and the energy that produced sped away from him. A vibration, silent yet reverberating in his mind like a gong, ran through him, and for a moment his senses were almost overwhelmed. Sights of familiar places sped through his mind. Familiar scents teased him, fleeing at the moment of recognition, followed by a soft caress of sea breeze tinged with salt. The smell he recognized, one he had known since his birth. He was home. His feet touched the ground and he stumbled forward. Before the others could grab him to hold him upright, he thrust the message through the smaller opening and let it go. He collapsed as they caught him before he struck the ground and saw a circle of faces above him.
"Did we do it?"
he asked. Then the light fled and he lost consciousness. Chapter 10. Recovery. Hattushali sat motionless. Pug lay upon a sleeping pallet that had been brought into the chamber so as not to move him other than lifting him off the floor. Father Athanasios had been joined by 2 other masters of healing magic. One was Father Jacob of the Order of Sung the Pure. He wore similar garb to the other cleric, but of white cloth rather than brown. The third healer was an elven spell weaver, Nitlanta. She struck Hattu as very human-like, except for an exaggeratedly lithe frame and upswept lobeless ears. Her hair was a light red blonde, and her eyes were closed as she incited her spell to heal the fallen magician. Hattu sat back and looked at the circle of concerned faces around him and said, "I will need time. How long can he remain like this?" Father Athanasios looked for a moment at the other 2 healers, then said,
"It's difficult to say. He is suffering, and while he may be young in appearance, He stopped. I cannot say."
Magnus said,
"My father once spoke of the time a princess of the royal family was poisoned, and he encased her in a time bubble, slowing things down to a moment inside the bubble, taking a day to pass while others sought a cure."
"Can you do that?" asked Hattu.
"I think so. I have my father's notes and remember enough that it should take me only a short time to erect such a bubble."
He shook his head in a way that Hattu interpreted as a mix of hopelessness and futility, then went on,
"But even if I could, you or whoever else was in that bubble would also be slowed, hence no good would come of it. It would be useful if we could contrive a cure away from Philip outside such a bubble, or if we could find a way to slow him without harm."
Hattushali shook his head. "No, that... Wait!"
"What?"
asked Magnus. "I think I might have a way." Hattu closed his eyes and let his mind move away from the chaotic energies he saw in Pug's mind, where it was as if there were 2 warring sets of furies. He turned his mind instead to Pug's body, his pumping heart and labouring lungs. He felt the stress and tension in Pug's muscles and in internal organs that seemed to be struggling to answer conflicting demands. He discerned the healing energies of Father Athanasios and the investigating magic of Father Jacob and Nitlanta. He probed at every aspect and eventually found an element he had seen once before. Hattu rocked back onto his heels. He said to Magnus, "When I saw that thing in the pit in Garn's wound, surrounded by those twisted people, the time bonds that held it frozen were weakening. They seemed to be moving faster. I'm not sure that's a good explanation, but I saw those bonds moving a tiny fraction, but definitely moving. So I touched them and slowed down their change. I don't understand why, but I know how to slow things down." He closed his eyes again and turned his attention to Pug's still body, and suddenly he saw the link to time within the framework of his being. At the very centre of each thread, he perceived an even tinier filament of time. For a moment, he felt doubt and wondered if what he was about to try could be fatal. The old and familiar anger from his childhood threatened to rise, and he knew it was doubt that had to be shunted aside. But berating himself for his hesitancy was pointless and dangerous, for the magician would die if something wasn't done quickly. Hattusili took a slow, deep breath and saw which way time moved in the fibres of Pug's being. He reached out gently with his mind and touched that filament of time, willing it to slow. It resisted, and he felt a tug in his mind, a sense that he was not supposed to perceive it like this. Yet he understood this was just a perception, and that time itself was a thing barely understood. He stroked it, as if he had a hand on a line and was slowing how it played out, preventing too fast an unreeling. He imagined he was a break on a fishing reel and applied the slightest pressure. Abruptly, his own heart started to beat faster. Perspiration formed on his skin, and he felt his body tingle. There was something new there, and he felt pulled in two directions. One side of his mind wanted to investigate the new sensation, and the other half demanded he attend to the matter at hand. Pug's life hung in the balance. Energies flowed in patterns wholly new to Hattusili. He'd seen complex weaves of energy tugging between positive and negative furies enough to recognize this was the most challenging display he had ever encountered. His uncertainty returned. To pick the wrong thread, pull in the wrong direction, was to invite disaster, even death. A sudden wave of fear washed over him, and he opened his eyes and saw those around him depending on him to act. He sat back, his eyes welling with tears, and he turned to Hava. "What?" she asked. Wiping away tears of fatigue and worry, he said, "I need you to come behind me and hold me tight." She moved instantly to comply and grabbed her husband from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist and holding him close. "Why?" she whispered. "Because you are my anchor," he whispered back. Then he closed his eyes and returned to the struggle. In his mind's eye, Hattu saw as complex a display of forces as he had ever beheld. He scanned and judged, then realized the threads of energy were not a jumble of lines, not a skein of tangled yarn as he had first perceived, but two sets moving in opposite directions, tangling as they tried to move past one another, each blocking the other's way. He reached out gently to untangle the first two threads from the countless lines of Pug's life. Dante motioned for David to come to him. The children had been running back and forth across a cleared patch of grass which had once been a garden of some sort, Dante assumed. The youngsters were laughing and shouting as if this running was a type of play. Dante was feeling at a loss, for he realised he had begun this scheme of starting his own crew and building from there with absolutely no idea how children not in a Koltachin school were going to act. His father and grandfather had raised him from infancy to assume the mantle of clanmaster one day. He didn't even have the childhood memories of life before the school that some children like Hava had. Moreover, he had pretty much ignored children whenever he encountered them on his travels. The ones he interacted with were crew urchins, all trained before they were sent to work for the crews. David said, "Yes?" "Were you born here?"
"No. A village to the south, near the Green Reaches. Why?"
Dante made an exasperated sound. "What did I say about questions?"
"I forgot."
With an audible sigh, Dante repeated, "What did I say?"
Not to ask questions until you ask us if there are questions.
David seemed unsure about this, but when Dante slowly nodded, he brightened a little. "What are the green reaches?" asked Dante.
Big forest, sort of, or a jungle, between here and Kesh. Used to be tough to get through, just because it was really thick with trees and stuff, but now people say you can't. Lots of weird plants that are poisonous and creatures, they say. Everything in there tries to kill you, they say.
Dante resisted the urge to ask who they were. Was that an important route?
Once,
David answered.
Healer would know. Besides, Kesh doesn't trade with the kingdom anymore, so nobody tries to get through there.
Dante held up his hand. That's enough for now. You could have just said a big forest to the south of here. David lost his bright expression. Dante said, "So, is that where you were born?"
Yes. Just to this side of the reaches. Where my folks were too. A lot of our grandparents with Keshian blood got stranded there when the weird magic hit.
Dante decided that was a topic to talk to Healer about. "So, your folks are from the other side, originally?"
Yeah. Dark as me. The people from Kesha.
Dante nodded. "Mainly, what I'm trying to work out is who will get noticed where in Port Vicor. Like, if you walked into a shop, would they look at you differently to the others?" David seemed a bit confused by the question and said,
"Of course they would. I'm a rag picker, and they know I've got no coin, so they toss me out of my arse. Any one of us goes into a shop anywhere but the poor quarter and we're dusted out of the door."
Dante nodded. "So, it's not who your parents were, but if you can spend?" David nodded. Dante took a slow, deep breath. He stood up and entered the former farmhouse and looked around. Rough pallets lay everywhere on the floor, and blankets were tossed about randomly. He looked at the dirty hearth and filthy wash basin and realised that to these children grime was a way of life. Dirt was a costume in Koltachin. If you needed to play the role, it was easier to rub dirt on a clean face than to wash a dirty face. He'd played Street Boys since he was 5 years old, but at home, in school, he and the other children were expected to stay clean. Washing in a cold stream was preferable to being punished by a preceptor or master. Besides, Master Bodai had lectured that it kept illness away. Dante had examined this hovel before taking possession, but still wandered around, poking at this and that piece of refuse as if he might discover something he'd previously missed. He knew, without doubt, that he was completely unprepared for the task at hand. At the rear of this tiny house, there was a single window, without glass, but with an outside shutter that prevented rain and cold from entering. He stared out at a long, rolling pasture overgrown with weeds and bordered by a small creek across the back. What could we do with that? He wondered. Dante had worked with enough livestock in his time, running different dodges, spying, or simply training with the Kingdom of the Night, to know that of all the animals that could turn a profit, sheep were the least bothersome. They were a nuisance when it came to shearing, but for the most part they were stupid, didn't wander off if there was ample grass, and they weren't spooked. They were work, but less work than cattle and smelled less than pigs. Perhaps chickens were even less bothersome, but they also stank, and everyone had a few, so they were not a serious market. Sheep it would be. He walked back to the front of the house where the children were now playing some sort of ball game, kicking a ball of rags at an overturned barrel. He waved David over again and said, "So, where do I buy some sheep?" In his mind's eye, Hattushali saw lines of energy slowly disentangle themselves, and a sense of order revealed itself. At first, it had been one strand up and another down, unweaving and reweaving, as if his own mind were fingers on a loom. He lost any sense of time passing while he focused on the task, and as he moved through countless threads, his ability to unweave became more assured. He recognized the patterns and moved threads in a way that somehow made sense. There was a rightness to his choices, and he felt his fear of failure diminish and his sense of purpose intensify. Then, a darkness began to manifest at the periphery of his mind's eye and began to close in, making it harder to see what he was doing as the centre of his awareness became smaller. A sudden pull, and he lay on the floor, his vision swimming, while he heard his name being called. Crippling fatigue washed over Hatu. He felt Hava fall away from him. Magnus and the elf spellweaver hovered over him.
"Are you all right?"
Magnus asked, from behind Nitlanta. Hatu moved, and suddenly everything hurt. Joints creaked, and muscles unclenched painfully, and he found his vision slowly clearing, and his own voice sounded far away.
"I'm alive,"
he croaked. Nitlanta spoke softly.
"Your wife hung on until she fell down from exhaustion, and then you collapsed on top of her. You both need rest."
Hatu could barely sit up, but he managed it and nodded. "Pug?" he asked. "His body is calm," came another voice. Hatu was too tired to see who spoke. Father Jacob stepped into Hatu's field of vision and said,
"Whatever you did calmed Pug's body, and now he seems far more at peace, though his heartbeat is very slow, and his breathing even slower. Yet I detect no injury to him. What you have done is amazing."
"I've not finished," Hatu said as he took a drink from the water skin the elf healer held out for him. He nodded his thanks and added, "I have no idea how much more there is to do, but I've begun untangling a rat's nest of energies unlike anything I've encountered, a snarl that makes me wonder how he survived these many years."
"That takes some explaining,"
said Magnus, obviously exhausted as well. "Rest now." He looked at Father Jacob and got an approving nod. "What?" said Hava in groggy tones as she regained consciousness.
"You fainted,"
said the elf. Hava gave her a sour expression and said, "I may have momentarily lost consciousness, but I've never fainted." Hatu shook his head slowly in wonder. Some lessons from childhood linger no matter what. He suspected the difference in the terminology had something to do with not being considered a weak woman. Changing the topic, he said, "You may have saved Pug." "Me?" she said, coming more alert. "You were the one inside his head." "Yes, but I think I would have got lost in there if you hadn't stayed with me. As I said, my anchor." "Come on, then," Hava said, rising unsteadily with the cleric's help. Hatu waved a hand. "Give me a few moments to catch my breath." Magnus asked,
"Do you need help getting back to your quarters?"
"A few moments more," said Hatu, "and we should be fine." Hava agreed. "I think we can manage."
"Good," Magnus said. "If you can save Philip, there's one more thing you need to do."
"What?" Hatu asked, still a little woozy. Magnus held out a parchment and said,
"Apparently, you need to return to Garn as soon as possible. I surmise from this message that when you came here, you brought all of Garn's magic with you, and now Rufio and Zakara are stuck there."
Hava and Hatu both stared at him, and Hatu said, "Yes, of course." He started to stand up and felt his knees begin to buckle and sat down again. Maybe I could do with some help getting to our bed. If I'm going to be able to help, I must rest.
Of course. They have waited for a few days, so another day shouldn't matter.
Magnus opened the door to the chamber and motioned for 2 young students to attend to Hava and Hattushali. As they left the room, Hattu said, "I'll return as soon as I can. There's so much more to be done." When they were gone, Nitlanta said to Magnus,
"I have seen many things, but this is remarkable beyond my imagining."
Magnus nodded.
If he can save Philip, I will forever be in his debt.
"I know your former student is dear to you,"
said the elven spellweaver.
Former student?
Magnus clutched his ever-present staff and said,
"He is so much more."
Dante strolled the streets of Port Vicor. He'd arranged for livestock to be sent to the farm he had appropriated. Abandoned farms were scarce in the islands of Koltochin. Arable land was rare on an atoll that was mostly sand and rock, and the masters of the Kingdom of the Night were in control of pretty much everything in their region. No usable land was allowed to lie untended. But here it seemed that if a farmer died and the rest of the family left, or if market forces drove them away, there were not as many opportunists as he would expect back on Garn. Hela had found one such abandoned but workable farm just at the limit of Dante's desired distance from the city. Dante had found a sheep farm fairly close to the city and had brokered a deal for half the flock. He estimated they should be arriving tomorrow. Dante was of the opinion most of the differences between here and Garn stemmed from the big disaster that everyone else seemed to know about, though they spoke of it as if it was history. He made a note to himself to ask Hela what that disaster was all about. He suspected there had been a lot more people living in this part of the world before that catastrophe than there were after. Even the pace of daily life here seemed sluggish compared to what he knew on Garn. He assumed the demand for mutton and wool in Port Vicor and the other cities to the north was low, and there was no market to the south because of what David had told him about the impenetrable green reaches. Still, even a slow market gave him cover for a farm where he'd secretly be training up a crew of youngsters. Trade talk had always put him to sleep at school, but now he wished he'd paid a bit more attention. He often wondered what his life would be like today back on Garn. He had no wish ever to see his grandfather again, and his grandmother had never been kind, just less demanding than her husband. Still, the familiarity of everything in Koltachin was a little reassuring. He reckoned he had an hour or two before sundown, and was again walking through parts of Port Vicor he hadn't visited before. He'd purchased simpler clothing than the fancy outfit the magicians at Stardock had provided for him, which were nicely folded and tucked into a haversack he had slung over his left shoulder. His grey shirt and trousers were accompanied by black boots and a dark grey overjacket. He topped off his ensemble with what he thought was a jaunty-looking black hat, which the merchant had called a peaky cap. He looked like a simple traveller, with perhaps enough means to be welcomed at most merchants. As cities went, Port Vicor was big enough, though it didn't compare to the former kingdom capitals on Garn. Sanjura, Ithrace, and Ilcommon were much larger. He had been told the capital to the north, Krondor, was a larger city, and he'd like to get up there someday and poke around. Perhaps meet this upright man and his mockers who ran all the grifts and cons. He had looped through the farthest part of the merchants' quarters, lingering for a few minutes around the stalls of a small open market. To the north were homes he assumed were occupied by people of means, given the location away from the stench of the pork water and a lovely view over the bay. To the northwest was a fortress of some sort. In itself, not terribly impressive, so he judged it to be a garrison occupied by guards, port and government officials, but no nobles, or at least none with a taste for the ostentatious. On balance, he thought Port Vicor a pleasant little town, but hardly a major trading centre by Garn standards. Geography was another subject he needed to discuss with Healer. He saw the welcoming door of an inn and decided to stop there and see if there was a room for the night. He'd ride to the farm in the morning. The warehouse he'd originally chosen as a base would only be used as somewhere for the older children to sleep when in town, for it was cold, dirty, and had the usual population of fleas and ticks. This inn looked promising. They might even have clean bedding. He paused for a moment and wondered how Haver and Hatishali were getting on. Sorcerer's Isle seemed a nice little place, but Stardock was just too odd for his liking. Port Vicor might be a small city, but it was a city, and that was where he felt most at home. Idly, he wondered if he was missed. By now, his family would assume he was dead, and Haver and Hatu would probably be caught up in those things they got caught up in. Besides, he'd vanished from their sight for longer periods than this one. He glanced up at the sign. On it was depicted a simple red rose, so he assumed that was the name of the inn. He pushed open the door and instantly was struck by the strong aroma of a beef haunch roasting over a spit before a large hearth to the right. Tables were half full of drinkers, and there was a standing bar. He walked over and put his haversack on the floor next to a small man dressed in fancier clothing than those he wore, but not by much. Some sort of merchant, Dante assumed. Dante sensed more than saw someone come up to stand behind him and moved his foot against his haversack so he'd feel anyone touch it. The barman asked, "What'll he be?" "Tall ale," he replied, having learned that here ale and stout came in two sizes, a short or tall mug. The large mug appeared a moment later, and Dante slipped a silver coin from his waistband and said, "Let me know when I use that up." The barman looked a bit surprised at a silver, but took the coin and said, "Will do." Dante picked up the mug and slowly turned to see who was standing behind him. The man remained motionless as Dante looked him up and down. A basher if ever he had seen one, dressed in clothing that wouldn't hamper him in a tussle. He was almost as tall as Dante, and while running a little towards fat, was well muscled underneath. He had a blue knitted cap pulled over dirty blonde hair that came down over his neck, and Dante suspected he had a few weapons hidden under his shirt. After a long pull on a very good light ale, Dante said, "Something you want?" The man looked Dante in the eye and said,
"Stranger, ain't ya?"
Dante nodded. "Never sailed here before," he answered. "Thought I'd look around. Clean bed would be welcome."
"You're far from the docks,"
said the man, stepping close. Dante didn't take his eyes off the man, but he'd already scanned the room before reaching the bar. Out of his peripheral vision, he saw the short man next to him move away. "I just said, I like to look around."
"Well, we have a rule in this part of the city. Visitors who come uninvited have to pay a fee."
Dante mustered all his self-control not to laugh. Smiling, he said, "Shakedown, is it?"
"Local merchants like us to make sure those who come here can afford to be here."
"Barman," Dante said, raising his voice slightly. From behind the bar, Dante heard, "Yeah." "Have a room?" "Yes." "Is it clean?"
"Changed the bedding last week. Only been used twice since then."
"That'll do," Dante replied. He looked at the man before him and asked, "What's your name?" The bruiser said,
"I'm called Scully. Why?"
Just like to know names, said Dante, putting down his empty mug. So you're not dark enough to be a mook from Kesh, so that means what? You're one of those mockers from Krondor?
I'm just a Port Vicor man, looking to keep the locals.
Before he finished the sentence, Dante kicked up between Scully's legs. The man's eyes almost crossed as he let out a groan, gripped his groin and collapsed. Before Scully hit the floor, Dante had turned to stare at two men starting to rise from a table near the door. "Don't!" he said menacingly, as he took out a knife he'd secreted under his jacket. "I'll put up with one man's nonsense, but three of you, then it gets serious." His manner was persuasive. The two men exchanged glances and then bolted for the door. The barman had come up behind Dante, who spoke without looking back. "You can put away the billy. I'm not shedding blood today." Dante turned and saw the barman held an impressive head knocker ready to club troublemakers if the violence escalated. "Now," he said, "about that room." The barman put down the club and said,
"I'll see it swept and have the blankets shaken out."
Without Dante asking, he refilled his mug, then left the bar to see to Dante's room. Dante knelt before the still prone Scully, who was curled up, groaning. "You'll live," he said. "Now get up and let's have a polite conversation." Hatu ate as if he was starving. "Slow down," said Hava. "You'll make yourself sick. Then what good will you be?" Hatu had slept from the moment he'd reached their bed until more than an hour after sunrise, and awoke rested but noticeably thinner. Hava had said he looked as if he'd spent a month at sea on half rations. He nodded and put down his spoon. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I had no idea how tired and hungry doing what I tried with Pug would leave me. I can't remember anything I've done before that left me like that. Not even when we were running for our lives for that town where we met Bodai." "Pashtar," Hatu reminded her. "Yes, we were little more than children then." Hatu nodded slowly. "Sometimes I feel as if we still are. I think it's because so few of the choices before us have been ours to make. It's as if some god or fate just makes us go where we need to go." She nodded, and as he took another spoonful of hot grain and vegetable soup and put it in his mouth, she asked, "What would you do had we a choice?" He stopped, leaned back in his chair and said, "At times, I wish we were back at Berrens Hill before the raid, running our little inn. Other times I think staying at the sanctuary, doing as much as I can for the Flame Guard in rebuilding is where I'd rather be. Whatever mood strikes me, I guess. Things change, but in all those musings, you are at my side." She smiled. "I love hearing that. As much as the sea calls me, and as much as I relish the challenges commanding a ship brings, I always want to return to you." Lightening the mood, he said, "Good. Now that we've settled that question, I should return to trying to save Pug. The sooner that's accomplished, the sooner we can return to Garn and save the other magicians." He found this slightly humorous and smiled broadly. "Eaten enough?" "No," he said, standing up. "But if I eat more, I'll be back to sleeping like a bear in winter." "Well considered," she replied, standing also. They moved quickly from the dining hall to the room where Pug lay. Entering, they saw that it looked as if Magnus had been at Pug's side all night. His expression was haggard, but he still stood over the unconscious magician as if he were standing guard. Father Athanasios had returned to attend to Pug's needs. Magnus remained silent as Father Athanasios rose from his chair and said, "He's resting. I do not know what you did, but you accomplished much. He is still in conflict, but he is less at risk." Magnus said softly,
"Thank you. Are you willing to continue?"
"That's why I'm here." Hatu resumed his position, sitting next to Pug. He looked at Magnus for a moment and said, I know I can save his life, but now I'm trying to save his mind. Havre said, Do you wish me to hold you? In a light tone, Hatu replied, Often. But today I think just having you near will suffice. No need for both of us to become exhausted by day's end. She smiled and knew he was making light of it because he was worried. I'm here, was all she said. Hatu closed his eyes and rested his hands on Pug's chest. Then he re-entered the magician's mind. Chapter 11. Escalation. Declan raised his fist. Everyone froze as they waited for the prince's next signal. Lewis returned from his exchange of trail-breaking with Sebastian and said,
Something you should see, Highness.
Declan turned to Sixto.
Wait here.
He followed Lewis for about 100 yards, and the young soldier pointed at the side of the trail. There was blood on a clump of bushes, which Lewis pulled aside. A soldier lay where he had been covered up, his throat cut, eyes staring vacantly at the trees above. He wore uniform trousers and shirt, but his tabard was gone. Softly, Lewis said,
Either he said something that angered his commander, or there's someone else in these woods besides us and the church.
No signs of a fight, said Declan, looking around. Looks like he was garroted from behind. Look at the red line across his throat. A wire did that. Checking the other side of the trail, he added, Must have been a rear guard, and maybe not missed until they reached their destination. Lewis said,
Especially if whoever took him put on his tabard and cloak. Anyone looking back would see what they expected.
Where's Sebastian?
Away ahead. He said he'd hold until I came back, then he'll lead on. I'll wait until you catch up.
No need. If there's someone else here playing fast and loose with men's lives, I don't want you travelling alone. Let's go and find Sebastian.
Sir,
said Lewis, and he waited until Declan signalled for Sixto and the others to follow. A short while later, they could hear distant sounds of men working. Declan signalled to slow the pace, and they advanced at a moderate walk. Now that they could hear the enemy, every man in Declan's company was fully alert, ready for combat. As the woods rang with the sound of axes and saws, Declan knew Sebastian must have got close enough to see the camp. He sent Lewis to fetch Sebastian back, while Sixto and the men quietly readied their weapons. Lewis returned with Sebastian, who came to Declan and spoke softly.
They've done some clearing and are felling trees. From what I can tell, they have 12 engineers, about the same number of foot soldiers, and 8 cavalrymen on foot.
Declan said,
32 swords against our 36. Do the engineers look like fighters?
Hard to tell. They're not soft men, from the way they're swinging those axes and pulling those saws, but none are armed or wearing armour, so maybe a few might wield an axe, or maybe they'll just run.
Declan motioned Lewis over.
Do you think you can find a way to skirt this clearing without being seen?
Lewis looked to his left, then to his right. Pointing to the right, he said,
Looks a little thinner that way. Most likely I can find a way, but the question is, how long will it take?
Sebastian nodded. Declan waved Sixto over to join them and said,
We risk being discovered if we linger. I thought we might hit them from 2 sides, but setting that up might take too long. Besides, if there's someone else in these woods, I'd rather not split the company.
Sixto said,
Understood. If we hit them fast and hard, we can gain advantage. I'd say when they're getting ready for evening meal, but as murky as these woods are already, a fight in the dark is to no one's advantage.
Declan asked Sebastian for a quick description of the clearing, and he and Sixto listened closely.
It's jungle. Pass word to watch where you step. They've got branches and trunks scattered. Some stumps to get around. There's a little clearing in the centre, maybe big enough for a good-sized campfire without burning the old damn forest down.
Declan returned to the head of the column and motioned a few of the men forward. "Put down your packs and double-check your weapons. We go in single file. Once we get to the clearing, break opposite the man before you. If he goes right, you go left. Don't stop or you'll trip up those behind. Last, watch for stumps, logs and branches. If you fall, good chance you'll die. If an engineer asks for quarter, give it, but those soldiers will fight until the end. Now, pass the word and get ready." The 3 men who had come forward turned and carried the orders back. Declan could see packs being dropped on the trail, and he hoped enough men would return to retrieve them all. He motioned for those behind to come closer and turned to Sebastian and said, "I want you and Lewis to stay to the rear. If it all falls apart, one of you needs to get back to the king." Sebastian nodded. Declan removed his buckler shield from his back harness, put it on his left arm and drew his sword. He signalled for them to advance and slowly moved the column out. He crept to the verge of the clearing and waited a moment. Then one of the engineers saw him. Before the man could raise an alarm, Declan jumped forward and had his sword unleashed at a guard just as he turned. He took the man in the neck and kept running forward. As before, Declan felt his perceptions slow, and suddenly he was in another place where he could see every possible opponent and each avenue of attack. This knack for seeing an enemy's move almost before he made it had first manifested itself when slavers had tried to raid the village of Oncon, where Declan had been raised. Several times it had saved his life and that of his companions. The engineers scattered, and Declan noticed how one grabbed his axe, holding it in a defensive posture. He was not an immediate threat. Guards on the other side of the small clearing sought to pick their way around fallen trunks, tangles of branches and stumps. A guard came at Declan with a shout, and the prince barely got his buckler up in time to deflect a fatal blow. This was a skilled fighter, wearing a black lacquered chest piece emblazoned with the white circle of the church adamant. Declan moved back one step as more of his own men raced into the clearing and his archers unleashed arrows at their targets. Declan's opponent staggered slightly when an arrow struck his breastplate and bounced off, which gave the prince the opening he needed. He charged the man, striking him in the chest with his buckler, throwing him further off balance. The church soldier caught his heel on a large branch, and Declan leapt forward before he could bring his sword up to defend himself. With a quick thrust, Declan cut the man above the top of his armour, and blood fountained from the wound. Dead or not, he was not getting back up to fight. Declan saw 2 engineers on their knees, hands raised, and ignored them. He had cautioned his men not to kill them needlessly and felt no need to remind them. The church adamant soldiers were as well trained and determined as Declan remembered, but his men had the advantage of surprise and archers to take down opponents before they could close. It would take a lucky shot to bring down a man wearing chest armour and a helm, but a few arrows slowed or disabled church soldiers enough that the balance quickly swung in Declan's favour. Still, it was bloody, exhausting work, and despite Declan's almost preternatural ability in battle, it was never easy. He found one particular soldier almost too much, as skilled a swordsman as Declan had ever faced. Fresh, Declan would have had the advantage, but after a long ride and little rest, he was barely able to hold his own. After a few minutes of struggle, chance found Sixto behind the man. Just as he killed one soldier, he turned and saw Declan hard pressed. Sixto struck the man from behind, slicing the back of his neck. Declan nodded and moved past the dead man to come to the aid of one of his men about to be overwhelmed by 2 church soldiers. Declan took the direct approach of simply running at the man on the left and slamming into him shield to shield, throwing him off balance enough to cause the other soldier to hesitate. That gave Declan's man, Billy J, enough time to find his own balance and unleash a wicked slash that clanged off his opponent's shield. 2 more church soldiers had moved back to back, and 4 of Declan's men circled them warily. Declan could feel fatigue seeping into his arms and legs and knew this fight must end soon, not because they would lose, for victory was assured, but to prevent men dying. He sped at the pair of church warriors and again hurled himself into them, risking serious injury, but enabling his men to quickly finish them. Sixto gave Declan a hand up. "May I be forgiven for pointing out what you did was very stupid. I will tell you now, my friend, though I love you like a brother, if you get yourself killed, I will not be the one to return to tell your brother the heir to the throne is dead. I will sneak away, don monk's robes or whatever disguise works, and find a way to get as far away from Marquensis as possible. So if you care for me at all, don't get yourself killed." Declan took a breath, gave Sixto a half smile, then hurried to where his men had a trio of church soldiers cornered. Rather than turn and attempt to flee through the dark woods, they stood at bay, ready to die for their masters. Faced with the prospect of a tightly knit group determined to fight, Declan's soldiers ran the risk of obstructing one another. Declan yelled, "Hold!" His men retreated a half step, and he pushed his way to the fore. Looking at the 3 church warriors, he said, "There is no shame in throwing down your arms. There is no dishonour." The 2 soldiers in the front were crouched, ready to respond to an attack, but the one behind threw off his cloak and ripped off his tabard. 2 daggers appeared in his hands, and he took a step forward and stabbed each man before him in the backs of their necks. They fell to the ground as he dropped his daggers and shouted, "I yield!" Declan stared at the last man standing, and it took him a long moment to understand what he had just witnessed. Then, comprehension dawned. He said, "Marco Belli."
"I have never been more pleased to be recognised before, Highness,"
Episcopos Bernardo's man said. "There's a story here, but it will have to wait." Declan gave out a long breath. Turning to Sixto, he said, "How many did we lose?" "4, replied the captain of Declan's guard. "Trevor, William Butler, Horace, and Jack Sawyer." Declan winced at the last name. The Sawyer brothers, Mick and Jack, were members of Declan's original company, which he had inherited from Bogartis. Men who had survived the attack on Abala, crossing the burning lands, and escaping the massive canyon of Garn's Wound. He grieved the loss of any of his men, but the handful who had shared that with him and Sixto from the beginning were like brothers. "See to their burials," was all he could say. Sixto understood his pain as he acknowledged the order. "How many engineers are left?" "Some fled, a few died." Sixto indicated some bodies a short distance away who were not wearing fighting gear. "At the hands of these church murderers."
"They wanted you to take no prisoners,"
said Belly.
"Those that ran into the forest may as well be lost, but those 3 over there,"
he pointed to 3 engineers,
"should provide all the information you desire, and I have vital information for my master."
"Your master?" asked Declan. "Bernardo is now a guest of my brother, and he needs to share everything you've learned with the king. You might as well share that now, so we can be certain the news reaches King Daelon."
"That may well be, but my duty is to my master, and should he share what I know with your king, that is his choice. I am bound by a pledge."
Declan glanced at Sixto, whose hurt expression communicated much. Declan looked back at Belly. "So, staking you out over an anthill, or putting hot coals in your trousers will avail us nothing?" Belly laughed.
"I don't see any skilled torturers among this company, and I've been trained to withstand the worst. So let's head back to Marquinet as fast as we can and allow my master to decide what to share with your brother."
Sixto clapped a hand on Declan's shoulder and said, "Seems reasonable to me." Declan surveyed the carnage in the clearing. He glanced at the sky above through the trees and said, Clean up this mess and get a fire started. Send Lewis back to those guarding the horses and tell them we'll be with them tomorrow." He let out a long breath of exhaustion, then added, "We'll make camp here, rest until morning, then start back." He looked first at Belly, then towards the engineer prisoners. "We will leave all this to my brothers to decide. I am not the king." With a slightly scoffing tone, Sixto said, "Not yet." Sabella looked over her shoulder and saw Zarkara moving up the knoll to where she stood. She smiled and asked, "How are you faring?" He held a big mug of coffee.
"As well as can be expected, I believe, is the appropriate answer."
He sipped and said,
"I must endeavour to locate whoever invented coffee and thank that worthy person."
He let out a long sigh.
"I have done many things in my youth I regret, and I have fought in battles that have made me wish I had been far away, and there are any number of foolish things I've blundered into over my life. But I've never been so left on the doorstep of total exhaustion as from that task you set me to. It's the worst hangover I've ever experienced, yet I haven't had a sip of wine or ale for days."
"I'm sorry," she said. He laughed, and despite his haggard appearance, delight animated his face.
"Never be sorry. You found something remarkable. Rufio and I would still be puzzling out what to do next had you not seen something we missed."
He took a deep breath, then a drink of coffee, and continued.
"I have known a lot of very intelligent people, and many who are better at certain things than I am, but there are very few who see things in a whole new way. You, my friend, are a person with vision."
She blushed.
"If we solve our current problems, and your duties permit, I think a visit to Sorcerer's Isle would be the thing. There are people there you and your friends might do well to meet, and I'm certain they would be eager to meet you."
Sabella looked down shyly. "I think I would like that. I've never seen much of this world, let alone another."
"Well, let us hope that day will come,"
Zakara replied.
"If the message got through, we should be receiving help soon."
Sabella's eyes widened suddenly, just as Zakara felt a familiar wash of energy that caused his hair to rise, a tickle of rift energy. Both turned towards the open rifts and saw a scroll come through the larger one, which suddenly winked out of existence. Rufio hurried up from the pavilion. "I felt that." Zakara hurried to pick up the scroll and opened it. He read it, then took a half-step back, his expression one of surprise. He read,
"Hatushali is busy trying to save Pug. Close the other rift, and we will be there as soon as possible."
He rolled it back up and said,
"It's signed Jaroli for Magnus."
"Save Pug from what?" Rufio asked.
"Something dire," said Zakara, "or they'd be on their way. And closing the rifts makes sense if they assume they will return for us."
Dryly, Rufio said,
"Well, if they don't, we can contemplate a much simpler life here on Garn. With no magic, there are only a few things I'm capable of to earn a living." "Chilling thought," said Zakara.
Sabella tried to sound reassuring. "I am sure this will all work out."
"I hope you are as right about that as you were about sending that message," said Rufio. "As much as I admire your work here and what you have accomplished after that war you had, I'd rather get back home."
"I understand," said Sabella.
"Well, as the note said, Let's close this little rift.
With a wave of his hands, Zarkara watched for a moment, then the small silver opening hanging in the air winked out of existence.
Now we leave it to others,
he said. Declan had left Sixto in charge of the company at the clearing, with instructions to clear away as much as possible and set up a defensive position should more church soldiers appear up the same route Declan's men had followed. Lewis, Jax, who had been wounded first, and 2 other soldiers had ridden with Declan and Marco Belli for Marquinet. The journey straight east from the redoubt had taken hours by foot, then days of hard riding, 3 circling the forest, then straight on to the city. Declan had pushed the horses to the edge. Any more and they would have been ruined. As it was, they would need a month's easy pasture to regain full health. But once the west side of the forest was cleared, opening a passage, a fast rider would be able to reach the redoubt from the castle in less than 2 days. Grooms ran up to take charge of the tired horses, and Declan said to a guard, "Carry word to the king that I am back, and ask him to have Episcopos Bernardo join us." The soldier ran off, and Declan told the soldiers to clean up, eat, and rest. Then he said to Lewis, "You especially get a good night. For tomorrow, you're leading a company to reinforce Captain Sixto." Lewis did not look pleased at the prospect of turning around and heading out immediately, but it was his duty, so he merely said, "Highness," and turned towards the barracks for the King's Guard. Declan motioned for Marco Belli to follow him, and they entered the rear door from the marshalling yard into the castle. Once inside, he stripped off his armour and handed it to a porter who would carry it to the armourer to be cleaned and repaired if needed. Belli remained silent while the prince gratefully washed his face, neck and hands in a wash basin. Upon reaching the king's private room, they found Daelon, Balvan and Delnosio, along with Master-at-Arms Colin, waiting for them. "Glad to see you back in one piece," said the king. "Pleased to be back in one piece. We surprised them, but it was close for a while." Declan sat down and detailed the journey and the surprise on the church forces, ending with, "And that's where we discovered your man," he said to Delnosio, "secreted among the church army." Episcopos Bernardo looked at Belli expectantly. The man, known as Piccolo, said, "I bring word, master." "Which he wouldn't tell me," interjected Declan. "I swore an oath," Belli replied. "He takes these things very seriously," Bernardo offered. "You may speak here," he said to Belli. "Whatever you have of importance to say, I would share with His Majesty anyway." Nodding, Marco Belli said, "I reached the dangerous passage with Samuel and Rudolph. We lost Rudolph getting past a gang of raiders. Once into the Sea of Grass, we lost them. Samuel and I reached Passage Town and our safe house there. Gilberto was there, but with little hope any other of our agents would join us. Word from Fondrak is that the city of Brojuice was locked down one night by the Church Adamant, and only a few of our allies got out safely. The message warning you of the betrayal is by quirk of fate why we are still alive." "No one?" "Just Gilberto, who remains in Passage Town and will endeavour to send word of any note," replied Belli. "It is dire, master. For what I heard were rumours and speculation. A few who fled Sanjura before the Church Adamant seized that city claim that every man in the King of Sanjura's army was forced to bend a knee and pledge fealty or lose his life. All swore to join the church." He paused, then added, "Those who hesitated were killed instantly. The church butchered everyone they doubted.
The women were forced to watch as their children were skewered on spears. Then they had their hands cut off and were forced to run until they bled out.
Belly's urbane mask cracked as he recounted the horrors.
As to the men, some were stripped and nailed to doors, their manhood cut off. Others were beheaded, their corpses left to rot where they fell. At the end, those who swore loyalty were soiling themselves, and battle-hardened men were crying like children. I've seen the church's butchery before, but it has risen to a new level of carnage.
He took a breath.
Somehow, it's more than brutal. For the church was always savage in achieving its ends, but this is beyond that. This is evil.
Daylon's expression showed revulsion. He said,
Lodovico was not a ruler to inspire loyalty. He was a terrible man who wronged too many with his plots and conspiracies. Those who served him were craven.
He shook his head in disgust.
It's hard to believe that being in his service was a better choice. Without the church and those men from Naitani.
He looked at Balvin questioningly.
Ajante,
Balvin supplied.
Ajante.
Daylon repeated.
Without them, he never would have contrived to destroy Ithrace or bully the lesser barons into aiding him.
With rising anger, he said,
And I include myself in that cursed company.
He looked at Belly.
You came with that company of murderers. What did you learn of their intent?
Belly was silent for a moment, then said,
All I see says that what you feared the most is inevitable. The church is coming, and in numbers.
He paused, then added,
Destroying their advanced camp will set them back, and they might even wait for next spring if your men defend that position well. But eventually, they will come here to finish off the last independent ruler in North Tembria.
Delnosio sat back, looking grave.
The church adamant began as a core of true believers centuries ago to anchor the army and ensure the goals of the church were attained. They grew in power over time. While I was in their ranks, I saw other members of the clergy form alliances with key members of the martial order. Others blindly ignored their rising power within the church. Long before I served, the church adamant was a martial arm of the church, servants, not masters. By the time I elected to leave the military to become a cleric, I could see the appetite for control manifesting itself in their ranks.
He looked regretful, then continued,
We, the clergy, in our arrogance, assumed we could control them. We were so focused on our own internal struggles for power and dominance over the abundant wealth coming to the church that we ignored the simple fact we had raised a generation of fanatics. From the reports I read while serving in Sanjura, the church adamant has a rabid, mindless adherence to the dogma of the church. Its followers think nothing of butchering innocents and scorching the land so that generations will starve. They have no humanity left. These fanatics rival those of the hardcore Ajante you stamped out on Naitani. But there are a lot more church followers in Inast and here than all the Ajante on Naitani. They believe that each murder is a sacrament to the faith, and having come to view the ruling council of Episcopos as corrupt, which to some extent was true, simply took matters into their own hands.
Now they are imposing a council of their generals and a few episcopos who cultivated relationships with them early on. In short, you are not facing a cabal of petty criminals, but an army many times larger. They are, to a man, willing to die for their beliefs and are eager to take as many of us with them as they can. Daelon's face drained of colour. Shaking his head, he asked softly,
"What do we do?"
Declan said slowly,
"We get a bigger army."
Balvan smiled at the remark, but his tone was dubious.
"We can hardly feed the one we have, and even though we're paying them on time, they are not all men who will die for a noble cause. I wager a great number of them will throw down their swords or run if the battle turns against us."
Declan closed his eyes for a moment as if in pain. His fatigue was clear, but his voice was strong.
"We get a bigger army, and we train them not to run away."
Daelon laughed.
"I applaud your vision, little brother. But while that is a simple solution, you must remember simple doesn't always mean easy."
Declan rose and said,
"Understood, sire, but we need to start now. Is Bodai still here?"
"Yes," answered Balvan.
"Then we need to see what he can tell us about this kingdom of the night, this invisible army that has plagued us for longer than I've been alive."
"To what end?" asked the king.
"The church may overrun North Tembria, but does anyone here think they will for a moment tolerate assassins, spies and thieves in the islands? From what Bernardo says, the church adamant seems willing to spend lifetimes conquering, and they will go from island to island beyond the clearing until they find the heart of Koltachin and stamp out their masters root and branch. Then on to Naitani and the chaos there. Eventually, they want the world. And we haven't even contemplated what that might mean when they reach that nest of evil in the centre of that continent, those children of the void. They might unleash that horror on the world, thinking to control them or to destroy them. But either way, it surely leads to catastrophe."
Daelon leaned forward and looked around the table. First, he spoke to Master-at-Arms Colin.
"Step up the production of armour and arms and training. Find the best men you can and add them to whatever we call that core force Declan has built."
Colin stood up and said,
"I think we call them the King's Own, and I will train them up to die if needs be, though killing the enemy is better."
Without another word, he bowed and departed. To Declan, Daelon said, "Go find Bodai. Share what we have found with him and bind him to this service. He must help us form a defence. He is the only man on this world who understands both the Flame Guard and the Kingdom of the Night. He can speak to both leaderships if necessary, and I think before all this is done, it will be necessary." The king stood up, and the others followed his example.
"Spend the rest of this day conferring with those you must speak with, but in confidence, sharing only what you must. Trust me. If word of this spreads, we'll have desertions by the hundreds, in the hope they can hunker down till danger passes. We have a great deal to do."
Daelon glanced out of the window, then added,
"We have 3 hours until darkness, and all of you will have supper with me here. We will continue this discussion and continue to plan. I will not have this kingdom fall before it is fully formed."
He turned and left the room. Declan watched as Delnosio and Belly also departed, leaving him alone with Balvan.
"What now?"
he asked his older half-brother.
"I've got to tally up resources to see what we have and what we need. You go and seek out Bodai as the king commanded."
He shared a resigned expression and a half-smile with Declan.
"And if Bodai balks, Remind him it's only the fate of this entire world that hangs in the balance.
Chapter 12. Unification. Magnus stirred. He blinked, and for a moment he was unsure of his whereabouts. Then he sat up straight in the chair and looked around the chamber. Exhaustion had overtaken him, despite his desire to stay with Hattusili and Pug. He felt as if he had only drifted off for a moment. He disabused himself of that idea, realizing he must have been asleep for hours. Hattusili and Hava both lay on the floor, sleeping. Alarm gripped Magnus as he saw the pallet upon which Pug had lain was now empty. He quickly rose from the chair, grabbed his staff from the floor, and went to open the door. Jarrali stood outside. Closing the door behind him, Magnus asked,
Pug?
The young magician looked at Magnus with an expression of wonder. He pointed towards the western rise and said, "He went there. An hour ago." Magnus hurried to the western meadow, past a small stand of blossoming trees, and even in the low light of the small moon, he could make out Pug standing at the top of the low ridge that marked the boundary of cultivated land. Pug was gazing out over the sea. Magnus saw him standing there, motionless, breathing deeply, as if he was savouring the moisture and salt tang on the air. "Hello, Magnus," he said, without looking back. Magnus halted, unable to move for a moment. There was something different in Philip's voice. There was a slight shift in how those two simple words had been pronounced that was both unexpected, yet at the same time completely understandable. Magnus came up to stand next to him.
"You're finally whole."
Pug nodded and let out an amused sigh. "I always was, I believe. But for whatever reason, my memories were curtained off. My life as Philip is... it's still my life. But all that came before has suddenly returned." He held up his arms and let the sleeves of his robes dangle. "I can sense a strange mixture of the feel of cloth upon my skin, the taste in my own mouth from swallowing, dozens of scents on the night air, sea and flowers, grass and moss. All are both very familiar and barely remembered." Magnus looked at Pug with an expression of wonder.
"I can imagine it might be difficult. For most of our time together after finding you in Criddy, I suspected who you might be. But after almost 100 years, I guess I forgot, or at least pretended to forget. When I remembered it might possibly be you returned, I thought perhaps it was another cruel prank by Kalkin." "The trickster, yes," said Pug, nodding slowly. "But only Lim's Kragma has dominion over the dead. Only she assigns what position one takes on the wheel of life." He let out a long sigh. "Perhaps my happy childhood was her way of saying thank you." He smiled at Magnus. "You were asleep when I awoke," he said. "You were collapsed in a chair and I could see your exhaustion, so I thought I'd let you slumber." Magnus's voice was barely above a whisper. "When I awoke and saw you gone, and Hattusili and Hava asleep on the floor, I feared—"
He stopped. Pug smiled. "I am all right. Hattusili worked magic that I can barely understand, but it made things as they should be. I remember everything." Magnus looked as if he was unable to speak. Pug glanced towards the east and saw a few torches illuminating the villa and the dim light from the small moon above. "I'm pleased you didn't do as I did. I let the villa decay out of petty anger and resentment. Losing your mother, your brother Caleb, and everyone. It made me bitter. You lived a life of redemption and reclamation. He looked directly at Magnus and said, "You did very well, son." Magnus took a step forward and embraced the man who had been both his apprentice and his teacher, who, with his memories fully restored, was again Pug of Criddy.
"I guess I should no longer call you Philip,"
Magnus said, with a fatigued smile on his face. "Call me what you wish." Pug laughed softly. "It would be strange to many here if you suddenly started calling me father, though." Magnus laughed.
"You still look like Philip,"
he conceded. "That's because I am Philip," Pug said. "I have lived 2 separate lives, had 2 families. As a child, my own and Thomas's mother and father, Magyar and Megar, who treated me as much a son as they did Thomas. He was a brother to me." Pug gazed out into the darkness. I now mourn him afresh. For Philip, he was someone I only heard about, but to Pug, he was lost mere moments before my death.
"You have always been one of the most indomitable people I've ever known."
"Second perhaps to your mother," Pug said. Magnus chuckled. "Indeed." Pug put his hand on Magnus's shoulder. "Remember the time you berated me about how much I was willing to sacrifice to do the right thing?"
"Vividly,"
Magnus replied.
"It was the first time you and I had a violent disagreement as adults."
"Disagreement?" said Pug with a wry note. "It was a fight. But you were right." Magnus moved slightly back, an expression of surprise on his face.
"Right?"
"Right that the question is necessary. For me, it was about my sacrifice, and I ignored what the cost was to others. I was so lost in my own pain about your mother and Caleb dying that I ignored your pain at losing a mother and brother. I went blindly forward, without regard to the price others paid." Pug sighed. "There's a lot I've learned being Philip for over a century, but I still don't grasp many things." Magnus said,
"I understand."
"It's like seeing things through different windows, one clear, the other cloudy. I may be able to explain better someday, but for now, just assume I'm the man you called father, because that lifetime was far more defining of who I am than my time being Philip." Magnus looked into Pug's eyes and said,
"That may be difficult."
"We have faced agencies of chaos that wish to see an end to life as we understand it. We have battled armies. That was difficult. This is just coming to grips with a situation that is unique and inexplicable." Magnus sighed.
"I've missed you."
Pug looked at his only surviving son and said, "At least I had the pleasure of being with you all these years." They hugged each other again. Finally, Magnus stepped back with a dry laugh and said,
"But you understand this will take some getting used to."
"Fair point. Now, would you be put off if I were to say that I'm starving?" Magnus grinned.
"Not in the least."
"Good." Pug glanced over Magnus's shoulder to the east and said, "Sunrise soon." Magnus turned and saw the sky was lightening over the hills, the false dawn heralding a new day. "We can talk about what I've missed," said Pug. "The years between the battle at what is now called Magician's End. And we need to talk about that name. And when I became your student, the period I've been told about but did not witness. I have some questions." Magnus laughed, a full-throated sound that caused him to stop moving and just let it out.
"You always have questions."
He wiped tears from his eyes and added, "Oh, how I have missed that mind of yours." Pug said, Come, let us eat together and catch up. Magnus said,
Let's.
Dante sat before the children as the sun rose just above the eastern hills. He'd arrived late the night before. Scully stood to his right, and two other men, both of whom had fled when Dante had bested Scully. Robertson was a thick-necked, broad-shouldered, dark-haired man with a scruffy beard shadow, and Lyndon was a slender, dark-skinned man with a bald spot surrounded by tightly curled black hair. All three looked positively uncomfortable confronting a room full of children. "Here's the deal," said Dante. The children looked at him silently. "These three lads are bashers, or bullies, enforcers, or whatever name suits you. Their task is to ensure you stay safe. Now, some of you little ones are going to stay here with Healer, and some of you will train a bit with me. Those I send on errands into the city will have one of these three nearby. If anyone tries to harm you, their job is to break a face and get you away safely. So that's who they are." The children were apparently not entirely sure what had just been said, but a boy named Milton asked, "What errands?" Dante sighed. "I don't know what errands. Maybe carry a message, maybe deliver a package, maybe just shut up and listen." The boy drew back, fear on his face. Dante waved a hand. "Don't be frightened. I won't send you out to do anything you're not ready for." He vividly recalled many times he had seen children beaten by preceptors or their assistants for not knowing a task perfectly, even if the instruction had been poor. In that moment, he realized he had touched on a memory regarding his own training that had formed his rebellious nature. He looked at the children and added, "I know you are finding all this strange, but if we can do what I see as possible, there will be good food, a warm place to sleep, safety, and people around you who will care about you." He hiked his thumb at the three men behind him. "So, remember, these men are there to make sure you're safe." The children reminded him of feral kittens. Everywhere he looked, small faces regarded him with a mix of curiosity and fright. There was going to be a lot of work ahead of them. Turning to Healer, Dante said, "Have you tumbled to any rumours about the Mockers or the Keshians?"
Someone's been hinting that a cargo of something rare is due in soon, but I don't know who's running this smuggle."
Dante smiled. "Then I think it's time for me to head down to the docks and start poking around." He stood up and said to the children, "Healer will be in charge while I'm gone, and David is bringing back food. So, Healer will decide who does what in the kitchen, and please don't burn the building down." He looked at Robertson and Lyndon and asked, "Either one of you farm boys?" Both shook their heads. Dante muttered, "Oh, I guess that was too much to hope for." Then said, "Well, don't eat everything when David gets here. That flock I bought should turn up today, so make sure the sheep are in that fenced-off meadow and that the gate stays closed. I don't think the shepherd is likely to try to con you, but they're already paid for." To Scully, he said, "You're with me." The big man followed Dante outside and asked,
"Where are we going?"
"Port Vicor." Dante glanced skywards. It was barely an hour after dawn. "We should be there in time to grab a bite of supper. What's the best inn for dependable gossip?"
"What kind of gossip?"
Scully asked as they reached a small run-in shed for the horses. Grabbing a blanket and saddle, Dante said, "The sort of gossip an enterprising fellow who's well known, such as yourself, is likely to find of interest when it comes to who's doing what and where. The sort of information a rival gang might pay for."
"Who's planning a job?"
"Something like that," said Dante.
"Inn of the Four Ravens,"
Scully answered.
"There's always a snitch or rumour-monger about, and some are reliable."
As they finished tacking up the horses, Dante said, "So, to answer your question, We're going to Port Vicor to stir up some trouble. The Inn of the Four Ravens was crowded, noisy, and as choked with smoke as any inn Dante had ever seen, for the air was filled with the product of a boar being roasted on a spit before a fire, as well as a dozen or more men smoking what he had been told was tobacco. Dante knew of several types of plants smoked back on Garn and assumed from the smell that it was probably what was called shagleaf in Coltachin. Scully moved to a corner of the room where a single man occupied a table and sat without asking permission. The big man leaned on one arm and moved so he was directly in front of the man's face, glaring. Dante kept a straight face, but found the entire act amusing enough to want to laugh. After almost a minute, the man stood up, tossed back his mug of ale and said, I was just leaving. Dante clapped Scully on his shoulder and said, Well done. Now, do we wait or go looking? We wait, said Scully, indicating Dante should sit down. So I'll go to the bar and grab us 2 ales, said Dante. We may be a while, Scully replied. So I'll go to the bar and grab us a pitcher of ale. Scully nodded and smiled. Dante edged his way to the bar and waited until the man serving others turned to him and said, What'll it be? Pitcher of ale and 2 mugs. Let's see some coin, replied the barman before Dante could even reach for his coin purse. The man had a sour expression on a narrow face framed by unkempt grey-shot brown hair. Dante decided that this inn was too disreputable even for him. He fished out 5 copper coins and put them on the bar. The barkeeper nodded and was back after a minute with the pitcher and 2 mugs. Dante managed to reach the table and sit down without spilling anything. After pouring out the ale, he sat back in his chair and said, I've been in some poor excuses for inns. Shacks on a beach, once in a cave with a board on 2 barrels for a bar, and even a 4-wall hovel with no roof. But this may be the most disgusting one so far. Why is it so crowded?
For the reason you wanted. Because this is where the worst of the worst in Port Vicor come to do business.
Dante took a drink of ale and almost spat it out. And this is the worst ale I've tasted in my life.
The wine is worse, said Scully, but it is cheap.
That it is, agreed Dante, taking another drink. It's terrible, but it's still ale. Scully laughed.
I'm starting to like you, boss.
Good, because when it gets nasty, I need to know you're not running. Scully shook his head.
You pay, I stay.
Dante laughed. I enjoy a self-aware man. We understand each other.
For a young man, you're pretty cagey,
Scully offered. Where I'm from, you grow up fast or you don't grow up.
Where is that?
Asked Scully. Far enough away from here, you've never heard of it.
One of those cities down in Navindus, then,
Scully said. Dante let the comment pass. He was surveying the room, identifying what looked familiar and what didn't, attempting to filter out distractions so he could evaluate potential threats and targets. Even as a boy, he had been taught to look before he acted, though his predilection for impulsive, even rash acts often earned him the master's and preceptor's ire and more than one black eye or bloody nose. As he got older, he became more adept at identifying situations that could bring him into real danger. But still, his impulse had almost got him killed more than once. On this alien world, he finally accepted the wisdom of caution. He also wished Hattusili and Hava were here. He missed their company and their appraisal of things, which was cooler than his own. He pushed this thought aside and said softly to himself, I might as well start learning not to be stupid. After a few minutes, Scully reached over and tapped Dante's arm with the back of his hand.
"The three that just walked in,"
he said, just loud enough for Dante to hear. Dante scanned the room, spotted the three men, then looked past them so he wouldn't be seen staring. All were dark-skinned and dressed as common workers, but he could tell from how they carried themselves this was a trained crew. The first of the three looked directly at someone he recognised, while the other two scanned the room, one to each side, to see who might be watching them. Softly, to Scully, Dante said, "Rough boys."
"Widowmakers, all of them,"
Scully replied.
"They're best given a wide berth."
"I've seen worse," Dante whispered. While the three men were clearly brawlers, he knew that a single Koltachin assassin would have no problem taking out all three, and the average crew boss in any city of the Kingdom of the Night had agents who would have seen these three gone as soon as they turned up. The masters of Koltachin controlled every aspect of crime in any city they claimed. Scully said nothing. After a moment, Dante asked, "Who are they talking to?"
"Robbie's the name. He's one of those rumour-monger types you were asking about. He would know if something was going down anywhere in Port Vicor and around. If he doesn't know himself, he knows who to ask."
"Just the gent I want to talk to." Dante sat back. "After those charmers who walked in leave, obviously." He glanced over to Scully. "Cashians?"
"Maybe. Lots of folks whose people came from Kesh live around here."
"Still, what's your gut tell you?"
"Might be that Keshian gang trying to move in."
"They call themselves anything?"
"What do you mean?"
"Gang name, crew name, like the Mockers from Crondor." Scully said,
"Not that I know, but I call them the ferrets. Those skinny little, rat catchers. They can slip into the damnedest places, and if they're not trained, they can be mean bastards. They're a tricky lot, those ferrets. Got muscle and eyes everywhere, so they don't need to be down low. They just turn up and throw a lot of pain at people. Heard stories back in the day about this thief and that smuggler, but here they just barge around."
"Makes them easy to see coming," Dante said.
"Too right. But the boys from Kesh..."
Scully shrugged. "Not obvious," said Dante.
"Well, you see them around, like we did, and if it was just one, you'd think him a local. But the way those three came, casing the layout, on the lookout, well, that's dodgy right there, so something's up."
"Which is why, in a little bit, you and I will wander over and talk to Robbie."
"Better be now. Looks like he's finished his business and is about to leave."
Dante saw Robbie put down his mug, wipe his mouth with his coat sleeve, then say something to the barman and move towards the door. "Better," said Dante. "Now we can talk to him in private." He stood up, expecting Scully to watch to see if anyone followed him without being told. Outside, Dante saw Robbie moving at a leisurely pace down the road away from the harbour side. Glancing back at Scully, who had caught him up, he said, "Here we go." Dante set out at a quick pace, but quietly enough not to alarm the man he followed. Despite sunset having passed, there was just enough city noise to mask his approach. He matched pace with Robbie, and just as they passed an alley to the right, Dante took a quick step ahead, grabbed Robbie's left wrist and elbow, moving him as if he was steering a cart around the corner. Robbie reached into his jacket with his right hand, but found Dante's left hand now clamped around that wrist while continuing to hold his elbow. Dante's size and strength prevented the smaller man from using the knife he had pulled from inside his coat. "Now," said Dante, "no need to be rash. I just want to have a word." Robbie looked past Dante and his eyes widened.
Scully? What are you doing?
No harm,
said Scully, and Dante released Robbie's left elbow but hung on to the wrist of the knife hand.
What do you want?
Dante said, I saw you talking to 3 Keshian charmers. You and I have similar interests, I suspect, so I'd like to reward you handsomely for sharing with me what you shared with them.
What?
Information, Dante said. What did you tell them?
Scully,
Robbie began. What is... Dante picked him up so that he had to stand on his toes.
Talk to me,
he said sharply, without raising his voice.
There's a ship from Queg anchoring off the harbour tonight. They've got some spices from the Free Cities, silk from Kesh, other luxuries they're paying to get past the governor's customs. Cargo will land tonight at half watch between midnight and dawn. Somebody's being paid to look the other way.
If the Keshians aren't the ones smuggling, they must plan on stealing the loot, Dante mused. Robbie said,
Only reason they pay for that information, right?
Dante let the informant go. Stepping away, he said, This happen often? It was Scully who said,
Not that bad so far.
Then I think I wandered in here at just the right time. To Robbie, he said, I think you and I are going to be good friends, Robbie. Now, here's what I need you to do. He reached into his belt and pulled out a gold coin. This is for what you just told me. Despite the dim light, Robbie could tell it was gold just from the weight in his hand. He said,
What else?
You have to be sly about this one. But it would be useful for me should those mockers get word the Keshians plan on hitting their hand off tonight, and you're telling them for free just because you want to stay on their good side. Can you do that?
If I betray those Keshian cutthroats, I'll have a death mark on me.
Given your line of work, someone always wants you dead, am I right? Asked Dante. Robbie grudgingly said,
Often.
Well, as you don't want to be dead, don't be. Scully and I will be back at the Four Ravens until they throw us out. Scully said,
If you're spending, he won't throw us out.
How's the food?
Terrible.
Dante shrugged, palms up. I've lived on terrible before. Let's get this done, then get back to... He saw Robbie's expression grew keen and said, Back. Scully said,
Fair enough.
See you back at the Ravens, Dante said to Robbie, and they left him in the alley. As they neared the inn, Scully said,
You're probably going to get that greedy little bastard killed, you know.
Probably, Dante replied. Just not tonight, I hope. Pug looked up as Hava and Hatu entered the dining hall. He stood up and walked around the table and without a word grabbed Hatu and hugged him closely.
Thank you.
Hava and Magnus both looked on in surprise, but Hatu simply returned the embrace and said, It was necessary. His voice was quiet, his manner a little shaken. He looked into Pug's eyes and softly said, I saw so much. Hava waited for a moment, then said, If you've finished, can we eat? I'm famished. There was a twinkle in her eye that revealed her pride in Hatu's accomplishment. Of course, said Hatu, disengaging himself. He recognized Hava's expression and smiled, even though he was fighting to overcome the cost of saving Pug. His youth and health had been sorely tested. Pug returned to the table and said to his son, A remarkable young man.
I think that's an understatement. He is capable of things I can only imagine.
There's a lot of work to be done. Magnus could only nod in agreement. Hava and Hatu returned to the table with a tray of food and a pot of coffee. What time is it? Pug asked. 2 hours after sunrise, Hava answered. She sat down. We are wrecks. I hope you're worth it, she said to Pug. Magnus laughed, and for the first time since meeting him, Hava and Hatu could see absolute relief on his face. Pug smiled and said, Time will tell. Magnus said,
He is. I could regale you with stories, but you'll discover in the end that my father is as fine a man as you'll ever meet.
Hava blinked and dropped her spoon into the bowl of hot meal she was eating. Father? She looked between the two black-robed magicians, confused, since Pug looked years younger than Magnus. It's a long story, said Hatu. Obviously, said Hava, fishing her spoon out of the porridge. You know the story? Pug asked Hatu. I was in your mind for... He looked at Magnus. How long?
Almost 3 full days.
I don't know everything, but I saw a lot. I probably know you as well as any man, or at least almost as well as you know yourself. Pug said, As I do you. Hatu stopped chewing and put his spoon down. I'm sorry? You were in my mind. I was in yours. I understand you almost as well as anyone I've known for years. With a tilt of his head, he indicated Magnus. You were unconscious, Hatu said. Yes, but you learn even when unconscious. The mind is still working. Tell me something you learned, Hatu said. Pug pointed a finger at Hava and said, Stay on her good side. Hatu laughed. Certainly true, but you've known her long enough not to need my mind to tell you that. Pug nodded. Reza walked you across a lovely stone-arched bridge to meet his father Zusara, who in turn had you meet a seer whom you suspect was also his lover. Hatu sat speechless for a moment and looked over at Hava, who said, You never told me that. Hatu took a deep breath and said, I told you. You told me you met Zusara and that Reza took you to Koltachin and even about the seer, but you never mentioned a stone bridge. True, admitted Hatushali. We can follow that up later, but for now there are other issues to discuss, Pug said. Hava sat back in her chair and said to Pug, You're changing. Pug nodded. Apparently. No, I mean, you look different. We're trained since childhood to notice how people behave. Magnus regarded him and said,
You carry yourself differently now than when you were Philip. Your speech has changed a little.
More, said Hava. Who are you? I am a man who lived long ago and died. The gods have decided I needed to return in the flesh of someone else. Hava's expression showed that she wasn't comprehending. Magnus said,
On your world, the gods are apparently abstractions prayed to out of duty or blind devotion. Here, celestial beings are real, and they meddle. I think I'd rather not be here, she said. I understand, Pug replied. After I died, I was reborn as Philip and knew nothing of my past. I met Magnus, who took me on as an apprentice and tutored me in all things magical. About the time you two, he indicated Hava and Hatushali, appeared here, I began to have memories of my previous life. The short of it is, your husband was essential to my surviving the integration of my two lives. Why? She asked. Only the gods know, Magnus said. We can merely speculate.
Well, if I may say, Hava began, this entire gods mucking about in people's lives thing is not good. Magnus and Pug both laughed.
Welcome to Midkemia,
said Magnus. Hatu finished eating his meal and asked, "What's the reason for all of this?" Magnus was about to speak, but Pug held up his hand to cut him off. Midkemia and Garn are linked, as Midkemia and Kellerwan once were linked. He slowly looked from face to face. You are here because you need to be. He pointed at Hatu and said, "You had to be here to save me." Then he pointed at Hava. "You are here because he is not complete without you." Hava and Hatu looked at each other and silently nodded their agreement. With an unexpected chuckle, Pug added, "And why Dante is here is anyone's guess." Hava and Hatu both looked a little taken aback by this unexpected humour. Pug said to Hatu, "You've seen the battle with the void, and the price countless people have paid in service to that struggle." Hatu said, "Yes, in your mind." He was slowly regaining his usual demeanour. "We need to speak of many things about the struggle yet to come. For the enemy is unrelenting, and just because it's been quiet for a while doesn't mean it's not returning. There was a darkness that attacked first in the city of Sethanon, and while we won that struggle, the war continues." "Why here?" asked Hatu. Magnus said,
"The war has a centre somewhere. Why not here?"
Pug said, "It's not here." Magnus looked at Pug with an unspoken question on his face. "Where then?" asked Hava. "From what I saw in Hatu's mind of the unspeakable horror in Garn's wound and the frozen stone city in the centre of Naitani, I can say with certainty that this war is no longer here. The final conflict will be on Garn." Chapter 13. Awareness. Pug watched closely. After a day's rest and catching up as much as possible, he and Hatu began preparing for his return to Garn. To understand Hatu's powers as much as possible, Hatu was showing Pug his ability to link minds and share what he could see of fury energies. Hatu had chosen a simple demonstration, picking a spot in the garden in front of Magnus's quarters where a cluster of flowering plants flourished. Insects were scurrying around, pollinating, foraging for food, or otherwise behaving normally. Hatu and Pug were sitting on a polished marble bench that rested beside a small pool in the garden. Both men were motionless, their eyes closed. Pug could see through Hatu's mind a vision of energy flowing through each living thing, both plants and insects. "Fascinating," he said quietly. Hatushali had organised the energies into different colours, deep greens bordering on dark grey, through pale blues close to white, and Pug was captivated by the display. "It's amazing," he said, opening his eyes. Hatu opened his as well and nodded. "One of the things I learned from Nathan." Pug nodded slowly. "Nathan." With a sigh, he said, "I suspect Nathan was or is an avatar of an old friend of mine." "Really?" Hatu asked. "It's a very long story, and is almost certainly related to why you are here and why I was given a second life." Hatu's expression was curious. "You have no divinities or celestial beings on Garn, from what I've learned," Pug began. Hatu nodded. "We have many gods, stories of spirits, legends, and people of deep faith, but the truth is that my nation of Koltachin teaches us that our faith lies in our duty to our masters and nation. No one I know of has ever seen any supernatural being. As for magic..." His expression was one of wonder. "What you have here, to To me, it's impossible to believe. Yet I've seen things with my own eyes, and I've done things I can scarcely believe. So I must learn many new things. As must we all, said Pug. I've lived a very long time, but still know so very little of what there is to know. Hatu smiled. Yet you hunger to know more. Pug smiled back. Perhaps that is part of the reason I now have my second life. To revive my curiosity. To make me eager again to discover new things. At the end of my first life, I was tired. I had been battling against the void in its many manifestations for lifetimes. People I loved died, and friends were left in the wake of my life as if I was a ship passing islands in a vast sea. I can't imagine that. Because you are very young. There is a saying among the people of Koltachin who served the masters, you grow up quickly or you don't grow up. It sounds ominous. It's a warning. At a certain point in a student's life, failure is death. You know too much to be allowed to just leave and seek out another life. You are either an agent of the Kingdom of the Night, or you are killed. Brutal, said Pug. If time permits, remind me to tell you about Magnus and my journey into the realm of the Desati. That was a brutality that was unimaginable until we actually witnessed it. Now, he continued, as I see it, we were brought together for a purpose that hasn't yet been revealed to us, but is out there waiting for us to discover. Tell me why you think the void will attack Garn, Hatu asked. Pug took a breath, then said, Magnus has told you about the different levels of energy on Garn, yes? Yes. Apparently Garn is a much lower energy world than Midkemia. In my travels, I'll say the highest level of energy was here or on the world of Kelawam. I visited some low-energy worlds with just enough energy that I could leave. I can't imagine how Rufio and Zakara are feeling with no power left to use. I endured 2 boyhoods without magic ability, but that was due to lack of training. The ability was there from birth, as it was with you. Which is how I was able to burn that ship simply because of fear. Pug nodded. My first use of power was much the same. I was with the daughter of the Duke of Criddy, Lord Boric, and we were attacked by 3 lowland trolls, more bestial than intelligent beings, and had I been without my power, they would have killed us both. In my panic, I shocked them with something like lightning and they drowned in a creek. Over the years, I've studied many different aspects of magic use, and it's clear to me there must be a strong feeling involved, like fear or anger, to make magic work. Even Magnus, who always appears outwardly calm, is a man of very strong emotions. Hatu laughed. I had ample anger as a child. I got furious when I couldn't understand something, and it cost me a lot of punishment when I behaved badly. I gleaned some of that history when you were in my mind, Pug said, not experiencing it or even seeing it, but rather your memory of it, an impression. I was fortunate, for in both of my early existences, I was gifted with people who cared deeply for me. He smiled with a hint of regret. I see you with Hava and know how lucky you are. I was wed twice, and both women were remarkable. My first wife, Katala, bore my first son, and we took in an orphan and made her our own daughter. Katala died from an illness we could not cure. Years went by, and I realized I would have lost her eventually after I saw others age much faster than I. He spoke matter-of-factly, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Hatu said, Do you think that will happen with Hava and me? He sounded concerned. Let's face one problem at a time, Pug said. He stood up. I think Magnus is ready for us to do a bit of experimenting. Hatu followed Pug to the chamber where the rifts were generated. Magnus and Haver were waiting there, with Jarrelly standing nearby.
"We've arrived at a plan,"
said Magnus. Pug nodded. "That's why you're in charge here." Magnus laughed.
"I've been in charge here a very long time."
Pug winced slightly and said, "I'll get used to this. Eventually."
"As will I,"
Magnus replied. "What's the plan?" Pug asked. "Simple.
"The next rift to Garn is a two-way rift."
Pug nodded his agreement. "If there are no problems, we can shut it down, but if we have to return for some reason, that way is open." Magnus looked at the person who was both his father and his student and said,
"You always were quick to learn."
Hatu said, "Shall we do this?" Haver came to stand by him, put her arm around his waist, and looked at Magnus expectantly.
"Nothing to add?"
asked Magnus. "You boys have done enough talking. Open the damned rift," she said calmly. Pug held up his hands, palms out, in a gesture of surrender, and glanced at Magnus. "I've never been there before."
"Neither have I,"
replied the white-haired magic user.
"But I stood with Rufio and Zarkaro when they opened their rifts to Garn more than once. I think this should be fairly straightforward."
"Remind me to tell you the story of when we were facing the demons who chased the saw from their world to here and opened a rift in the wrong place," said Pug.
"I've heard that story,"
answered Magnus. He closed his eyes, concentrating as he muttered words so faint they were unintelligible to the others. After a long minute, a whoosh of air accompanied the appearance of a large silver oval of energy. Pug looked at Haver and Hatu and said, "We used to have to employ devices, but now—" "Enough!" said Haver, taking Hattusili by the hand and stepping forward into the rift.
"Wait!"
Magnus shouted, but they were gone before he could finish. "Best not tarry," said Pug, stepping after them. Magnus turned to Jarrelly.
"I was going to tell them I would stay here in case—"
He looked at the young apprentice, who now stood in mute uncertainty, then said,
"Don't let anything bad come through."
He then stepped through after Pug. Jarrelly stood alone in the chamber, looking around in confusion. "Anything bad? Me?" Dante and Scully waited in a now near-empty taproom. The last two other residents were Shad and a snoring man in the opposite corner of the room. As Dante pondered ordering another pitcher of ale to keep Shad happy, Robbie slipped through the entrance. Dante sat back down and waited until Robbie came to the table, sat, and said,
"It's done."
"Took a while,"
said Scully.
"Those bashers from Crondor were not entirely trusting. They kept on about why I was telling them about the smuggler drop without catching a bit of a price. I told them what he hiked his thumb at Dante, said to say that I was doing it to get on their good side. It took me hours to finally get it right when I said I wanted in on whatever they took tonight, just a little taste, as it were."
"Well done," said Dante. He drew out a gold coin and put it on the table. As Robbie reached to snatch it, Dante grabbed his wrist and squeezed enough to ensure the snitch knew he wasn't getting away that quickly. "Now, before you get that, when and where?"
"Like I said, between midnight and dawn, so maybe an hour from now. The where? Sandy Wash Bottom."
Scully said,
"The Sandy Wash is the mouth of Vicor River. Not much as rivers go, more like a big creek. But the bottom is a beach to the west of the harbour docks, and it's a good place to land cargo in a shallow boat. Get a crew of lads there and you're in and out in a short time."
"Somewhere we can watch?"
"There's a roof or two at the end of the docks that will give us a fair perch."
"Good," said Dante, rising. "Let's go." He neglected to release Robbie's grip, so the slender informant had to follow whether he wanted to or not. Once outside, Scully indicated the direction with a tilt of his head.
"Let go of my wrist,"
Robbie demanded. "And have you run off?"
"Run off? Without the gold?"
Dante laughed quietly. "Now I know who I'm dealing with." As they hurried along, following Scully, he added, "Just so you understand who you're dealing with."
"If you're trying to wrangle with both the Keshians and the Mockers, you're a madman,"
Robbie said. Then,
"But you're a madman with gold."
Dante released Robbie's wrist, and as they started to turn a corner, the little man said,
"Not that way."
Scully turned around and said, "Why?"
"Them Mockers have hunkered down inside Landing, and they'll be coming down that road."
He pointed at the next street down from where they stood.
"Any time now. This way."
He motioned for them to follow him and went straight up another street, then pointed at a building.
"There's a way up."
Again, he led them, and after turning a corner, they found a sturdy ladder bolted to the side of a building Dante took to be a warehouse. Scully didn't hesitate and climbed the ladder. Dante looked at Robbie and with a wave of his hand said, "After you." Robbie scurried up the ladder and Dante followed. On the roof, he saw that the buildings between where they stood and the edge of the docks were descending, so they had a clear view of the edge of the harbour, the west end of the docks, and a stretch of beach beyond. Dante was still amazed by the existence of 3 moons on this world. The large moon had risen earlier that night and was now overhead. The view was like twilight on Garn, not brilliant, but enough to see boats in the water bobbing with the swells in the bay. Robbie said,
"This is as close as we dare get unless you have a death wish."
They sat, and Dante said, "Pretty bright tonight." Scully said,
"We should be fine if we're not showing lights. At least it's not 3 moons bright."
Dante just nodded. He remembered the first night he had arrived in Midkemia and how 2 moons were close to setting while the little moon was rising in the east. He assumed 3 moons bright meant all 3 were overhead and wondered how close to daylight that might be. After a while, they could see a large longboat crewed by 12 rowers with a flat barge in tow approaching the beach. With lapping water at the shore, it was an easy move to swing around and let the barge beach. The cargo was secured with a large tarp over it, tied down to deck cleats. As the boat and barge neared the shore, a line of torches appeared from the streets a few buildings southeast of where Dante, Scully and Robbie sat. "That'll be the ferrets, I expect," said Dante. Scully said,
"Torches for sure mean they bribed the city watch to be elsewhere. Those Keshians don't feel the need to come skulking about."
The boat swerved off to their left, circled around, and then the rowers back-watered the oars to slow it to a stop. The barge beached gently, and Dante said, "Now that's a thing of beauty. It's a pleasure to watch men who take pride in their craft." Within minutes, the Keshians had established an efficient routine of unloading the cargo and stacking it in an orderly fashion, and Dante and his companions could hear the sound of a nearby wagon and team moving down the street towards the docks. "If I were a betting man, and I am," said Dante, "I'd wager a coin or two that the Mockers are now quietly creeping into place, waiting for the Keshians to unload the barge and load the wagon. Why do the heavy lifting when someone else can do it for you?" Scully nodded.
"Sounds likely."
"So," Dante asked Robbie, "these Mockers, how do they roll?"
"How do you mean?"
"Are they proper outlaws, with archers waiting in the shadows to pick off Keshians, or ordinary street toughs who are just going to swarm out and hope the Kesh lads are too tired to put up much of a struggle?"
"Not outlaws," Robbie replied. "At least I never heard of them being soldiers like, with bows and such. Clubs, Knives, maybe a short sword, but it's all pretty much street scuffling and head-busting. He paused. If the Keshians run off, the mockers won't chase them. They'll just grab the wagon and head back to their hideout.
You know where that hideout is?
Just somewhere in Sad Landing, not the exact place.
It's a short way from here, though,
said Scully. Dante looked at Robbie and asked, "Can you find out where without getting yourself killed?"
After tipping them tonight, maybe, but it'll be risky.
There's more gold in it if you can. Robbie's eyes widened just enough for Dante to know that was the right thing to say.
How much more?
He asked, barely controlling an open display of greed. What do you think it's worth? Robbie's expression turned calculating.
If I don't get my throat cut by those murderers, 5 gold coins.
I was going to offer you 1, said Dante in a lighter tone. But tell you what, get me the exact location by the end of the week, I'll make it 2, and I won't beat you senseless for trying to rob me on the price.
3,
said Robbie, nodding, though his tone was less demanding. 3, but you take the beating, Dante replied. Robbie paused for a moment to see if this was a jest, but Dante's expression was unreadable.
Fine, 2,
he said. Just one last thing, Dante added. Get clever and sell me out. I will gut you like a fresh-caught fish. Understand?
Yes,
said Robbie, standing up. Where are you going? Dante asked.
If I'm poking around looking for the Mocker's lair, best do it when they're elsewhere.
Fair point, Dante conceded. Robbie scurried off. Dante asked Scully, You think he'll try to sell me out?
Absolutely.
Dante nodded. Need to scare him more, I guess. Oh, make sure you say nothing about the farm and the kids to Robbie or anyone for that matter. I'll tell the others when I get back there. The barge was unloaded, the hawser was shifted from the beach side cleat to the opposite side, and the longboat crew began pulling it back to the ship. Just as the Keshians finished loading the big wagon, a shout sounded from a harbourside building, and dozens of men raced towards the wagon. The Keshians were slow in drawing their weapons and were quickly routed. As Robbie had predicted, the mockers didn't chase them, but quickly secured the wagon. As it drove off, the remaining men hurried back into the city to disappear. After a few minutes of quiet, Dante stood up. That's a lot of muscle. How big are the mockers? Scully also stood up, and as they slowly walked back to the ladder to the street, he said,
No one's sure, but if they had that many bashers, they'd already be running Port Vicor.
He turned and started down the ladder ahead of Dante.
Either they brought in some help from Krondor, which is unlikely, or they hired some local lads to put on a show.
Find out if you can, then come to me at the farm. Dante started down the ladder. If they're hiring local muscle, that means there's local muscle for hire. Scully waited until Dante was on the ground, pointed to himself and said, Obviously. No, said Dante, lightly thumping Scully's chest. For all I knew, you 3 jesters were the only locals around. Remember, I come from a long way away.
There are a few of us still scraping by.
Good. Then the other thing I'd like to know, besides how many lads from Krondor are in residence, is how many bashers I could hire that I can trust. Scully said,
Hire? No problem. Trust? That's a whole other problem.
Go on, said Dante.
I'm just saying, it's going to take time to build a reliable gang.
Time I have, said Dante. He glanced around, then said, "Find a place to lie low and start looking for trustworthy lads. I'll come and find you in a few days." He turned and stepped away.
"Not going back to the Ravens?"
Scully asked. "I expect Shad closed it after we left, and besides, I need to steal a horse to get back to the farm."
"Why? What happened to the one you rode to get here?"
"Someone stole it," said Dante, as he ambled off into the night. Hava and Hatu stepped into a late afternoon breeze off the ocean and were confronted by 6 Marquensis soldiers ready for a fight. Behind them stood Zarkara and Rufio and the 5 women from the sanctuary. On seeing Hava and Hatu, they all looked visibly relieved.
"Thank the gods,"
said Rufio. "I'm pretty sure the gods had nothing to do with this," said Hava. Pug followed a moment later and greeted his companions from Sorcerer's Isle. Then Magnus appeared. Pug looked over his shoulder and said, "Who stayed?"
"Jarrally,"
Magnus replied. Pug's expression was dubious. "It's a good thing there are a few dozen other magic users nearby. Jarrally has more ability than he realizes. It's his uncertainty I worry about." Magnus nodded. Pug looked around and said, "Lovely evening." Zarkara moved aside to let Sabella pass. She walked up to Hatu and said, "Yes, I feel it." The other women all voiced agreement. "Feel what?" asked Hava, with an unsure expression. Sabella closed her eyes a moment and said to Hatu, "I can sense you." "So, the magic's back?" Hava asked. Sabella nodded, and Rufio held up his hand. A sharp light shot heavenwards, bright enough to be seen in daylight, probably blinding in the dark. It pierced some small clouds above. He looked upwards, then with a smile said,
"A simple spell. Yes, we can now get home."
Magnus said to the 2 Midkemian magic users who had been stranded,
"It's two-way. You head back."
He motioned to the rift.
"Pug and I will arrange things here. If we need you back, we'll send word."
Zarkara turned to Sabella and said,
"Want to come?"
"May I?" She looked around as if seeking permission. Zarkara said,
"There's no reason not to, and no one here to say no."
She grinned and nodded enthusiastically. With a nod to Magnus and Pug, Zarkara led her into the rift. Rufio waved goodbye and stepped through after them. The king's soldiers were moving away, and a captain approached and said to Hattusili, "We are very glad to see you return." Hatu looked confused. Hava gave him a prod in the ribs and he said, "Thank you. How are things here on Garn?" The captain said, "We have a ship moored, ready to get you to His Majesty as swiftly as possible." Hatu glanced at Pug. "As possible?" Pug looked first at Magnus, who nodded slightly, then said, "That thing you showed me with your vision. Can you show me where the king is?" "Yes," Hatu answered. To the captain, Pug said, "The ship won't be necessary. I can get us to—" He glanced at Hatu. "Marquinet," Hatu supplied. "Marquinet," Pug finished. "But first, I think food and rest." Glancing skywards, he asked, "Is it east or west of here?" "East," answered Hava. "Then it's already night there. So let's rest here, then we'll attempt to travel to Marquinet tomorrow." All were in agreement. They made their way down to the pavilion. The captain indicated where they could sleep later and ordered that food be prepared as a few soldiers who were off duty wandered in. As they sat around the table, Pug noticed a dark expression on Haver's face. "Is something troubling you?" he asked her. "I just ordered a ship," she snapped. "I was supposed to be hunting down pirates, protecting your ships." Hatu looked at his wife with wide eyes, then burst into laughter. He saw anger arising and grabbed her, pulling her close. "It's just a ship." Haver's posture grew rigid. She put a hand on her husband's chest and pushed him away. Then she looked into Hatu's face and suddenly started laughing with him. Hugging him, she said, "There's a ship around here I left behind." He kissed her cheek and said, "There will always be a ship for you." She ducked her head shyly for a moment, then regained her usual poise. Hatu held her close and with a lift of his chin indicated to the others that everything was going to be fine. He asked the captain, "Is the Queen of Storms still anchored at Toranda?"
"She was when we left,"
the captain answered. Hatu whispered in her ear, "We're home, and if you want to go raiding, your ship is waiting for you." She said, "Let's eat, then to bed, and you better not fall asleep on me." He laughed. "When have I ever fallen—" She put her finger over his lips, turned and said, "Where's the food?" Pug and Magnus exchanged laughs, and as Hatu and Haver headed to the sideboard, Magnus said,
"You were absolutely right. She is so much like Mother."
Now that they were alone, Pug said, "This is difficult, and it may take a long time. How long was I your student?"
"Almost a century."
"And your father so very much longer." He stood up. "It may take a very long time to come to understand our new relationship, but one thing you absolutely must know. I loved you without a second's doubt as your father, and I loved you as my teacher. However this turns out, know that." Magnus stood up and said,
"I always knew who you were. I think it's just going to take time to come to terms with the situation."
Pug smiled. "You always had a bit of your mother's pragmatism in you. Sleep well."
"Bed?"
"I think I'll take a walk, but yes, soon." As Pug left the pavilion, the sun was about to touch the western horizon, and he walked to the higher point on the island's north shore to look out over the sea. He held his staff and leaned on it slightly as he watched the sun of Garn lower to touch the surface of the ocean. Emotions rushed through him, and he felt a strong urge to cry or to laugh as memories ripped through him. A deep breath cleared his mind, and he silently reminded himself these were only memories, events long gone, and occasionally ill-remembered, but attached to intense feelings. As the sun lowered over the horizon, he saw a green flash of light for an instant and laughed aloud. He knew the conditions that were required to concoct that illusion of light and atmosphere, and felt a burden lifted from his heart. Life goes on, no matter what, he muttered to himself. A voice from behind him said,
"I once said to a man who was dear to me, there are sunsets above other oceans, Gouda. Mighty sights and great wonders to behold."
Pug turned and saw a small man almost wizened in age, with a scrawny frame and a skinny neck. His head was ringed with a fringe of grey hair, and he looked ancient, but his eyes were as alert and aware as any Pug had ever seen. He wore a ragged robe of orange, cut off at the knees, one shoulder left bare, and he carried a rucksack over the other shoulder and held a staff in his right hand. Looking at a face he never imagined he'd ever behold again, Pug whispered, "Nakor." The little man held up his left hand, palm upwards, shrugged dramatically and said,
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Chapter 14. Unfolding. Hatu asked, "Where's Pug?" He and Hava had slept soundly in the portion of the pavilion set aside for them. Hatu had woken to find his wife already up and in the common area, but when he looked, he saw no sign of either Pug or Magnus. Hava said, "He went outside a little while ago. Why?" "I just have some questions, but they can wait." She looked at her husband with a dubious smile and gave him a gentle push. "Go find him. If you have questions, you won't sleep. Just get back and get some rest, all right?" Their lovemaking had been intense but brief, and he had fallen into a deep slumber almost immediately afterwards. She knew all the magic he had employed on Midkemia had taxed his strength greatly. "No one knows me better than you, my love." Hatu kissed her on the cheek and hurried out of the pavilion. One of the soldiers stood guard at the entrance, and Hatu asked, "A man in a black robe? The one with the dark hair? Did you see which way he went?" The soldier said, "He went over towards that bluff over the sea." He pointed. Hatu walked quickly, feeling a delicious familiarity with every breath. The air was just a bit different here, closer to the sanctuary than it had been on Sorcerer's Isle. It was also a lot darker at night on Garn compared to Midkemia, given how small Garn's single moon was. Still, it was just after twilight and the moon was up, so Hatu could easily make his way towards the bluff. As he neared the overlook, he saw two figures, Pug and a slight, even scrawny little man, though his posture and something else about him communicated a hidden strength. As Hatu neared, Pug and the other man turned. Hatu sensed a familiar energy about the little man. His eyes widened. "Nathan?" The little man shrugged.
Maybe. I don't really know, Hatashali.
"You called me by my name," Hatu said.
Should I call you something else?
Asked the little man in a whimsical tone. Pug said, "This is Nakor."
Maybe,
Nakor said. "But you have the same energy as Nathan. How is that possible?"
I don't know,
said Nakor.
I've died at least once, maybe a couple of times. I have blank spots in my memory, some of them years long. I'm pretty sure I'm not that demon Belog.
"Then how do you know of him?" asked Pug. Nakor shrugged and said,
I don't know.
He sounded irritated.
But I do know there's a demon running around with some of the same memories as me. Somebody must have told me.
He paused.
Or maybe I am him?
He looked at Hatashali.
Tell me about this energy thing and Nathan. But first, I need something to drink.
He pointed to the pavilion.
Wine? Ale?
Both. And some whiskey, answered Hatu.
Good,
said Nakor, and he started to walk towards the pavilion without waiting to see if the others were following.
Haven't had a good whiskey in I don't know how long. I'm in more of an ale mood anyway.
Pug and Hatashali caught up, and Nakor said,
Energy?
After reaching Sorcerer's Isle, my abilities grew. I don't know how to put it, but I can do things faster, more easily, and I'm learning new things every day. Every person has an energy that's different from everyone else's. It's not something that I see all the time, Hatu said.
Ah, said Nakor, you can see people's auras.
He turned to Pug and said,
There's an order of monks on... I forget which world, but they study for years to learn how to read auras. A lot of what they claim is nonsense, but some of what they teach is useful.
They entered the large tent, A few soldiers were finishing a meal after their evening tour, and Nakor looked around quickly.
"Where's the ale?"
he demanded. A soldier turned to look at the funny little man, then returned to his companions. A servant hurried out of the field kitchen attached to the tent and surveyed them. He recognized Hattusili and nodded at him. "Sir?" "A pitcher of ale and 3 mugs." Hattu spied Magnus pushing aside a curtain which had walled off the sleeping area and said, "Make that 4 mugs." Magnus took 2 steps towards them, and when his eyes fell on Nakor, stopped for a moment. Regaining his composure, he moved to the table that everyone else was sitting around. Before Magnus could say anything, Nakor said,
"Magnus! Good to see you're still alive. Your father neglected to mention that."
"Father?" said Hattusili, looking perplexed. "Oh, I'm still having trouble grasping all of it." "It is a very complicated story," said Pug. "Indeed," said Hattu. "All those memories I sorted out of your former life."
They were my father's,
added Magnus. "I saw that part," Hattu said with a note of wonder. "I still just find it all confusing."
"Easy to do," suggested Nakor. "What was it? A few 100 years' worth of memories?"
"Something like that," Pug answered. "How did you—"
"You're different," said Nakor, "but familiar. And after a few moments I saw who you once were and are again."
Pug looked on with open amazement on his face. "You saw," Nakor said.
"I know a place where they once grew a hand back for a friend. If you want to go back to looking like you did before, they can do it. It'd take a while, but they're very good."
Pug, Magnus, and Hattu sat in silence. Finally, Pug said, "I think I'll keep this body. I've got used to it. Besides, I'm taller than the last time."
"True,"
Nakor agreed as the servant brought out a tray with the pitcher of ale and mugs. Hattu rose and said, "I better go see if Hava is still awake. If she is, I need to bring her to see this." After he left, Nakor said,
"Wise man. Keeping a woman waiting is a bad notion."
He looked at Magnus.
"That's why your grandmother left me and married Macross. I was always off doing things, and I kept her waiting a lot."
"I thought it was because she wanted more power so she could conquer the world," said Pug. Nakor shrugged.
"That too."
He drank a long swallow of ale, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and said, "Now, why am I here on—" He cocked his head, then said, "Garn."
Took me a moment. "Yes, Garn."
Pug said, "The void." Nakor looked genuinely surprised.
"The enemy? Here?"
"I'm certain," said Pug. And when Nakor looked at Magnus, the white-haired magician nodded agreement.
"Damn,"
said Nakor. "We need more ale." Declan hurried from the forge towards the palace. He had stopped in to see how things were progressing before he joined his brother's war council. As he had suspected, stopping in turned into a very long conversation with Edvald and a few of the older smiths on how the production of arms and armour was progressing, and then how best to hasten the process. That turned into a short debate about what corners might be cut without losing too much quality, and before he knew it, Declan was late to the council meeting. As expected, Declan was the last member to take his seat, and before he could apologise, the king waved him to silence, an expression of resignation struggling with one of anger.
"A report just arrived this morning from Captain Sixto,"
Balvin said. Master-at-Arms Colin and General Baldassar both turned to the king. General Baldassar asked,
"What news?"
King Daelon said, "Apparently our reinforcements arrived in a timely fashion. Another company of church engineers, escorted by soldiers, arrived,
just as our reinforcements were digging in with Sixto's men after you left," he said to Declan. "The church forces had to leave their horses at the edge of the forest, as that access trail hasn't yet been widened, part of the church's plans, it appears. So our forces were able to withstand an assault, though not without a price." He paused. "We lost a dozen soldiers." He motioned to Balvin. The king's first advisor said, "None of the church soldiers surrendered." Both Baldassar and Colin nodded. This was expected. "But we gained another 5 engineers. Sixto reports they seemed relieved to no longer be working on behalf of the church and were eager to give us needed information. They even provided us with a full set of plans for the redoubt. Apparently, it was designed simply to be a holding base while they cleared enough forest to build a huge fortification." Episcopos Del Nocio put his hand on the table. "The church is not always hasty. No doubt they have agents here who have reported back that food is a problem, and that most of your army is mercenary, so desertions are likely. Assume that whatever is done which can be seen from the city or even here in your palace, they will know about within a few weeks." He took a moment for thought, then said, "A fortification of the size in the Darkwood could cut your kingdom in half, isolating Berens Hill, Copper Hills, and Port Colos from the south. They mean to grind you down, then strike when they think you're at your weakest." "So, we need a plan to prevent that, obviously," said the king. He turned to a court page and said, "Send him in." A moment later, Master Bodai was ushered into the chamber and the king waved him to a seat. Bodai bowed, then sat down. "How goes the farming and fishing on Naitani?" Daylon asked. Bodai said, "It goes well, Majesty. The farmers who have settled the islands are beginning to deliver ample food for themselves and the sanctuary, as well as increasing our shipments to, well, here. We need more," the king said. Bodai sighed. "We have no more to give, Majesty. We give what we can because you freed us from the Pride Lords, but we are still building. Our farmers and most of our fishermen are refugees from here, people who are starting again. They need to hold back seed grain for next year's planting, cuttings for new vines, and saplings to grow fruit. If you send more boats, we can provide more fish. Fish we can find ourselves here," said the king. "The Pride Lords tried to cripple everything, but at least they couldn't destroy our fishing." Declan said, "Can we get more from South Tembria?" "We do not have enough men to spare for another expedition south. Your men who settled in Abala are barely self-sufficient as it is, and that's the only friendly port down there. Zindaros is in chaos, each port now a city-state, and Mataros is being harried by church ships to keep us away." Bodai said, "I have an idea, although it may seem—" "Out with it," said Daylon, his temper rising. "If Hattushali and the men from Mid-Kemir can open that portal between worlds again, perhaps we might trade with someone there." Daylon sat back, his expression changing from annoyance to thoughtfulness. "Not a totally mad idea," he said. "We should hear very soon if Sarkara and Rufio were able to get word that we needed Hattushali back here," said Bodai. "Thank you, Master Bodai," the king said. "Now, there is another matter for which I need your counsel."
Bodai's expression became more guarded.
Me returning to Koltachin,
he said. Dalon nodded. You understand why we need the Kingdom of the Night at our side against the Church?
Yes,
Bodai said.
My concern is partially for my own safety. My sudden reappearance after this long an absence, especially considering all that's happened since then, will instantly rouse suspicion. And the truth very well might get me killed as a traitor to the Council.
He gave a slight sigh.
It's not just death. As an agent for both the Flame Guard and a master of Koltachin, I accept that we all must end someday, but I do no one any good, least of all your nation and people, if I'm dead very soon.
Understood. I cannot force you to go, said the king.
I could toss you in a cell until you agreed, but that would be foolish.
I need a willing partner in this, not someone who might be inclined to vanish, a skill I suspect you are very well versed in.
I am, said Bodai, without a hint of boastfulness. I'm also fairly adept at getting out of cells and dungeons.
No doubt, said Balvin.
I am willing to travel to Koltachin, Majesty,
Bodai went on,
but I need time to plan my best approach. Some masters will be more amenable to discussions than others. One or two will almost certainly want to kill me the moment my true identity is revealed.
Is that necessary? Asked Declan.
Perhaps not,
said Bodai.
The fact is, the truth of who the Ajante are and the origin of our nation will sway many now that an imagined threat is shown to be false. Replacing that with an even more dire threat is what requires a bit of art.
I understand, said Dalon. My brother's dealings with your previous brethren clearly demonstrated the ability of your Kingdom of the Night in playing roles to deceive, spying, and other feats of near magic.
That was the art of our illusion, Majesty. May I go?
Dalon said,
Yes, Master Bodai.
Bodai quickly departed, and the king said, I'm not entirely happy to be dependent on him for two vital missions, but we have no other choice. Declan said, For the moment, can we return to fortifying Sixto's position? The king looked at Del Nocio and asked, How long before the church sends more soldiers? If what I was told is accurate, the first church expedition sent word back that all was well just before Prince Declan and his men took out the base. So whatever time it took before the first and second company's arrivals, then add perhaps another week, as those in command may assume some reasonable delay is preventing the arrival of a new message. When no message is forthcoming, they'll send a large force to that location. That's where the first battle will be fought, and that's where you may set them back a year or more in their schedule. Take away that central fortress, and they will have to come at the north via the old trade roads against your fortress at Berens Hill. Dalon nodded. They can't come straight here on the southern road, or through the Narrows, so they will have to come from the north. He shook his head, and his frustration was evident.
We could easily resupply Berens Hill from Port Colossus and here, if only we had supplies to spare.
He slapped his hand on the table.
Let us hope those magic users from another world can provide a source of supplies. Otherwise, we will all be tightening our belts by the coming of winter, let alone getting through the winter and fighting a war. I'd rather we fight now in the forest.
Declan, be ready to march to... He paused. We really need a name for a fortress if we're going to build one there. The men around the table all nodded.
I'll think of one, said the king. For the moment, Declan, how many men can you house at that site now?
Declan said, "That depends on how the logging is going. Cutting down the trees is the easy part. Hauling them away is the trick. The only path in is the one we used." If Sixto is smart, which he is, he's cutting a second path out to the west to make it easier for us to support his position. But he still can't get horses or wagons in there, so it's going to be men dragging trees and branches until he gets out. He's seen the plans, and has the engineers with him, so if he just turns the redoubt around, makes it stronger facing east, we can hold it with another 200 men. The church would have to send 1,000 or more men against it, and there's no room for an organised attack. General Baldassar said,
"Unless there are overwhelming numbers of attackers, the advantage is always to a stout defence. The plans they sent are sound, and if Captain Sixto's captured engineers remember them, or there's more than a single copy, he could be halfway finished by the time more soldiers reach him. If we get on quickly, we could end the church's campaign for a year or more."
"Then organise the soldiers," the king said to Baldassar. To Colin, he said, "Arrange wagons with arms, provisions, and bring extra mules and harnesses. I want a large crew cutting in from the west to join Sixto's men as quickly as possible." Both men stood and bowed, and as they turned to leave, Colin put his hand on Declan's shoulder and said, "It's going to be a grand fight. We'll make sure you have everything you need." Declan nodded, and after the door to the room closed behind the two men, he turned and said, "Grand or not, it's one we must win." The king nodded silently in agreement. Sabella gawked, mouth open, as she watched the students file into the dining hall at Sorcerer's Isle. They had left Garn at sunset, but when they arrived at Sorcerer's Isle, it was the middle of the night, and Zarkara had arranged for Sabella to use the empty rooms previously used by Hattushali and Hava. It had been a short night's sleep, but it had been restful being back home. Zarkara watched her for any sign of alarm, but to the contrary, Sabella seemed delighted by the non-humans scattered throughout the hall. "They're beautiful," she whispered.
"Who?"
asked Zarkara. "All of them," she said softly. "The patterns."
"Patterns?"
"Can't you see the patterns?" she asked, a little confused.
"Do you mean the energy? The way you found Hattushali?"
She moved to sit at a table with him and said, "Yes, I assumed with your many talents you could see." She shrugged. "I don't know."
"What do you see?"
"It's feel more than see, though there are times it's like light surrounding a person. It's how I found Hattushali and could send Dembe to where Catharian had found him and bring him safely to the sanctuary. But these others..." She looked around the hall. "They are so different, but beautiful is the only word I can think of. It's like a kitten, puppy, or any other creature. They are all different, yet they are the same. Do you understand?"
"Not really,"
he admitted. "All people have this fundamental qualities, so they don't resemble dogs, birds, fish, but each person within that group has a unique look." She blinked, as if trying to see something. "From far away, I can say this is a person, not a donkey. But if I don't know you, I don't know which person it is. If I know you, I recognize you. Now do you see?" Zarkara chuckled a little and said,
"I think so. Hungry?"
"Not really." She turned with an eager expression and said, "Can you show me more?"
"Certainly,"
he said, rising from the chair. He gave her a brief tour of the villa itself, and she said the garden was wonderful. He then took her back around the dining hall and showed her the complex built into the side of the massive hill that occupied the centre of the island. Inside the first door, she looked around in amazement. As far as she could see, tall bookshelves rose on massive cases. Softly, she said, "How do you reach the high ones?"
"We have some ingenious ladders with baskets to lower and raise books. In the rear, we have narrow walkways every third of the way to the top, with a circular staircase in the corners so you can get to any book there. We have people, such as yourself, to catalogue and organise every title here. And we have a number of people on this island who don't need ladders. Like your Hattusili, who I understand can just put out his hand and have a book float off the shelf and down to him."
"Yes, he can," Sabella said eagerly. "I have seen him do it."
"My father, when he first came here, would summon an imp to fly up and fetch a book down for him."
"Imp?"
"A small, relatively harmless demon. Demon summoning became frowned upon after Magnus's mother and brother were killed by demons. Then there was some business with some demons who came." He shook his head. "It's a very long story. But that's why I use my abilities only to ward against demons who attempt to harm those here."
Sabella nodded, though she was only half listening. "How do you keep track of all of this?"
"I don't. We have a librarian by the name of Wejuan who can show you the system she uses, and she has several assistants. She's probably still eating, so we can return later."
"I'd like that." Sabella smiled. "This place is truly amazing."
"Just remember, we have had many more years to gather all this together than you have at the sanctuary. From what I was told, you've barely started to reclaim your library."
She smiled again. "True."
"Let me show you a little more of this island."
Outside again, the day was freshening, with a rising sun warming their faces and a soft breeze carrying a sea salt tang and floral hints. "It's lovely here," said Sabella. "Is the weather always this nice?" Zakara laughed.
"This is called the Bitter Sea for a reason. It's late summer, so the heat is hardly noticeable, but we can go from scorching hot to wicked cold in any month. A lot of it depends on tides and the moons. The moons don't impact the seasons much, but they can make the tides terrible."
"Ah," she said, nodding. "I think I understand."
The nice thing about living here is there are many people to share information with. We have new students, but for the most part we all teach what we know and learn what we don't know."
"That sounds wonderful," she said, her eyes beginning to glisten. Looking around, as if trying to absorb everything at once, she said, "Since I was a child, I had one task, to find the last of the firemains. I trained with the few surviving members of the Flame Guard, and it was a harsh life. At times, every one of us tasked with waiting for him to emerge felt hopelessness and despair. When I found Hattusili, suddenly we were without purpose. I travelled with Bodai and Dembe to take him to safety, and it was the first time I had left the sanctuary. I struggled every step of the way," she continued, seemingly eager to share this with Zakara. "We arrived just before the destruction of most of North Tembria began, and barely got Hattusili away as thousands were put to the sword. It was a terrible time. Once we returned to the sanctuary, I was without purpose again, until Bodai gave us the task of reviving the library there. But this... I could live in that library, I think." She wiped away glad tears and added, "If I didn't have so much responsibility at home, I would wish to be a student here." Then she laughed. "I sound ridiculous, I know."
"Not in the least,"
he reassured her.
"With your ability to sense people's energy, there may be things you can come to learn. Speak with Bodai when you return."
She looked embarrassed. "What is beyond that rise?" With a tilt of her head, she pointed with her chin.
"Beyond that rise is a long path down to the fishing village and a small boatyard on a harbour."
Sabella stood on tiptoes, as if she could somehow peer over the rise. "I can almost see," she said playfully. Zakara started to speak, then stopped. She kept staring into the distance, and finally he said,
"Sabella."
"What?"
"Look down,"
he said softly. She did, and saw that she was now floating a foot above the grass. She gasped and fell. Zakara stepped forward and caught her by the waist, keeping her upright. Softly, he said,
"I don't think you need to speak with Bodai. Sabella, you are a magician."
Nakor said,
"So that's what you know?"
Hatu nodded. "I showed Zakara the stone city, as I think of it, in the middle of Naitani, with those frozen children of the void, he called them. My sense of them is close to what I found in that pit when I went looking for Declan." Nakor looked at Pug.
"Now I see why you think the battle will be here and not on Midkemia. The void is unknowable, but apparently not stupid. It picked this world because it's almost devoid of stuff."
"Stuff?" asked Hava, who was fascinated by the all-night conversation. Hours before, they had stopped drinking ale and now were on their third large pot of coffee. Pug said, "Nakor insists there is no magic, that everything is tricks. Stuff is energy, mana, juju, whatever people call it." Nakor nodded.
"Some people know how to do things with stuff, and those are tricks."
"I am too tired even to think about that," said Hatu.
"Anyone hungry?"
Nakor asked. "Famished," said Hava. Others nodded. "I'll fetch us some food," she volunteered. "No oranges in your rucksack?" asked Pug. Nakor laughed but looked annoyed.
"That trick stopped working a long time ago. The fruit shop I bought burned down while I was dead. First time I realized something was not right was when I saw this isn't the same rucksack. It looks the same, but there's no hole in it."
"Hole?" asked Hatu.
"Not that kind of hole,"
said Magnus.
He created this tiny permanent rift to a fruit vendor.
He looked at Nakor.
"Where was it?"
"I don't remember,"
Nakor said.
"Somewhere in Kesh, I think. Or maybe back home in Isolani. Anyway, now, if I want oranges, I have to buy them."
Then his expression turned serious.
"To me, I just woke up here yesterday. How long is it exactly since the battle at Magician's End?"
"You were there," said Pug.
"No, I wasn't," said Nakor. "That was the demon Belog with my memories."
His tone softened.
"I don't know how I know some of what he did."
"Kalkin?"
suggested Magnus. "The god who breaks all the rules," added Pug. Hatushali yawned.
"It's dawn."
He looked past the others out of the pavilion opening as the curtains of night were pulled back and early morning light poured in. Nakor looked at Hatu as daylight streamed in to where they sat, and with a smile he pointed and said,
"I like your hair."
In the dawn, Hatu's hair was even more vividly red gold than usual. Hatu smiled. "Thanks. It's something I've had to hide most of my life." Nakor rubbed his bald pate above the grey fringe.
"Maybe I'll get my friends to make me a head of hair that colour."
Then his expression darkened a little.
"If I'm around long enough."
He looked at Pug.
"So what do you think?"
Pug replied, "Lim's Kragma may have put me back on the wheel after I died, but your appearance here, this link between Hattusili and me, all of it smacks of more than one power working together."
"Seems logical,"
said Magnus. Hatu leaned forward, elbows on the table, and said, "I must find out about these gods of yours." Pug said, "Magnus is the man for that. He once compelled the goddess of death to come to him." Hatu's eyebrows rose. "Truth?" Nakor said,
"People call them gods, celestials, divinities, supernaturals, all sorts of names, and they're sometimes very powerful. But as often as not, they're creations of the people who worship them."
Then, with a playful smile, he said,
"Magnus can explain it all."
Magnus did not look amused as Hava returned carrying a tray, followed by a pair of the kitchen service staff bringing 2 more. The aroma of fresh bread greeted them all. "Now I'm starving," said Hattusili. "Coffee? Some tea for anyone who wants it? Juice?"
"Orange?"
asked Nakor brightly. "Grape," answered Hava.
"That will do,"
said Nakor. They began serving out the portions and eating, and Nakor said,
"From everything you've said, we're looking at a battle unlike anything before."
"The void seems to learn in its own way," Pug said. "The final battle at Magician's End changed the face of Midkemia. Can Garn withstand a bigger conflict?"
"We have no choice,"
said Nakor. "It's the fate of the world," said Hatu. "More," said Pug. "It's the fate of countless worlds, not only this universe, but countless universes, realities beyond our abilities to contemplate." Hava sat back and said, "In short, the fate of everything."
"My guess is," said Nakor, "if we lose, and the void reclaims that, what did you call it?"
he asked Pug. "That one perfect instant of bliss."
"That,"
resumed the little man,
"not only will we lose, we will never have existed."
"I can't fathom that," said Hava. "Few can," said Pug. With a gesture, he indicated himself, Magnus, and Nakor. "Even we barely can."
"If time returns to that original state," Nakor said, "then it never went all stringy, pulled out in a line like we live it."
Then his brow furrowed and he added, "I think." Hattusili glanced at Magnus.
"What?"
asked Magnus. "Time," said Hattusili.
"What about it?"
"I'm still not quite sure, but something in this situation is all about time."
"Well," said Nakor, "that question is interesting. But speaking of time, there is something we need to do soon."
"What?" asked Pug.
"I think we need to get the stuff in Midkemia that lets you do tricks and bring it here."
Magnus and Pug exchanged looks, and Pug said, "How?" Nakor shrugged.
"I don't know."
Chapter 15. Darkwood. Declan raised his left arm. Then, with a downward motion, he signalled for his column to veer off the road and start following Sebastian towards the dark wood. A recently promoted captain, a broad-shouldered, dark-skinned man with vivid blue eyes named Joran, looked at the prince and said,
"Sir?"
Declan said, "You have the column, Captain. You know where to start cutting into the forest. With good fortune, we'll meet you in the middle."
"Highness,"
he said with a salute. Declan turned and watched as Sebastian broke trail the same way they'd ridden twice before, and Declan spun his horse and rode back to the lead wagon.
"Rattigan!"
he shouted. The scrawny driver smiled ruefully.
"I always knew you'd get me killed one day, Declan."
His tone was half playful, half doubtful.
"If anyone from the church gets to you, I'll already be dead, so you can take a little comfort from that."
Rattigan laughed.
"And it's Highness or Prince. You only get to call me Declan when we're drunk,"
he said with a smile.
"I look forward to that,"
said Rattigan, getting the joke. He was one of Declan's oldest friends since the first raid on the village of Oncon, when Declan had been a smith apprentice and Rattigan a simple teamster. They had survived, despite the butchery and hardships both had witnessed. Declan watched as Joran's company of wagons and guards moved slowly past, filled with equipment and men, a quartet of engineers, and 20 fit men with timber experience who would show the 40 guards how to fell and haul trees. Expert timbermen, with more expected down from the mills in the mountains east of Copper Hills, were already heading south to join the effort, bringing mule teams and sleds for hauling. It was the king's desire to see a road into the heart of the Darkwood as quickly as possible. Declan watched for a few minutes as the wagons continued north, while his cavalry split off towards the northeast to loop around to Sixto's company. He battled rising doubt that all that was needed could be accomplished in time. Shaking off dark musing, Declan turned his horse and, with heels to flanks, encouraged him into a rocking canter to overtake his column. Those in Marquensis who had been shown existing maps and descriptions of the heart of the forest gave estimates of how fast that road could be cleared. They were not promising. Declan knew that some of those massive oaks were hundreds of years old, with trunks measuring 10 feet or more in diameter. Larch, beech and ash stands were impenetrable for anything larger than a forest cat, squirrel or rabbit. The one narrow path cleared by the church that Declan had used was a widened game trail. As a smith, Declan had fashioned many axes and two-man saws and had learned a fair bit about the craft, so he knew there could be a serious fight with the church before that supply caravan reached the clearing Sixto was enlarging. The church could arrive in strength at any moment, so from this point forward, every member of Marquensis's army needed to be ready. Declan fervently hoped they were. Lewis had ridden ahead to inform Sixto that relief and more supplies were on the way. Each of Declan's men carried extra provisions behind his saddle, enough for 2 men for 2 more weeks. Another resupply would be leaving Marquinet in a week. Declan rode easily, but kept scanning to the northeast, for any church advance would probably be from that direction. He had sent outriders to his right flank to warn of any sightings. They were to rendezvous at the small copse of trees just to the southeast of where the path into the dark wood started. Near sundown, Lewis came riding towards Declan at a good speed, his horse lathered and nostrils flaring. Pulling up before the prince, he saluted. Declan asked, "What news?"
"Highness, Captain Sixto says work goes slowly but steadily, and he's pleased you have more provisions, as the men are eating too much."
Lewis paused and said,
"I can't tell if that was a joke, sir."
Declan let out a low chuckle. It was, and that means so far no contact with the church. Glancing at the fading sun, he said,
"Where shall we camp?
Lewis turned in the saddle and pointed.
An hour more should get us to the small stream we've used before and leave us enough light to stake the horses. That will put us in the forest 2 hours after we rise and at the captain's camp before noon. Or, if you wish, we can push to the forest edge and be there just after nightfall.
No, let's camp at the creek. Declan looked around and said, Take your horse to the rear and ride in a wagon. I know where we're going.
Highness.
Lewis saluted and rode slowly to the rear of the column. Pug watched the sun rise and conflicting emotions rose up within him. As Philip, he'd had many mornings when he'd pause for a moment to enjoy the dawn, then get about his tasks. But among Pug's first memories was watching the sun rise with his first wife, Katala, who had died when no magic healing art could save her. Their children had perished during the Emerald Queen's War. It was during that conflict that he had met his second wife, Miranda, and later they had watched sunrises with Magnus and his little brother Caleb when they were boys. Then he had watched as Miranda and Caleb had been killed by demons when Sorcerer's Isle was attacked, and the villa had been destroyed. And he had outlived many people. Caleb's family, friends, and others he loved. He felt fortunate that his years living as Philip, that happy childhood, and his life before becoming Magnus's apprentice, all that had distanced the pain he felt so many times in his first life. The battle to master magic with Colgan and Father Tully, the start of the Sirani invasion, his capture and enslavement on Kellerwan, his elevation to Great One, and his return to Midkemia, all were memories with both glorious triumphs and agonizing losses.
Memories?
Said Magnus from behind him. A different sunrise, but still as glorious as the ones at home. Magnus put his hand on Pug's shoulder and said,
I've lost count.
I still prefer sunsets, Pug said lightly. I think that's because both my boyhoods were in Criddy. Sunrise was blocked by mountains and forests, but sunsets were over the ocean.
That was one of the things I loved about living on the island,
said Magnus.
We got both sunrises and sunsets over the sea.
Pug laughed. It's the reflection on the water that makes it different, right? Magnus gave Pug's shoulder a squeeze.
Right, as always.
Pug laughed again. Always? We've had a few times when you didn't think that. Magnus said,
Old wounds. I would rather not reopen.
Pug nodded. Just understand that you were right. I needed to be certain I could afford the price I demanded of you and others to protect our world. Magnus was silent for a moment, then said,
I always sensed Philip was you, but thought perhaps that fact could be ignored, as if you had been given a new lease on life and we could put all the past behind us. But now...
He sighed audibly.
Now, it's evident you were given a rest, a reprieve from the constant struggle. But now you're being asked to rise to the occasion and save everything again.
The part of me that is Philip thinks that's actually amusing. Pug watched the sun clear the horizon and said, Let's get something to eat. I suspect we will be leaving here today.
Finding Bodai, meeting the king, all of the serious things required don't leave much time for reminiscing. Breaking fast sounds good.
They walked back down the rise to the pavilion. Several guards were coming off duty and sitting down for their last meal before sleeping, while others were eating before their shift.
We'll need someone to guard the rift,
said Magnus as they sat down. You mean a magic user, not soldiers?
Yes. With Rufio and Zarkara both gone home, there's no one here that can close the rift if something comes through.
Magnus didn't look happy, but continued,
I created the rift, so it's probably best that I close it. You are also better at magic transport than I, so I think I stay and you go.
We could ask for someone from Sorcerer's Isle to join us, Pug suggested.
No,
said Magnus with a smile.
Boring as it can be to sit here, it is necessary for word to be carried to the king. Plans must be made to deal with whatever it is the void brings next.
Pug motioned a porter over, ordered a meal and coffee, and then said, whatever that may be. I wish we had some sense of what is coming out of the void. He looked around. Magnus asked,
What?
Nakor. Where is he?
That's anyone's guess,
said Magnus.
Nakor, or one of those doppelgangers the gods like to inflict on us, the odds are good that unpredictability will be a constant.
There is that, agreed Pug. Still, I should seek him out, and Hattushali, Hava, and I need to get to the King of Marquensis and warn him of the coming battle.
I don't envy you that task,
said Magnus. Pug saw the 4 women come in, whom he had been told were librarians here, and he stood up. I'll be back in a moment, he said to Magnus. Pug approached the table where the 4 women had just taken their seats and said, May I ask you something? A dark-haired woman called Beryl said, Certainly. Do you all possess the same ability as Sabella? Do you mean our ability to sense where Hattushali is? Asked Daria, a stocky woman with light brown hair. Pug smiled. No, he said. I'm almost certain he's still sleeping over there. He pointed to the portion of the pavilion that was curtained off for sleeping quarters. I mean, finding someone in general. The women looked at one another, then the blonde one, Aoife, said, If we have some idea of who we're looking for, yes. Do you remember that short fellow in the torn yellow-orange robe with the staff and rucksack over his shoulder who was here yesterday? Aoife glanced around the table to the others, and Zara nodded, then pointed and said, You mean him? Pug turned to see Nakor entering the pavilion and, with a resigned expression, said, Never mind. Thank you. Out for a walk? Pug asked Nakor, as the little man sat down next to Magnus.
Yes, said Nakor. This is a nice island. I don't think I've been to this world before. At least I don't remember being here.
Help yourself, said Pug, watching Nakor dig into Pug's breakfast. He motioned to a porter to bring another plate and mug. We must get to see this king, Daylon, and find that other fellow,
Bodai,
said Nakor, around a mouthful of food.
You're like him?
Then Nakor's eyes widened.
I have been here before. I remember him. I gave him oranges too.
Magnus said,
Unless he's over a century old, how is that possible?
Nakor shrugged, as was his habit, and said,
I don't know. I love questions I don't know the answers to. They keep me going. So we find Bodai, and maybe then I'll work it out.
He stood up, looked at Pug as his plate and mug were placed in front of him, and said,
Hurry up, we need to go.
Pug's gaze narrowed. Sit down, he said coldly. That was my breakfast you ate, so now I'll eat yours. Nakor sat again, and with a laugh said,
Seems fair.
Declan walked into the clearing and was greeted by Sixto. Declan laughed as he threw his arms around his friend and said, I haven't seen you this filthy since we climbed out of Garn's wound. Sixto wore heavy black gloves, which Declan assumed came from a dead church soldier, and waved a hand towards the work in progress.
This is hardly the sort of work one undertakes if staying clean is an ambition.
True, said Declan, surveying the site. The clearing was now surrounded by a large ring of tree stumps, and to the south stood a large pile of tree boles.
Those plans we sent you call for things we don't have, Sixto said. Stonework and iron fastenings. Those engineers we freed are contriving a wooden breastwork around some of the stumps.
With luck you won't need it, said Declan. Tell your men to rest. Each of my men has brought extra rations.
Welcome news, said Sixto, wiping perspiration from his forehead with his forearm.
We are low on rations, with the extra mouths here.
Some of the engineers who fled found their way back here starving and miserable.
How many?
14.
Good,
Declan replied as his men started unloading the saddlebags of food. Declan and Sixto sat on a freshly cut stump large enough to accommodate both of them comfortably.
These stumps are beyond my knowledge, said Sixto.
I've seen a few so old they have an almost stone-like hardness, and I don't know what to do with them.
I've got a supply caravan coming, Declan answered. The king has decided to cut a road in from the west. Lumberjacks from the north should be meeting Captain Joran any time now. They're bringing mules, chains, harnesses, whatever they need to get these things pulled out.
How?
Sixto asked. I've seen only a little of what they do, but I've helped Edvald build big...
He held his hands widely apart.
Wedges and big hammers.
They dig around, cut the roots they can see, cut a cross in the stump down to the soil, then drive the wedges in.
It breaks the stump up, and then they use iron bars and shovels to finish.
So, mostly muscle, said Sixto. Looking at the now crowded clearing, he added, Muscle we have.
The mules haul them out, and if we had a river nearby, we could build a timber yard.
That would be handy, Sixto conceded. Maybe if we survive this war with the church, these engineers can do something with that creek we camp at. Excavate it a little, build some sort of dam.
First, we survive the war, said Declan.
That would be a good idea. Declan stood up and stripped off his tunic and sword belt. Going to work?
I've been working since I was a boy. My brothers may find sitting all day reading reports work, but I don't.
He turned to look at the men eating and stood up, stepped up onto the stump where he had been sitting and shouted,
All you who came with Captain Sixto, rest. All of you who came with me, strip off those tunics and grab axes and saws. If you don't know what to do with them, someone will show you.
He got off the stump and looked at Sixto.
You, rest.
Sixto finished eating a large piece of salted pork, took a long drink from a water skin, then stood up and said,
Unlikely.
He picked up the axe he'd used before Declan arrived and said, Got a tree to cut down. Robbie was waiting at the Four Ravens when Dante returned from the farm. Dante had spent a few days there and left satisfied that things with the children were moving along. Once he'd understood these were not children of Coltachin, he spoke to Healer about how best to train them. Without any discipline ever being instilled in them, these children had been driven by desperation and fear. Now that they were feeling safe and well-fed, that drive was gone. Dante had quickly understood that trying to bring back that desperation and fear would only drive the kids away. So, at Healer's suggestion, he adopted the position that he needed to convince them they wanted to learn, wanted to please him, and wanted to provide for themselves as a group. Dante wasn't entirely convinced this was the right choice, but he lacked any better idea, so he followed Healer's advice. Dante had sent Lyndon ahead by a day to get word to Robbie he'd be back at the Ravens and wanted information on the mockers' whereabouts. He went to the bar and ordered ale. He noticed Scully and Lyndon sitting at a nearby table, watching as others drifted in and out of the inn. "What did you find?" Dante asked them. Robbie said, "I found I'll likely get killed if I keep messing with these mockers. I almost blundered into one and only didn't get my throat cut because he coughed just enough that I heard him. Cold, damp night it was." He picked up the mug put before him, took a drink, then pointed a finger at Dante. "This much I found out. Like I said, they're holed up somewhere in Sad Landing, and most of what I saw had them coming and going closer to the land side than the water side. But you need a monkey on a roof to follow them, and I bet they got a watch up there just in case you have a trained monkey." "Trained monkey, no," said Dante, "but I know my way around rooftops. Just tell me how far you got and I'll watch tonight." "It's your throat, then," said Robbie. "My gold?" Dante looked at him with a twisted smile. "When I get back." "What if you don't?" Robbie almost shouted. Dante grabbed the front of the smaller man's shirt and said, "Then I'll know, as I'm bleeding, that you sold me out to the mockers. So if that was your scheme, you'd better think about it. Now, where do I go and what awaits me?" Robbie did not look remotely pleased, but nodded. "Very well. You head down to where we watch the mockers take the Keshian's loot, but don't turn towards the dock, but away. Last street you reach, turn left. Go downhill to the Sad Landing." He continued to describe the short path after that, and Dante formed a mental picture of the route, knowing that now he could trust Robbie's information. It was not in Robbie's self-interest to betray him. Just as he had been taught back home, only trust those you know, and not very much. Sabella sat in a kind of rapture, eyes wide, as she listened to instruction from a creature from another world. Short, with a barrel chest and long arms that almost reached his knees, the instructor was from a world whose name she barely could make out, a trilling sound that resembled a bird call more than any noise a human could make. He was understandable to all through the magic Pug had mentioned to Hava and Hatu. She thought his name was Izkuku, but wasn't sure. She was the newest student, but because of her previous reading in the library at the sanctuary, she felt able to absorb this new knowledge. He was lecturing a class of 6 new students on the concept of magic power, what they knew and didn't know at Sorcerer's Isle. She and the other students sat in a circle on a grassy lawn near a pleasant flower garden. It was a gentle, sunny day, and she felt more alive than she had in her life.
"Often," Izkuku said, "beings can traverse an entire circle from birth to death unknowing of what is unknown. To be clear, I mean one can wonder about how deep an ocean is, but does a being consider the contours under the water? How many creatures live there? Does a being ponder the lights in the heavens, simply thinking they are sparkles just out of reach, or, as you know, distant suns with planets in orbit? The unseen power, what is known as magic, is variable from world to world. Most beings traverse their cycle unaware of this power's existence, but a few, such as yourselves, perceive it and can even utilize it."
Sabella looked around and saw the other students appeared attentive, but she felt familiar with these concepts. Then she looked to her left, towards the open meadow, and saw Zakara. She got up quickly and looped away from the other students. She hurried across the meadow, and when she reached Zakara, said,
"Thank you again for bringing me here."
She gave him a hug.
"You are more than welcome,"
he replied.
"You seem to be flourishing."
So much to learn. Her eyes were aglow, and he had never seen her this animated.
"If I am not mistaken, you have already started changing. Only a little bit, but noticeably."
What do you mean? She asked, her tone suddenly more subdued. He smiled.
"Nothing to be concerned over, but you seem... You've got more colour in your cheeks, and your eyes are bright."
The food here is wonderful, she said, and added shyly, and I have been eating more than I could at the sanctuary.
"Well, good food and rest can do wonders,"
he replied.
"But I think it has more to do with you opening up, accepting the powers that lie hidden within you."
She nodded. That's it, I think. Everything here feels so abundant. The air is charged with...
"I understand,"
he said, his expression half wonder and half amusement.
"My powers felt diminished on Garn. Not obviously so, because we were asked to do little other than come to meet and investigate Hattusharli. But when they vanished altogether, that was when the energy differences between our two worlds became starkly evident."
I wish I could take this back to Garn, she said. Zarkara chuckled.
"That seems to be a topic of conversation,"
he said.
"From what young Jarrelly said, some confusion arose before Hattu, Pug, and Magnus appeared, and Rufio and I returned here. If we can find a way to increase the magic energy on Garn, we can see to more training there. But otherwise, the only way that happens is for Hattusharli to stay there. Now, what can you tell me about the so-called Fire Mane curse?"
She glanced back to where his cuckoo was lecturing and said, I should probably get back. Zarkara gently took her by the elbow and said,
"I know that lecture well. I've given it myself. You already know what's being taught. It's what we are speaking of right now. Walk with me, and tell me of this malediction."
All right, she said. He motioned for her to walk towards the southern coast and down a long, gentle slope that led to an overlook above a boulder-strewn coast. She began, I know only a little of the history of this lore, what Bodai taught others before I was born, before he left to assume the role of a master of Koltachin. The simple story is that should the Fire Mane line end, a horrible curse would befall Garn.
"There seems to be a grain of truth in that, seeing as when Hattusharli departed, he took magic with him. Should he have died, I think that would have ended all magic on Garn."
She nodded vigorously. On Garn, I could not do any of the things I already can do here. She stopped, and for a moment levitated herself more than a foot off the ground, then gently returned. I practiced alone last night, she said with a grin.
"Remarkable," said Zarkara. "We have students that can't do that after months of trying."
She beamed. What I find a mystery, she said, is why things are so different. Not just the amount of energy here and how little there is on Garn, but why men on Garn can't use magic at all, except for Hattusharli, and women need men who have some access, or they hold it inside somehow for a woman to use later. When Hatu was at the sanctuary, I felt better and could think more clearly. I began to notice his effect on me when I first met him in Marquensas. It's all very strange.
Something new always seems strange at first,
Zakara replied.
We just don't understand the differences.
He paused, then added,
But it is a mystery, and an intriguing one.
They reached the edge of the cliffs, and Sabella looked out over the bitter sea. I want to see it all, she said eagerly.
All? The whole world?
Worlds, she said with a laugh. Zakara shared her humour.
You may, someday. If the powers awakening in you are the same as what most of us here have, you'll live a very long life, with luck. If you avoid getting killed, that power will keep you relatively young for a long time. My father was probably 200 years